All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the channel. Welcome to Some Random Guy Speaks. I am your host, Tony, and we're about to get started today and things. So I'm going to be doing a reaction video, but you already know who the main topic of conversation today will be Barack Hussein Obama, the fallen messiah and great deceiver. So we're going to be talking about that today as well. But first, we got to do a little cooking here and things. So I ran across this guy's channel. It doesn't look like a big space that I'm aware of and things. There's some other guys on here that I'm aware of, but yeah, he looked like he's more of a small fry. I know I'm small for right now, but you know what bothers me with a lot of these, with some, I ain't gonna say a lot, but some, especially in the black diaspora, they seem to, what would be the best word? Very, very negative. That'd be about the best word for it. Very, very negative. And not only that they're negative, but when we talk about, let's say, the so-called black folk and things, yeah, they're some of them that's on this on these YouTube spaces, on these social medias and things like that, man. They say they want to have the conversation, but the conversation that they want to have, and I notice they always run the narrative. They direct people in regards to what they're talking about. It's not a conversation like that. If we're going to have a conversation, you know how when you have a normal conversation without a conversation as to I got you moment. They do this constant questioning too until they can come up with a I got you moment. They do this type of stuff a lot. And it's very, very annoying to say the least. But I'm aware of these type of tactics and stuff like that because it means that they don't really have a whole lot to really go on to talk about. So I'm going to be referencing a particular guy's channel, and I'm about to put it up right now and things. So, and I just stumbled across his page. But what I noticed, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, I noticed that, yeah, he was talking about, he was actually banging on MAGA, you know what I'm saying, make America great again. We are the MAGA Republicans. And he was really being very negative. Now, he's one of these B1 blacks, you know, blacks first and things. He's one of those type of guys, you know, Jamaican descent and things like that. So B1, you just got to love these particular titles. You know, it's nothing, no different than the Pan-Africanness and all the rest of them, right? In these black community groups, you know. I mean, you know, they're all just cults, if anything. And they like people to kiss their ass, right? That's what they really get off on. They get off on having a large following. They drunk off of their own so-called fame and things, which is true. They have no input at all. You don't see them out in the real world. They're always on the internet. And then what do they do most? You know, they ask for donations all the time. Now, I got mine on here, and there's nothing wrong with that. But if you're going to grift, I mean, and this is what they're doing. They are grifting, ladies and gentlemen. They grift with the same old nonsense. I mean, look at the so-called black communities across the United States. And most of them are in disarray, disenfranchisement, right? Let's say the least, and things, underserved, dilapidated neighborhoods, crime, violence, and drugs, single women with children, multiple, right? Children, no father in the home, right? There is a lot of work that should be done. And that's why I say the blacks, as in all of us, you know, when it comes down to accountability and responsibility, has failed black, especially when they started jumping on becoming a Democrat with these liberal ideologies. This is what destroyed our community. And they don't get it. They don't get it at all. They really think that this, ladies and gentlemen, is the way. They think that, they want to, you're just a white man. It's when you talk to these B1s and FBAs, and ADOS and all the rest of them, they sound like they're back in the 1800s, man. They're still talking this nonsense today, right? It's like, well, what are you doing right now, right? What are you doing right now instead of sitting back here shaming and blaming? What are you doing, right? This would be the question. Now, that's the question. What are you doing? And the answer is absolutely nothing. Nothing. Now, now this was one guy, I'm going to get to him in a minute. But I'm talking about with a lot of these cult groups, because that's what I call them. A lot of these black organization groups are nothing but cults because they don't have no solution. You see what's going on out there. I see what's going on out there. I never took on the mantle piece and said that I was a black leader, because when you're a black leader, you're supposed to get up off your ass and do something instead of just saying I'm a black leader and do nothing but get donations and monies and all this other stuff. And that's what the majority of them doing. Now, whoever came to the room, I want to wave to you and say, how you doing? This is a special segment. All is welcome. But I got some cooking and I got to do before I go into the Obama thing. So just give me a moment. I'm going to get there. I got to cook somebody first and things like that. So I'm leading up to that point. So bear with me. So the thing about it, these B1, Black First, what's the other one? FBA, Foundational Blacks, all this other nonsense. This is nothing but another grift. A cult group always have a cult leader, right? And when you have a cult, right, usually you're surrounded by a lot of women. There's like people in the upper echelon, and they do nothing for the people. This with most cults, Jim Jones, they don't do anything, right? A lot of these black organizations are the same thing, right? They don't do SHIT, shit. They don't do nothing. And I'm calling these guys out, right? Because they want to go up here. Now I'm going to cook somebody today, so bear with me. I'm leading up to that and the Obama thing, right? I figured I might as well go ahead and do it all in one lump sum. Because there is some shots fired right now, right? And I'm getting tired of this type of stuff, right? Because these are the people of the so-called black community. They dump on Donald Trump. They dump on black MAGA supporters, though, right there. And like I said, I'm firing back. The link is down below. I'm firing back because I got all the receipts, you know what I'm saying? For what I'm talking about. They sit up in here and talk this stuff. I've dealt with this type of stuff. I got some friends, unfortunately, that are so-called pro-black. Now, when I call them out on certain type of stuff, though, they don't particularly like it. They usually always deflect or they ask a series of questions. The questions that a lot of these cult following people do, and then, I'm going to go to that, but what they tend to do is they want to get you into a gotcha moment, right? That's all they know how to do. It's not having a real conversation. I want to have a conversation. I want to have a real conversation. No, they don't. It's just all disingenuous anyway. You know what I'm saying? It really is. They really don't. And then another thing is they want to police a black man's you-know-what when they want to go into a particular woman. And this is cultish shit. It really is. This is bullshit. Oh, yeah, Umar Johnson. All of them ain't nothing but frauds as they are. They will, I would never put my penis in a white woman. And all of them have. That's what's funny about the type of stuff, They all have. They put their penis and stuff in white women and all that, which is nothing wrong with it. You love, that's what it is, though. But you might as well call them the dick police. I ain't never seen a man, right, gonna police where another man put his penis at. Man, I wish you would try to tell me and try to belittle me. You know what I'm saying? You don't even marry the ones that you with that's so-called black, right? You ain't gonna dick police nobody. These guys act like they're in the 1800s. Well, yeah, the black man, the white man, and while we're waiting on our reparations. You got to wait on a white man to pay you out. Well, you could be getting on your ass and doing your own thing, see? You got to get up here and wait on them, huh? All you foundation, all the rest of you guys, right? Where you at? Where's your institutions, right? You don't even build in your own community. Shut the hell up. This is just cap. I don't even know why I'm even entertaining this nonsense, but I'm entertaining it to cook. You know what I'm saying? Because you don't have nothing rebuttal. You come over here, you're going to answer the question, sir, or I'm going to just go ahead on and kick you right on out of the room. That's how I deal with disingenuous people. If we're going to have a conversation, we're going to have a real good conversation. I don't want to hear all the excuses. This is about accountability and responsibility. The finger is pointing at each and every one of us, right? That's how that works. It's about time that somebody get in your ass, right? And tell it like it really is, right? And this is exactly what it is. I get so tired of these cult leaders. It is really just ignorant people that follow these people anyway. They're all on the internet. They ain't built no institutions nowhere. They still wait on reparations. Well, guess what? You ain't going to get no reparations. You should have got reparations back in the 1800s. You going to wait all the way up and down trying to think you're going to get some reparations. You're not getting nothing. That's a Democratic tactic that they hold over y'all Negroes for a reason, to keep y'all in the voting block for the Democratic Party. You ain't figured that out yet. They've been playing you for the whole damn time. That's why when you come over here, this is a MAGA group over here. And I have my people that will fact check if you probably come up here talking stuff. We're going to have a conversation for real or out you go. I'm not tolerating that, because I see how these blacks in these Negro spaces, though, it's terrible. They be over there arguing, fighting. It's going to be order right here. This is an order channel right here when you come this way, right? So let me go ahead and pull this dude up, man. I'm going to pull this guy up, man, because, and like I said, it's a little bit of a reaction video, right? And these are the type of dudes that I be talking about, right? These guys, they don't have no answers. They don't have no fathers and things, so they're very sensitive. That's why I was like saying, if you need a hug, just let me know, and I can arrange it for you, because this is the nonsense of how sensitive. I have seen a lot of sensitive black men today. Sensitive, right? And afraid of their own black women. That's another whole thing. They won't put accountability and responsibility where it's supposed to go. You know what I'm saying? They just give them a pass, right? And then they blame the brothers and white folks, right? This is what they do. Now, I'm going to cover some of the things that he was talking about in a few minutes, but I'm just going to get myself set up here. Let me go ahead and share the screen here first, because we're going to be doing a reaction to this, and then I'm going to get on the Obama thing, right? We're going to go ahead on and do that. We're going to get on Obama ass in a minute. I don't mind doing it. The arch deceiver, the fallen messiah and the arch great deceiver, you got to call him out for what he really is. And this is another thing, though. If these guys were smart, which they're not, but if they were actually smart, they would be bringing this up that I'm talking about. They ain't bringing nothing up. They're not bringing nothing up. They're not bringing nothing. They're not even talking about this type of stuff at all. All they want to do is just sit over here and blame white folks all the time. Here's his channel right here. Like he goes by Kid Gravity or something. I'm not familiar with him, but I was in his live earlier today. You know what I'm saying? Let me put this on mute for a minute. I was in his live for a minute and just trying to understand what's going on, because you already know that Trump was getting sworn in by excuse me. Yeah, I got this allergy and things, but Trump was being sworn in, right, by Kamala Harris. So he made some comments about it. He still is under the impression that this woman, Kamala Harris, she's a Jamaican woman, but she's Jamaican. Her parents was Jamaican. She wasn't born. Her parents were Jamaican, right? And I know what you're saying. Jamaican don't mean black. It's nationalism. He can't even figure that out, right? He want to try to put her in a category. I got friends that's Jamaican. I know how it go. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, he don't bring up and give her a pass or whatever. The question he asked was, what did he try to? He ran the question and said that I'm gonna play it in a minute. But the question was about what is woke. See, these guys love talking about, well, what is woke? And I told him it's two levels of it. I said I could do the political thing. I'm over here typing in here because I ain't too long woke up. I roll over to kind of scroll and see what's going on. This one caught my attention. So I typed in basically the regular one. I went as far as back as the origin point, try to explain that, and he tried to clown me, and then he got his mods to block me, which is cool, no problem, because I said I'm gonna make a reaction to this. This would be perfect. This would be perfect. Perfect. Yeah, this would be perfect. It'll be a perfect opportunity to bring on some extra, with the Obama thing before I go into that. So let's go into it though right now, though. I'm not gonna wait for a lot of people to come in there. For those that came in, I appreciate you. I know Sherry is always. Let me turn this down a little bit. I'm over here chipping a little bit. I think that's a little bit better. Yeah, we go ahead with got to do that for Sherry there. I know she's always listening and things. And yep, for those. So this one here is going to be a cooking thing. So my voice may get a little loud up and down. Overall, I'm okay. Just got to do some cooking though. When I get in my cooking mode though, and for the fellas, shout out to you guys that's coming in or whatever. I know John Paddock, ladies and gentlemen. Is Sherry and things, and usually Omega, though I know he's busy out here. I know it. I'm gonna have to get myself back out here myself. But yeah, let's go ahead and play it. So let's go and play this clown here, man. So, and that's right, I call him a clown, because he didn't want to have the conversation. Let me see here. I think y'all can hear it now. All right, let me go back and play about the part because I was in here typing. I want you guys to hear it. Hold on for a minute. Hey, Sherry. So the audio's coming in good. That's great. Yeah. So once again, I'm gonna put this on pause for one moment. Yeah, he goes by Kid Gravity Beyond. I never heard of this guy before, but that's okay. You can't hear anything? Hold on for a minute. Okay, so you can't hear anything. Wow. Um. Hmm. Okay. Tell me if you can hear anything right now, because I want this to play. So, Sherry, you can't hear it at all? Huh? You can't hear it? Nope. can't hear it either, though. Okay. All right. Let me do this here. Hold on for a minute. Hold on for a minute. You should be able to hear it, because, I got a mixer that I'll operate out of as well. So I'm not understanding why you don't hear it, though. Yeah, that's, you can't hear it. Okay. Huh. So all this time I let it play, it was just nothing, right? You just can't hear a thing, right? Nothing at all. Hmm. Saying no. Okay. All right. All right. This is what I'm going to do. All right. Let's do this here. All right. I'm going to close this window out for a minute. Put me back on the stage here. And let's do this again. Hold on for a minute. Okay. Let's go and share screen again. All right. Let's do this here. We're going to share this thing again. Hold on for a minute. Dang, I really was looking forward to getting into this because this is going to supposed to be a reaction video, but apparently you can't hear it. All right, hold on for a minute. Because what would be the point of doing a reaction if you can't hear the video? If you can't hear what's being played, Let's see here. Yeah. If it won't play, then what I'm gonna do is if it doesn't play, then I'll just have to move on. The show must go on, ladies and gentlemen. The show must go on, and it will, as promised. Let me see here. All right. Let's take a look at it here. So let me go ahead and see if we can share this again. All right. All right. Hold on for a minute. See if we can share it. Not now. Okay. Huh. All right. Yeah, Sherry. Let me see here. Your browser has blocked the screen. Click the screen icon at the address below for access. All right, let's try it again. I wasn't trying to block it. All right, let's try it again. All right, let's do the entire screen. All right, let's go and allow it. Let's do the entire screen then, huh? See if that may work. All right. All right, we got that pulled up right here. All right, let's see something here for a minute. Sorry about that. Food allergies. Right. Let me see if I'm gonna play this here and see if this works. And Sherry, let me know if you hear this and things. Can you hear that? Yeah, let me know if you can you hear that, Sherry? Sherry, can you hear it now? Yeah, let me know if you can hear it. Can any of you guys hear it? Can you hear? Still no? All right, that's a problem. All right, that's a problem though, right there. So if you can't hear that, yeah, that's a problem there. Yeah, that is a problem. It's unfortunate because I hear it right through my yeah, I hear it and everything though too. Well, it doesn't matter though. Let me go ahead and just move on though, So I was on this guy's stream, and I tried to call myself doing reaction, but he's not the main focal point though, this just a little bit of filler, a little bit to I drum up to the main thing. But yeah, so you got these B1 guys, and for those that don't know, non-black, it means black first, right? If black first was so called first, you wouldn't need Black Lives Matters. Am I correct? And if black lives, really mattered, along with B1, then we wouldn't have the problems that we have right now. Because all we know is that there's plenty of freedom right now to fix what has already been done. So I don't see any of these people stepping up. Where's the B1 bank? I don't see a Black First Bank. I don't see a BLM bank. I don't see a FDA bank anywhere, right? What are we going to be at? Well, I mean, I'm just saying, though, I don't see that. I don't even see any type of going into these communities, volunteering, cleaning up, educating people, teaching people how to be accountable and responsible. Ain't that what's needed? No, I don't see any of this stuff at all. What they do is they just sit back on their computer. They're negative. They talk about they bash white people all the time and blacks that don't follow the narrative. Because once again, this is all about how cults work. They want to keep you on the actual on the slave plantation, right? It remind me of and they always talk as if they lived that life. They know damn well they haven't lived through any of that. None of us was around with Martin Luther King. None of us was around with Medgar Evers. None of us was around with any of these other type of people, Even the Black Panthers, right? For some of them, Others probably were around. They probably might be little kids, right? But they act as if they lived that life. No water hoses was sicked on you, right? You wasn't hung by no damn tree, right? You didn't get your behind whooped by no damn whip, right? You wasn't locked out of can't go to any type of library or any type of education, right? You were allowed to go out here and participate like everybody else. Many blacks have homes, they have mortgages, they went to school, they got their degrees, right? Their children and so forth. They went on vacations, went to restaurants. I don't see what they're talking about this racism they keep talking about. Oh yeah, there's always an excuse. For all the BS that they can talk about, I can bring up other type of things. You have the opportunity. And you want to sit up in here and talk about B1, the actual visa, H1B visas and all this other stuff, because he started going into that, and that's why you kind of heard that a little bit, and that's fine. If you don't like Vervick, no problem at all. But, and I'll recover this in my other live, Vervick still has a point, because as he said, an American educational system and so forth, because we already know what ended up happening. We are not turning out STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math. We are not turning these people out. What we are turning out is liberal arts and all the rest of this type of stuff. This is one of the main reasons why a lot of them can't get no job. Or if they get a job, it's still not paying enough. You got to pay back these loans. What type of people would be this damn foolish? And I'm just talking about Americans in general, right? Because how can we sit up in here and talk about with the Indians? If you were a Fortune 500 company and you were in the tech, especially, everything centers around that. You got to hire the people that are capable of doing the work. And those are Indians. 70% of the Indians have some type of H-1B visa. They do. They are sought out all over the world. And ain't not one Indian that I know, right, that's not either in engineering or medical field. It's usually one of the two, right? So don't get mad at the fact that Trump had to hire outside help like Elon Musk had to. Every other country, because like he said, the focal point is not about that. See, they try to spin this thing and they try to make it sound like Trump is a liar. See, this is the aha moment stuff. This is what these liberals, these effing liberals do, right? See, I told you, MAGA people. I told you that he was going, you ain't saying nothing. You don't have no clue on what you're talking about. And that's even including with this guy, Kid Gravity Beyond, even you too. And I hope some of his followers come in this room. You go run and tell it, right? I had a little problem with the technical difficulties though, but I'm okay with that. But like I said, I got to cook this dude real quick and anybody else that follow this narrative. Because if you so B1, sir, you should be building in your community. Yeah, you got your family, and it starts with your family first. But if what you gonna do? Teach them to be victims? Oh, you're the white man and everything. You have every opportunity like everybody else does. All these immigrants coming over here, and before that, Biden allowed all these illegals coming over here. The ones that were getting their coming over here, getting their H-1B visas and all this other stuff, they came through the right pathway. Because when you in tech, you are in demand. It's just how it is, right? I don't see anybody in your so-called set, right, that's into STEM. We know that is not the case. Because anybody that was in your cult set, you should be building your own businesses and hiring your own people because that's what everybody else do. The things that I have respect about the Jewish people is this. They have solidarity, and I got some friends that are Jewish, right? So they have solidarity amongst themselves. If they have a problem, they resolve it, right? They're very resilient as well, very intelligent as well. Pool their resources together, right? Not all these excuses, and build for themselves, right? Well, here we go again. Yeah, they had help, and they did this, and they did that. Oh, yeah, all this type of stuff. So what? So what? Because under Jim Crow, Jim Crow was supposed to be, blacks own more. In fact, historically, blacks own more black capital in the time of Jim Crow, antebellum South, than what we ever had today. You know why? Because with that segregation, they had black businesses, black stores and barbershops and supermarkets. They had everything in the heat, in the heart of the actual segregation in the antebellum South. Right down there. Had their own communities. You always talk about Black Wall Street over in Oklahoma, Tulsa, Oklahoma. That just wasn't the only one. There was many of them. Rosewood in Florida, Asheville, North Carolina. We had Black Bottom here in Detroit. There's so many of them that mirrored the same thing until segregation went away. Yeah, we know the history. It was burned down. Why have blacks have not rebuilt? That's the question, right? Why hasn't that black folks have been rebuilt? That's the question. Well, yeah, they burned it down and we couldn't do it. I mean, yeah, they kept you out of school. You went to school. You persevered on that. There's nothing holding nobody back today. 2025, they're still coming with these slave narratives. That's why I had to do some cooking. Because he didn't think that I was going to come back, which I do because I always come back. I'm going to come back. And then we're going to talk about it, because this victimhood they talking about is nowhere. This is what these guys do. Unfortunately, a lot of them did not have their fathers. When you talk about, especially with younger black men, I can tell I'm older than this guy already. They don't have no respect for older people, seniors, and the rest of them. They don't have no respect at all, because you know why? They weren't born. They weren't raised with their parent, with their mother. I mean, I'm sorry, with their father. A lot of them have daddy issues. The women and the men, black men, black women, they have issues. A lot of them, 80% of them to be exact, because they didn't grow up with their father, right? This is a major issue. This is why. So this guy was disingenuous in the beginning, though, because he wanted to control the narrative, So if I would have been running his channel and doing this, I said, well, okay, I'm gonna hear the brother out, hear what he had to say. Like, I'm gonna be able to put everything, because when you on these lives doing comments, they only allow you to put so much in there, right? And he didn't want to have a conversation with me. I can already tell, he didn't want to have a conversation. And if I would have got on the mic, he didn't want to have a conversation, because all they do, and I've seen these people, and they're all disingenuous, man. They will mute you, kick you down. They couldn't handle Tommy Sotomayor. This is what they do, man. They kick people down and out. They don't want to have the conversation. They want an echo chamber of dick sucking and you know what on there. That's what they want. Excuse me, apologize for women that's in here, but because I'm still going to be sensitive to the women. But I'm going to use my censor button, though, too, because you may hear. I'm going to do that next time, though, because it's not fair regards to the ladies, though, I have a thing where I don't like to cuss in front of women and things like that. But beyond that, this is the disingenuous stuff right here. And then you see the Obama picture up there. I'm gonna get it. The arch deceiver and the fallen Messiah. Yeah, I'm gonna get into him in a minute. But like I said, I wanted to cook this fool first, because that's what he is. I was gonna have my friend come on here too, because when he ready, I'm ready. You know what I'm saying? Because he ain't talking about nothing at all. A whole bunch of misinformation. He doesn't even understand why Elon Musk and Trump had to go in that position. Instead of looking at it in another direction and saying, well, he does raise a point. We don't have a lot of Americans in the STEM today, which we don't. They want to sit up here and just say, well, yeah, he just selling out. Oh, they just selling out. See, it's always a I got you moment. Gotcha. It's just disingenuous. This is what they live on, with a lot of these liberals especially, right? That's why it ain't worth having no conversations with them, because they get in their little feelings, they piss a sissy fit, right? This is what they do. It's just bad, ladies and gentlemen. He's not even worth the steak that sizzle. But I said the steak ain't worth the sizzle. But what I said, what I was going to do is touch on this. I wish I would have had audio, but apparently I don't. So I got to figure that out eventually. Not right now, because like I said, we got other things going on. But what I'm gonna have is I'm gonna have it set up with some of my mods. You don't have to do this, Sherry, but some of my other mods. So for some of my excuse me. I know what I'm gonna get for that, Sherry, is some mullein. And once I get that mullein and stuff like that, I'm gonna be good. That mullin's gonna eat that mucus up. And I do apologize, you guys, for coughing in your ears and stuff, because all right, muted at that time. So yeah, so other than that, once I get over this, I'm gonna be at my 100% self, even though I still feel good for the most part of it. But yeah, so that's the thing about it, though. They don't want to have the conversation. All they want to do, if they were so big and bad with a lot of these black cults, they wouldn't be over here begging white people for reparations. They don't realize they'll never get reparations, right? They will never get it. They will never get it. They will never get it. I talked about something else that will happen, but it's just a whole bunch of negative, snarky, disingenuous put downs, trying to shame blacks or other blacks by not following the cult. We're not in the cult season no more. The cult seasons are gone. There's no more cult, no more cult followers, though. You even had a lot of other black. You even had your Al Sharpton, all the rest of them. No good, no good. Right? We go right down the list. You had Smiling, Step It Fetch It, Jesse Jackson. You had many of them, right? You had a list of them, right? And you still are in the condition that you in now. They are the ones that decided to say that they were going to be black leaders. You even had your great Farrakhan, right? Let's go ahead and talk about it, right? Right? They were the ones that said, well, there was a representative of positivity and all of this and this and that. All the money that all these organizations have been collecting. Why isn't it that we don't even have a goddamn bank, let alone anything else? It's always an excuse. They don't have it. If they had it, it would manifest. You would know the fruit. You would know my work for the fruit it bears. This was the saying of the great Messiah. Everybody know it. Jesus Christ. The fruit ain't bearing, the tree ain't bearing no fruit. It really isn't. It's not. The tree is not bearing no fruit. None of these so-called black folk, they're not bearing no fruit. They don't know how to reproduce for themselves. That's the thing. White men give them their jobs. White men create the clothes on their back. White men give them the education, right? White man owns the planes and trains and all this other stuff. They talk as if they got leverage here. You don't have anything. All that stuff was a long time ago. We are not in the cult mind thinking. It's all about Americans now, making America great. And there ain't no black America. It's all about America now. That's what it's about. At least with Trump, he's always have been consistent and honest about that. And I stand with him instead of all this other stuff. Sherry says, can you give us a link or so for the Mullen? Oh yeah, that's cool. I can give you the link. Hold on for a minute. I can give you the link right now. This is good for mucus. I'm all out right now because if I would have taken it earlier. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't be going through what I'm going through now. You're supposed to take 2 a day. You can get this over at Better Health Mullen supplement. Let me go ahead and give this to you. Let me see here. Mullen. There's one by Solar Ray. Let me see here. Solar Ray. All right, this is it right here, Sherry. It's like $12. This is it right here. That's your Mullen right there. So that's really good for like, oops, didn't pull that up. Hold on for a minute, Sherry. Hold on for a minute. Put that over here. There we go. That's better. So yeah, Sherry, that's the Mullen right there. Yep. So that's it right here. You take 2 a day. And what this is great for is, especially if you have dealing with a whole lot of mucus. A lot of people are lactose intolerant. And I've been taking this for a long time. But this is what you want to this is what you want right here. This little herb right here. They also make it in a tea form as well, too. Solar Ray, you can get this from Better Health, Whole Foods. Most of your health food stores, probably the supermarket like Meijer may sell it. Kroger, possibly. They may have another brand, but Mullen, ladies and gentlemen, Mullen. Here it is right here. Vegetable sucralose capsules and things like that. This is it right here. You're supposed to take 1. Sorry about that. Take 1 3 times a day with meals or a glass of water. So either or would be sufficient for you. Yeah, you can grow Mullen. Okay, cool. Yeah, so yeah, that's cool. But yeah, that's what I take. I got to go out and get some and things like that. But Mullen, Echinacea, Golden Seal. What's the other one? There's a few others out there. Golden Seal is really good. Echinacea, yeah, all those are pretty good. But yeah, going back on my point, with this B1, FDA, and all the rest of them, right? Because like I said, I'm gonna do some cooking as well because a lot of them are frauds. Because if they weren't so much of a fraud, they would have an institution. It's the one thing I can't stand about the FDAs, right? This is another one. They even go in on other blacks that's not even from this country. But one thing I can say, the Jamaicans come over here, make a way for themselves. Africans come over here, make a way for themselves. We even talk about people from Haiti, right? People from Haiti, they come over here, make something for themselves. Just go to Florida. You'll see like a plethora of all type of ethnic groups. And these are black people. But it ain't good enough for the FDA, Foundational Black Africans. It's not good enough for them, right? They, you know what I'm saying? They look at that and want to make an excuse about it. There ain't nothing but excuse making. That's all it is. So, because of racism held us back. This is bull stuff, bull crap. I have had LLCs. I know how to set up an LLC. I know how to get my own EIN number, which is free. In Michigan, it's only $50 to even set up a LLC. And I had business credit. What are they talking about? Well, you're a black man. You can't. They just liars. They're just liars. They have the opportunity to do the same thing. And you know where I learned that from? Right here on YouTube University. Didn't cost a thing, right? Could they do this? Absolutely. Do they want to do it? No. You know why? Because they are in the victimhood, ladies and gentlemen. They love to be a victim. When a lot of these B1, pro-black, all pan-African, all of them, right? They listen to people like Umar Johnson, right? They listen to these clowns, right? It's a cult, is what it is. You know, I got a problem, once again, with especially a black man is going to try to govern where I put my penis at, right? This is some type of Diddy stuff to me. You know what I'm saying? Because I would never go, as a man or a woman, you stay out of people's bedrooms, right? Those are things that you don't go. But, you know, they just don't have no scruples at all. They want to try to police. That's only for the weak-minded, man. I date whoever I want to date, and I fall in love with who I want to date. I don't have no black leader. I have myself. I lead myself. I don't have pictures on the wall with these people. I lead myself, right? That's the way it's supposed to be. Now, you can't have these people, they got to have a leader to tell us what to think and say. They can't think on their own without having somebody to tell them what to think. I can't do anything or whatever like that, but we want money every time. You know, I'm a brother that I can think for myself, right? Like I said before, I have set up LLCs before. They're not hard to do. I can get the business credit, corporate credit. It's not hard to do. It's some work, but it's not hard to do. But all this about racism, that's crap. I have gotten a personal loan on another vehicle that I own, and ain't no banks turned me down because I was black. This is bull crap, right? But this is what they've been telling people, feeding all these lies, though, and I call them out on their hypocrisy because that's what they are liars. You know? What are they again? Liars, right? This is what they are. This is what they are.
You're a cheat and a swindler. That's what you are. How can you do a thing like this?
This is what they are. That's what they are, man. So, again, I'm over here cooking this guy and cooking, because that's what I said I was going to do. So I'm going to go ahead and get off of this in a minute. Think I covered that. He ended up blocking me or whatever. I'm not upset about being blocked. See, it lets me know that he never wanted to have the conversation, because they want to look for any excuse. So when they have any excuse, what do? They'll find one thing. Now, he know damn well you can't put you can't put more than a paragraph in these chat things. It won't allow you. Shit, Twitter X won't even allow you to do that. It's only a certain people that have that privilege that can do that. Unfortunately, even if I had to upgrade service, even if I was verified, I still don't think I could put the whole page in there. But that's what they do. They look for any excuse, and then want to discredit you, and they have their following of mindless drones that don't call this stuff out because it's about being in the cult. Once again, Sherry says, I see more black women farmers up in my area. Yeah, absolutely. You see a lot of black farmers and stuff that are women and things like that. We even got a co-op down in Detroit, as I mentioned before. But the ones that are out there doing their thing, this is marvelous, great for them, But I don't rock with a lot of these B1s and foundational black. I don't rock with these people, ADOS. I don't rock with them, right? The Pan-African and all this stuff. I don't deal with all this nonsense because none of them cannot manifest and show in their communities that SHIT is working. So you know what we call that?
You're a crook. You're a cheat and a swindler. That's what you are. How can you do a thing like this?
This is what I call it. Call it an ace. I call it an ace. I call a spade a spade. That's exactly what I see, right? So they don't have nothing though, Sherry. I'm talking about these organization groups that I've been calling out, and there's more of them. It's more of them. These religious organizations too. Yeah, because we know that a lot of them, they have a a 501c3, right? So, which means that you already know they can receive money, right, from the donations, right, and they get tax exemption, right, from the government. Most of them are operating as a 501c3, which I have no problem with that. The problem is you talk all this pro-black stuff, and we ain't seeing nothing being done other than just talking. See, one thing I always learned from my mentor, Sherry, I learned this. Never listen to what people say, watch what they do, right? If they're not doing anything, that means, once again,
you're a crook. You're a cheat and a swindler. That's what you are. How can you do a thing like this?
Exactly. I rest my case once again. They don't want to have the conversation. All they want to do is shame and blame, over talk, get loud, be disruptive, condescending, snarly, negative. This is what they are. I've seen it in those spaces. I don't go to those spaces because all it is a big waste of time because it's a bunch of hypocrisy. This is why, what do they expect for other groups again? Will take us seriously. When we look in these communities, they're the most violent, whether it was daytime or at night. Why you think these areas got to be policed? The policing and things like that, yeah, it's there. But when I go to suburbs, there's a big difference because people out there have accountability and responsibility. When you go into the suburbs, people understand, people are civilized, right? There's a lot of civility. They're civil to each other. They go to work, they go to church, and everything else. They're not just out here hanging out. But when you look at the blue states and you look at the Democratic ran blue states, there is a correlation with welfare, single black women that makes up 80% of them, no fathers in the home, no type of direction, no type of discipline, no type of protection. All it is simply what? Lack of accountability and responsibility. Sherry says correct. This is exactly what it is. Sherry, if you were to call this out, oh, they would attack you, boy. Ooh, man, they would. It shouldn't be being attacked because you're not black or whatever. It should be what you're saying as opposed to putting a color on it. Because all they do is going to call me a coon anyway. I done heard that and everything else but the child of God, That don't bother me, right? Because what they know with certain blacks, it's Achilles heel to them. Coon don't hurt me. Being called a sellout don't hurt me because they misuse the word. The sellouts are the people that don't correct this stuff. The sellouts and the coons are the ones that are continuing on with the propaganda. They don't want to do anything better. All they want to do is blame you guys, blame whites and others for their so-called misfortune. They act like they have lived in the 1800s. Some of them still talk like they're in the 1800s. I'm not saying, damn, has education failed black folks that damn bad where they can? And I know that's not the case, because there's some intelligent blacks that he's talking to one now. I'm not over here talking like, speak English. So therefore people can understand. And this is what we're speaking English, not broken English, speak English. This is what our ancestors strive in the education. Frederick Douglass, right? Booker T. Washington. You done had a lot of blacks, right? You even had Tuskegee University and all the rest of them. Blacks have a history of black excellence if they were to go look. But we're not putting those people out today. It's all about ebonics and all this other stuff. They wouldn't be able to hold a candle to the blacks back then in the 1800s and up to modern day. They wouldn't be able to hold a candle to them. Sherry says, I was called a communist in the 80s. I'm not worried. No, you're not. You're not. Because all we know, one thing you have learned about blacks, a lot of them just talk. They ain't about the action. Even back then with the Ku Klux Klan. Unfortunate that have went on with my people in the past. But, like I said, if they were really about their life, they would have done something even then, You weren't praised. Nat Turner should have been a whole damn thing of Nat Turners if you were really about your people and about that life. But I understand. They try to split hairs on this thing, though. It's an all or nothing. I got to call it for what it is, We're not even living in that time no more. There's so much of abundance of opportunity and stuff like that. I never talk about race. But I'm going to get off this thread because I want to do the one with Obama now. So, yeah. So, Obama, Yep. So, this is, woo, boy. I was going to do it, though, Sherry. I was going to do it. Yep. The fallen Messiah and the arch deceiver, Barack Obama. We're going to go over his policies and stuff like that. Why not? Right? We're going to go ahead and get down to it. We're going to talk about it. Right? So this is about his political policies and other type of critiques and things in regards to Obama's bad policies. And there's a lot of criticism, right? So therefore, we're going to go with the first one, which is the healthcare reform, right? The healthcare reform, right? This is the one that Obama put together, which was called the Affordable Care Act, better known as Obamacare, right? This was the one that's supposed to expand the health insurance coverage. Millions of critics argue, right, that it led to higher premiums, which it did, for some and limited choices for consumers. The rollout phase faced significant technical issues and public dissatisfaction. Foreign policies, critics often pointed to the intervention of Libya as a mistake, which it was, resulting in the power vacuum and instability. His approach to Syria was also controversial, especially the decision not to intervene militarily, right? To intervene with the military after declaring a red line against what? The chemical weapons use. His economical policies as well, right? Although the economy recovered from the Great Recession, during his tenure, critics argued that the recovery was slow and uneven, with many Americans feeling left behind. Some also criticized the high national debt accrued during his presidency, which he did. See, he gets the thing, well, yeah, I saved the big. It was only, GM and Chrysler, because I remember back in 2008, right around that time when the companies were about to file a bankruptcy. Now, Ford didn't take the buyout. Ford did reorganization. I believe they did a Chapter 11. So they did a Chapter 11 reorganization, right? So this is why Ford is Ford today. That's a lot more prominent today. They had to cut a lot of the red tape, cut the fat, so forth like that, to make the company profitable again. Yeah, a lot of people had to get laid off indefinitely in order to make that happen, for them to still be around, right? What about the immigration policies, right? Obama's administration was criticized, and he was the one that was doing the deportation first. Excuse me. But he was the one doing the deportation first. We're talking about policies which some activists label that was too harsh. Kind of like what Trump is facing right now. You know what I'm saying? But one thing I agree with on the immigration part, though, he kind of had it right. I didn't agree with DACA. DACA had to go. We don't need DACA. You know what I'm saying? But he was spot on point with the deportation, right? Didn't like his gun control as well, And after several mass shootings, remember, during his presidency, we had more mass shootings in his presidency, I believe, than ever before. Excuse me. Obama advocated for stricter gun control, right? Measures. Critics argued that he failed to pass significant legislation, right? And highlighted concerns about the Second Amendment rights, which is right because, as we always say, the Second Amendment is the Constitution. They talking about gun control. We get some water here. Hold on for a minute. Sure, it sounds like I'm dying, but I'll be all right. I had to get some water. We can loosen up that mucus, Yeah, so the gun control, right? Now, we already know that with the guns, right, it ain't the guns itself, it's the people, right? And we already know this is a very, very complex, touchy subject. One thing about it is we still have the Constitution. This means that every citizen has the right to bear arms, right? And as long as we uphold the Constitution. But when they talk about gun control, they talk about people that are anti-American, which I always said Obama was as well, too. Obama was anti-American on a lot of things. Because there's gun control in here as well. Then he started talking about this climate change environment policies. You know what I'm saying? This is the stuff where they made all this money. Now, no one is saying that the earth don't warm up and get cold. But what they've been doing is that they've been running those scams going back with Al Gore, right? The vice president to Clinton, right? So they've been running this scam for a long time, though. The Paris Act is nothing but a money grab. That's all it is. Because they've been collecting all this money for a long time. It can go back as far as 2001, I believe, when it was implemented. It used to be called climate change instead of climate control. They had to change the name, but originally it was called climate change before it was called climate control. So this is a big thing. They want to use this stuff about fossil fuels and all this other kind of stuff that's eating up the ozone and all this. They made up all these lies so they can push an agenda to tax and take people's money. Because with this overlay for the underplay for the overlay is simply this. Now that this thing got passed back then, and then it never stopped from there. Then it was starting to go into the automobile, oil. There's a big thing about it right now, though. They want everybody to go to electric cars, solar panel farms, title with the wind farms, all this other nonsense. Germany having a problem over there big time because they fell for the okie doke. Glad we didn't fall for it. We stood up. We said hell to the no. You can't be effective like that. We got to have good old resources when it come down to our energy, right? This is exactly what it is, though, Sherry says, go ahead. You're on a roll. LOL. Thanks, Sherry. Sherry says, let me read up. I missed this, Sherry. Hold on for a minute. They don't understand. White women were more kidnapped and used as slavery. Nobody even talks about that exactly, because anything that going to come down to whites and other, see, black folks make it sound like this thing was a special thing to happen to them. There's slavery that's going on. There's slavery that's still going on right now. There's slavery all over the world. They don't really realize slavery didn't start with just with white people. You know what slavery started? It started from the Arabs. The Arabs were the ones that started slavery first, 13th century, when they entered into what we call ancient Ghana today, right? Mansa Musa and all that stuff, the Gold King and all that stuff. The Arabs was looking for a way to penetrate the stronghold because what intrigued the Arabs when Mansa Musa was the one that introduced the Arabs, how he was able to slave his own people. The Arabs were so impressed. They said, man, a man can enslave his own people this way. So went back to his other Arab friends and said, we got to get into Africa. We got to go into this area. This guy got all this gold, man. I mean, this guy named Mansa Musa, right? He got all this money, right? And we can go over there and we can conquer him, right? All we got to do is to wait for an opportunity to go in there and take all the wealth, right? And then not only that, we can go ahead and take us some slaves, right? African slaves. And this is exactly what ended up happening. Making a long story short, that's exactly what ended up happening, right? This is exactly what ended up happening. But they always, because they were the ones doing it way before whites came around doing it way after, and Arabs are still doing slavery today. Just go look at Southern Sudan. Northern Sudan. You go up in there where some of those areas over there, they're still kidnapping them over there. You go into Darfur, some of these other areas, Sudan, they're still kidnapping them. They're still kidnapping them in Nigeria and other places. The people and the women are still being kidnapped and then put into slaves, being slaves. They act like slavery, it only happened to blacks here in America. No, it wasn't abolished here, but it still goes on in practices in a lot of Arab countries. They're the ones that are still doing it. After they were told many times to stop doing it, they still do it. You go into the Middle East, slavery still exists. It ain't gone away. This is an ancient practice that they do. That's why when they see black folks, they don't have a lot of respect for black folks because they look at black folks as inferior and less than. You know what I'm saying? We're going to go ahead and go there all in the name of Islam, right? Just go ahead and tell the truth for what it really is. But the blacks don't even know the history of slavery. Slavers is what they call them, because slavery went on with Europeans as well, too. In Europe, it went all over the world, to be exact. It was called slavers. But blacks they use the word like it's only to their own personal struggle only, which is ridiculous. This is just crazy. But they don't know the history either. They allow these what I call them, these cultish so-called pro-blacks, B1 foundational blacks, Pan-Africanism. See, they believe. See, the thing about it is that everybody going to have somebody to blame, right? None of them taking no type of accountability of their own action. It's all about blaming other people. Let me get back on Obama, man, because I already went down that thread, though, man. They cooked enough, man. They ain't not even worth the steak ain't worth the sizzle, though, because they ain't doing nothing, and they're gonna continue not doing nothing. All right, so let's go ahead and go down to it, though. So, Barack Obama's stance on same-sex marriages, such as the LGBTQ, rights involved significantly during his presidency. That's why we call him the first gay president, right? Here's some of the key points I want to lay out for you guys. One was the same-sex marriages. Number two, LGBTQ right advancement, right? Number three, woke agenda, right? This is another one that he created, right? Healthcare and education and international advocacy. And most of all this is all about LGBTQ. These 45 legs or these pillars that I was talking about, it had more rights with that whole woke agenda. That's what this was about. You got these blacks that want to use the word woke, and they think that this applies to them, and it doesn't. Because if we're going to start using woke. I'm going to use the one political woke, because the political woke talk about these things that I'm about to bring up, such as the woke agenda, right, that I criticize, right? Because it refers to a progressive movement advocating for social justice and equality. Critics argue that these policies promoting LGBTQ. They're only 4% throughout the United States. You mean to tell me that this small minority group that got weaponized by the government, which is Obama, right? He pushed this, right? He pushed this and passed laws, right, in regards to the same-sex marriages and a lot of other things, right? He was the one. This is where our country started becoming divided. It was from him, Obama, right? The arch deceiver, and as well as the fallen Messiah, right? So the LGBTQ, right, rights could be seen as part of this bordering agenda, which is perceived to be too far-reaching to the left, right, infringing on religious freedoms, right, which it did. Because this thing morphed on religious people. Anybody that talked against it, you were considered a racist and a hater. They started coming up with all these pronouns and acronyms and all this other stuff. I don't see nothing in here about black woke, because that's the one that he tried to, the guy that I was talking about earlier, Kid Gravity Beyond. See, he don't even know what the hell he's talking about, right? So what I was saying is, yeah, we know he's right. There are two type of wokes. But the one Obama, he wasn't talking about the black woke one. He was talking about the political one. The political one. This is the one that morphed into this monster, right? The left party really got taken over by Obama, right? The what we call the deceiver, as well as the fallen Messiah. You know, I'm talking about Barack Hussein Obama, right? The fallen Messiah and the great deceiver. This is what happened. Your party failed because of these particular policies that were pushed. You thought anybody in Congress read through this stuff? No, they just signed on it. They didn't care about this stuff, right? And how did they get this stuff pushed? Now, you got to keep in mind, when the Democrats want to push something, right, most of the time, they always deal with who? The black community. Because they have to use the black community, and they have used the black community as far as with black women, because they know that black women are the ones that are the most voters in the so-called black community. And then when you look at most black women, they turn out in record numbers to vote what? Democrat. Obama already knew this. So he said, all we got to do is appeal this into the black community. We'll put it in for equity, right? Diversity, equity, inclusion, right? And that's exactly what ended up happening. It fell under that the banner, right? That's where it was birthed through Obama. That's where it came from, right? That's exactly what happened. So this is why we have a situation right now. None of these B1s and Pan-Africanists, right? And these foundational blacks, they don't even call this stuff out at all. All they want to do is talk about Trump. You know, this is all they want to do. They sit up here talking about Donald Trump all the time. I know his policies. His policies for the country. Obama pushed the LGBT, so he elevated them up. Once they started getting some leverage, then they started elevating them up. Same thing happened with the feminist movement. The feminist movement with white women, we go back in, 19th Amendment, 1920s, the suffrage of women, right? Being allowed to vote and all this other kind of stuff, right? But in order for the movement for feminism to really take flight, they needed the black woman. Now, we got to keep in mind, Black women were always working. From the slave days, they were always there. They jumped onto a white woman's struggle. Now, the problem with that is that they jumped on that movement, right? And this is where things got crazy. Because again, black feminists and white feminists don't hang out with each other. To me, it's crazy to see a black woman talking about she's a black feminist. I'm like, are you crazy? Black men never had the power to oppress black women, so how the hell can you be a black feminist, right? That's the whole thing about it. Color Purple with Mr., they want to make it sound like everybody that they were living up under Mr. They try to make us all sound like we were Mr., right? If you ever saw Color Purple. Danny Glover, Whoopi Goldberg, right? Sit back here talking all this stuff like we over here oppressing black women. They are the leaders in the black community, and they are the ones with the most voting turnout. Everybody know that, right? So how can you be a black feminist? It makes no sense. They don't call this out. See, with the B1s and all the rest of them, they don't call this nonsense out. So that's why I'm talking about it right now. Because once this thing goes as a video, and I want him to comment and reach out to me about it. I want him to, right? Because they didn't call this stuff out. Talking about Trump, and I'm going to get on that in a minute. But here it is. Everything in this Obama's policies was for the LGBTQ community, So he may have a lot in common with that. That's his business. I'm not shaming him. If you are gay, whatever, that's fine. Not calling it out. It makes sense. You want to see some policies in there that mirror for what your lifestyle is. I get it. That's not the problem. But the thing about it is that it's been weaponized. So with Obama's policies that have been weaponized, this is why it went so far to the left that it started offending people from the religious house as well as other types of people. Heterosexuals, they started making all these laws, and if you mispronounce somebody and call them what they are, all that came under Obama. That's why in Michigan right now, we got a governor, Whitner. She passed this about 3 years ago, right? She said that anybody misclassifies somebody, it can be fined in jail time. Now, we're going to be trying to get that overturned because this is unconstitutional once again. See how they are all anti-American and they don't believe in the Constitution either. They hate the Constitution, right? And they don't believe in they don't believe in our government, how it's supposed to work. For the people, by the people, right? For them, it's for the corporations, by the corporations, right? The corporations that pull their chains and tell them what to do in order for them to get a payout. That's what they do. But a lot of these Dems and some of these rhino Republicans that we call the Uniparty, that's what they do. It's not about people and in this country or whatever. It's about the bag. It's about the money, right? This is what it's about. Now, what's the other one? The international advocacy. Obama emphasized human rights globally, advocating for LGBTQ rights in international forums, pressuring countries with anti-LGBTQ laws to reform them. Because I remember that he had his butt all in Africa trying to put pressure on the Africans about the LGBTQ stuff. He was pushing this thing to make this thing globally. It was an international policy that was supposed to protect the LGBTQ community. Now, you go that strong because, again, you got some stake, you got some claim in it, right? This is what it was, or what it is. Overall, Obama's approach to the same-sex marriages and the LGBTQ rights marked a significant shift in American policies and played a critical role in advocating these issues during his presidency. Reactions to his policies vary widely, reflecting broader social debates, right, about LGBTQ rights and social justice, right? This is exactly what it is. This is what it is. This is what's going on. Now let's go ahead with the woke thing because I'm gonna go back on Obama in a minute. What's that guy? Kid Gravity Beyond. I ran on his channel earlier in the afternoon, as I mentioned before. So he was talking about the woke, and he was challenging the people in his audience, though. Now I admit he got a bigger following than me. I don't have no problem about admitting it. I haven't too long started doing this live stuff, right? It's been about a few months and things, though. But I'm not a stranger to the YouTube where I've been on this thing since 2009. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. But at any event, let's talk about the woke because as I mentioned to him, and I don't think he knew that, I knew that. And I said, well, which one do you want? Because I know where he was going. Because there's a black narrative of woke. We always used to say, stay woke, stay woke. We knew that as black folk what that meant, right? We knew what that meant. So it would be crazy for me not to understand that. But there was another one, as I mentioned to him, which was the political one. Now I put up the political one, I think it was first. But he had one of his mods to block me. I started laughing because I said, this is hilarious. They don't want to have a conversation, ladies and gentlemen. They just sit up in their little phony ivory towers trying to act like they somebody or whatever. You just been disingenuous. You didn't want to have a conversation. And you had to block me because you already know because I'll make you look bad on your show. See? Only thing he could do is just mute me, over talk. That's what a lot of them do. That's why I don't really go on these clowns. If we're going to have it, he has to come over here. I'm not going to go over there. You got to come over here, which he's not going to do. Because so he's going to start saying, well, yeah, his audience is too small. I mean, he ain't got enough followers, and I ain't going to deal with that. See, it's always going to be an excuse. A real person to go on anybody's channel. What's the one thing I respect about Tommy Sotomayor? And he's a guy that's been in the space as long as I have, right? Thing about it is that he will have the conversation with anybody. I ain't never seen him run from no conversation with nobody. They be the ones blocking him. But he's the one that was staying. He always told the truth, and he always stood on his square for what he believes in. Not many people in these social spaces does that because they don't have any type of decorum, no type of honor, and no type of integrity. There's only a few people that I respect in these type of forums and stuff like that. If I'm wrong, I ain't got no problem saying I'm sorry. I'm human. I'm not sitting over here like I'm some old Superman, like they sitting up here like they're knower of all, No, because we make mistakes, right? I do Uber, you know what I'm saying? Shoot, it is what it is. That's why I say I call the channel Some Random Guy Speaks. That's why I named it. You're afraid to have a conversation with some random guy. I get it. There's cowards everywhere. I get it. They're the cowards, right? So other than that, let's go ahead and talk about the woke. There's 4 pillars of the woke. This is the political one, right? This is the one that Trump in his policy said that he was going to stop, and we was advocating for it. This is one of the reasons why we voted for Trump. They tried to make it sound like Trump, that's cold for what black folks. No, it don't. No, it's not. They're just liars. See, let's go. I got the receipt right here. This guy ain't gonna want to come on my show. Come and make him look bad. Key aspects of the term woke includes number 1, social awareness, being woke, which is a joke, but being woke, suggesting and understanding and recognition, right, of social justices and inequality in society, right? This can encompass issues such as racism, sexism, LGBTQ plus Well, because you know they always add other stuff on there because we know the P was about to come next. You know what the P stands for. Rights, environmental justice, and more. Number two, activism. The term is often associated with activists, right? Activism aimed to promoting social change. People who identify as woke may engage, right, in protests, advocacy, and other forms of activism to address societal issues. Number three, critiques of power structures. Woke individuals often critique existing power structures. Stop right here. Look what I just read. Woke individuals often critique existing power structures, but you cannot critique them. When you start to critique them, guess what? They call you a racist. This is what they call you, right? Sound familiar? This is what they do. So, right up front, this is all disingenuous. It really don't mean nothing because if it was what they said that it was supposed to be for, if they really believed in DEI, diversity, right, equity, inclusion, this means that it's for everybody, not a certain group of people. But right here, this is sound like it's for a certain group of people. It sounds to me that because right now, let's say if I wasn't heterosexual, and let's say that if I was in a part of the LGBTQ community, right? I know DEI would be in my favor because Obama set up policies to protect the LGBTQ community, right? It don't have nothing on here that's referencing to any particular color, but it has a lot more to do with gender selection, right? This is exactly what it is right here. They have it set up in a legal system that they can go after heterosexual people that don't agree with their policies. And this is what this is what the pro-blacks, the B1s, the ADOS, the Pan-Africanists, right? They should be calling this out. Not one of them called this out. This is just a bunch of crap. They don't realize that this is what's destroying America, not white racism, but this liberal talking point that has manifested into what we call morphed into this like monster politically. It divided people up. It was about to destroy the country, right? We had to stop this monster from morphing into something else. And ladies and gentlemen, don't think we won the battle, but we have to win the war because there's still a war going on. This thing is still there. We want to crush it. We don't want for it to coexist. Now, and what I mean by that, now I'm talking about, let me say this word very carefully before I go any further. I have no problem with LGBTQ people by themselves. But we all know some that are. They are happy in their own communities. They, in my opinion, I don't think a lot of them ever wanted to be put up front and be weaponized. They just want to coexist, and they have a right to coexist in their own community. If we're talking about adults, right? Where I disagree is on the children. That's, as I always took that stance, right? And it would be nice if I could get some of these, I'm a lover of black folks and black people, because they have more rights, sir and ma'am, than you do. Shoot. They have more rights in this country as well as around the world than heterosexual people that are following some type of denominational, as far as faith-based religions, Christian, Muslim, Hindu, don't matter. Any of these religions, right? They have more weight politically, right? And that came under Obama, right? The great deceiver, right? In a fallen the great deceiver in a fallen Messiah. This is where it came from. That's exactly where it came from. That's why I always put that on his title, because it's very fitting, right? So they have been allowed to, as individuals, they have been allowed to exist by critiquing the power structure and societal norms that perpetuate inequality, and injustice. Have they not been going on this thing? They are actually. This is what the BLM is really. The BLM actually is them. It wasn't about Black Lives Matters. It was about the LGBTQ movement. It masqueraded as Black Lives Matters. But no, they pushed it, because you see a lot of rainbow flags and all that. They try to say, well, yeah, equity, inclusion, everybody, and all this other kind of stuff. That's not true. Because they didn't go into these black communities trying to make a correction. They went after the whites. They went after ones with some of these stupid officers and all this other stuff that did this nonsense type of crimes and stuff like that, or whatever. Some of them were innocent. Well, where the marches came from? It came out of BLM. And this was an organization that morphed out of this policy. They don't call this out. They should, but they don't. They don't call it out. It'll be nice if they called it out. So let's continue. All right. So, where was I here? So we talked about that. We talked about, number 4, cultural sensitivity. The concept to encourage sensitivity to issues of privilege and the experiences of marginalized groups. So here it is. The concept encourages sensitivity to issues of privilege. Now, what do they mean by that? Right? The concept of encouraging sensitivity to issues of privilege. Now, they already consider themselves privileged, right? Because that's where I'm getting from it. If I'm wrong, Sherry, that's where I'm getting from it. Sensitivity to, issues of privilege. So that would mean that one has special kind of rights to be able to allow to do things that other groups do not have under what they call privilege, and the experiences of marginalized groups. So when they talk about marginalized groups, well, that can be, they consider marginalized groups Black folks that were marginalized. But, wait a moment. You got other groups, right, that are considered marginalized. But here's the thing. It says the concept encourages sensitivity to issues of privilege and the experiences of marginalized groups. Now, cultural sensitivity. Now, if I'm in the LGBTQ community, right, not only that I might have privilege, but I'm also going to be considered to be marginalized, right? This is a play on words. Marginalized does not mean Black folks. It's talking about people that are of privilege, which are the LGBTQ community. Now, why aren't they breaking this stuff down and talking about this stuff? That's exactly what it means. That's exactly what it means. Yeah. So here we are, right? So this right here is what they call woke. This is the real definition, not about what that clown talking about. Nobody cares about black lingo about being woke. It don't mean nothing unless if you're building and doing something for yourself. They're not trying to build anything. All they try to do is try to have the next big channel. Everybody want to blow up like Kevin Samuels. That's all they care about, is being the next Kevin Samuels. They don't care about nothing else. Sherry says, yes, you're on the roll. Yes. Oh, yes. Sherry says, speaking of woke, the Prime Minister of Canada resigned today. You're right. He did. He did. Yeah, the president resigned. The Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau. Yeah, I heard that earlier, that he did resign and things like that. So good riddance, because he wasn't going to make it anyway. Not under the Trump about to get, he's already been certified. You already saw the great news on that. and things. So and we're gonna talk about that a little bit. So yeah, so he let me see here. Yeah, Trump. Let me see. I can pull up X. That's why I love X. That's why everybody should be on X. X, he was over here talking crap about Elon, right? I know people don't like Elon. Elon is the type of guy, everybody ain't gonna like this guy. That's fine. I think the guy is a great guy. I don't know him personally, but I'm talking about off of his ingenuity. This guy is a billionaire, built himself up, African American, from South African heritage that came over here to America on a dream and built himself up. That's exactly what he did. So now we want to sit up here and talk this crap and talk this stuff, and he want to talk about him. He ain't got billions. Elon is hiring people every day. This guy can put a rocket ship to the moon or to Mars. He can make that rocket land right back down from whence it came. This guy just talking crap. You ain't even in the same stratosphere as Elon Musk. So stop the cap. Ain't nobody thinking about your behind. You a peon. I'm talking about the guy, Kid Gravity. I'm talking about that dude. He's nothing but a peon. I wouldn't even give this guy any type of but I said, you know what, I could ride on what he had to say. You know what I'm saying? Because other than that, he ain't talking about nothing. He ain't trying to have a conversation. But yeah, X is where people should be. This is where you want to get your news at, and Truth Social is the other one. But this is used to be formerly Twitter, as everybody know. So yeah. So there it is. They have given. Look at this right here, man. Isn't this kind of creepy? Look at this. Trump posted this, right? This was posted about 8 hours ago. Breaking news. Democrats are calling to put up a Joe Biden statue in front of the White House for his achievement. Look at this dude. This guy is the worst president that we have ever had in the history of the United States. And then they end up making a statue of this dude. Look at this guy here. I mean, look at this guy here. The war on Ukraine, right? All that money went to Ukraine, right? All the illegals that went in here, though, look at this. I seriously don't think he will get no jail time. He done got way past the dementia is prison enough for this guy, man. He had a mutiny on his hand. Look at him, and they look at this. You see how creepy this looks, Sherry? Look at this. Let me make it a little bigger. Where we at? All right, here we are. Look at this. This is Joe Biden statue right here. This is exactly what it is. Right there. Let me see here. Let me see. Where my Obama fit picture at? Obama. Yeah, here he is right here. Here's this guy right here. Obama. There he is. Here's the other photos right here. Yeah. I seriously say that he's older than 63 though. I think he was born in 58, I think. Who paid for that? You already know, Sherry. We as the citizens of the United States paid for that statue. We pay for everything else. But we are the ones, my dear, that have paid for that statue. I can answer that real easy. Huh. They don't pay for nothing anyway. They the ones. I mean, look at this. Look at that statue. Didn't I pull it up? Yeah, they got but that Biden statue. Let's go ahead and put it back up again. Where's that Biden statue at? Oh, it's right here. There it is. There's that Biden statue right here. This is Biden right here. They got a statue in this guy's name. Man, and when you thought it got worse, it did. Worst president we ever had. And they gave a statue. They put a statue in this guy's name. Look at this. And it looks creepy and weird. They erected a statue, and the taxpayers are paying for it. And I got this off of X, because that's all they do is report the truth. That's a statue. This guy got a statue. Obama didn't get a statue. Does Obama got a statue? I know they all have libraries, you know. Yeah. Here's a guy right here. Yeah. Here it is. The 44th president of the United States. That's when he was less gray right there, you know. He got a lot more gray now. Oh, look at the family. Look at the Obamas, right? Everybody wonder whose those children really are, you know. Oh, look at the family. Aren't they cute? Ain't they sweet? Oh, look at that. Would you look at that? Look at that, Sherry. You see that? You see, I know you're trying not to throw up, but look at that. Oh, look at that. Got the Obama family. Look at them. That's when they were young. You could tell, though, because they were less gray, especially Obama, right? Yep. Look at this. Yep. This is exactly what it is. Are they calling this stuff out? Nope. Nope. This is exactly what it is. Look at this. Yep. So I know I've been on a lot of these pages so many times, though, you know. So we got all 50 presidents and stuff like that, or 50, I'm sorry, not 50, but 47 presidents on here. Because we got George Washington, right? We got John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, right? James Madison, James Monroe, John Quincy Adams, Andrew Jackson, Martin Van Buren, William Henry Harrison, John Tyler, John K. Polk, Zachary Taylor, Millard Feldman, Franklin Pierce, John Buchanan. Then we also have Abraham Lincoln, Andrew Jackson, Ulysses X. Grant. We also had Rutherford B. Hayes, James Garfield, Chester A. Arthur, Grover Cleveland, right? Benjamin Harris, Grover Cleveland again. Well, he had a second term. William McKinney, Theodore Roosevelt, William Howard Taft, right? Woodrow Wilson, Warren G. Harding, Calvin Coolidge, Herbert Hoover, Franklin D. Roosevelt, Henry S. Truman, Dwight D. Eisenhower, John F. Kennedy, Lyndon B. Johnson, Richard Milhouse Nixon, Gerald R. Ford, James Carter, better known as Jimmy Carter. Carter. Welcome, Carter. Yeah, that's how you got to say Carter. Ain't no Carter. Carter. New York accent. Ronald Reagan, George H. W. Bush, William J. Clinton, better known as Bill Clinton. Hey. George W. Bush Jr., Barack Obama, Donald J. Trump, Joseph Robert Biden Jr., right? Soon to be Donald John Trump. Once again, 47 president. Ladies and gentlemen, named every last one of them on there. Went down to all 47, all of them, right? All the presidents, right? All the presidents of the United States. So here we are. So, yep, that's exactly what it is, you know. Sherry says, just sickening. I know, right? Yeah, because some of these guys, some of our worst presidents that we have ever had in the history, such as, Woodrow Wilson, because he was the one that sold us out to the central bank, which is known as the Federal Reserve Bank. I did shorts on this, though, too. The Federal Reserve Bank is nothing more than a private banking institution that print money all over the world besides the United States. They are the reasons why we have the IRS. There are also the reasons why we have the FBI, CIA, These are the reasons why we have a lot of these non-organizations that does not work towards the people because with the Constitution, because we never voted them in. They're unlawful. So that's why I stay on that, Yeah, so they don't work on the behalf of the people. Had they would have been have they would have worked on the behalf of the people, and this is why you see right now, Sherry, where the CIA, excuse me, the CIA, there is a let me see here. I think there's a book. There's a book called Operation Gladio. Operation Gladio. Whoops. Operation Gladio. Yeah, Operation Gladio. I think there is a movie, but there is a book. I think there's an audio book too, but here it is right here. Offered on Amazon. This right here, though, Sherry, if you are a reader, I would suggest, Sherry, that you get this book. This is called by Paul L. Williams. It's called Operation Gladio, the unholy alliance between Vatican, the CIA, and the mafia. They are all intertwined. This is truly who's running America. In this book right here, once you have read this book, you will be totally unplugged from the Matrix. If you ever read this book, Sherry says that was for the Biden statue. I know what you meant. We have a large in the community. Yeah, it's a lag. I know what you meant to say. We have a lag in the communications. Yeah, we do. Yep, we do. But yeah, this book right here, Operation Gladio. Yeah, this is the book right here, though, that I would highly suggest getting. And then things will start making sense. Because as I said before, the CIA, when it was created, it came out of a secret society which is called Skull and Bones. So practically in the basement of Skull and Bones, the CIA was created, right? And they were the ones that created this organization. And since it was created, they gave them a sense of dominion over others, because it wasn't really about central intelligence on its enemies, but it's American people, anybody that challenged and went against them. There's a lot of bodies and stuff come up missing and dead because of this organization. So there's a trinity: the Vatican, the CIA, and the mafia. And this is basically what it is, though, too. That's why they call it the unholy alliance. So the CIA was never meant to be in our or created in our country, but it was created after the after what was it the national, what we call the Federal Reserve Bank, back in 1913. Because when that bank got established, there was also the CIA got established, the FBI as well that got established, as well as the Internal Revenue Service, the IRS. So these four entities are not constitutional, which means they are not by the government or backed by the government, because it never got passed through Congress. It got passed in secrecy. And therefore, we have a problem that we have right now. So if you ever read this book, and this is for anybody, and even for my detractors, because a lot of them might be at work right now, but I'm calling them out. You know what I'm saying? And this right here points to, you want to talk about going down the rabbit hole? I challenge them to go down the rabbit hole and read that book. Challenge them to read that book. You think these B1s and all the rest of them, you think they're going to be about this life? No, they're not going to be about this life, because they're too busy being a victim. And they don't really know where the source, where all this stuff coming from. They're being played. Not only that they've been funded by this organization, but they've been played. They're putting people against each other. All your so-called racism and all the stuff that we have in this country and everything else have came out of here. That's what they do. Right? This is the syndicate, ladies and gentlemen, right here. Operation Gladio. This is it. That's why you look at the picture. It has a picture of Jesus on the cross, and then in reflection, there's a shadow of a gun, a pistol. That's about right too. That's about fitting. You know, I'm not gonna go into a whole lot with Vatican and all that stuff, but yeah, because it'd be too lengthy. But this is where it is right here. You get this book and you read this, and you'll just see things totally different, though, Sherry. You know, you'll just see things for what it really is, and read it with your friends. Have a book party. Include them in on it. I know you would, but yeah, that way you ain't got to be by yourself. And for some of them though, they probably after reading this though, you know, I ain't trying to scare nobody. I'm just saying though, you got to be aware and know what's really going on. You know, so yeah, that's what it is. Yep, that is exactly what is going on right there. Yep, this is basically it right there. In fact, though, too, I'm gonna put my my link again. I want my other link too, because I know, as I always said, if people want to have a conversation, they're more welcome to. And I keep forgetting to post my link up, but there's a link right there. So if they're truly about their word, where they want to come on here and get up on the panel, yeah, I'm game. If they are, they can come up here. Anybody can come up here, but I'm just saying the link. I always drop the link down. I'm gonna start doing that now and then. Sometimes I forget to drop the link, but today I'm very much on it. Today, can't do it when I'm mobile, but when I'm not mobile, I drop the link. There it is. So they could have come up here and have the conversation as civilized people are supposed to, and allow each other to conversate instead of over talking and being all disingenuous. That's all I'm asking for people to do. So the link is down there. If they want to click the link and come on up, I can put them right up here on the stage, you know. Take them out the waiting room and put them right there on the stage if they want to have a conversation with me. I'm just some random guy, though. We're just having a conversation and things. We ain't got to believe on everything politically, but at least let us show some type of decorum and have a respect for one another and say, okay, you know, I may not agree with this and tell me why. And that's fine. You know what I'm saying? That's okay. You know, I'm not one of these type of person to say, oh yeah, don't believe in the MAGA thing. Get him out of here. No. But they was very disingenuous with me and things, because I know he didn't want to have a conversation. He kept saying he wanted the conversation, but he didn't want to have a conversation and things like that. I'm talking about this kid, Gravity dude, you know, he didn't want to have a conversation. He's like the rest of them. They just run their mouth, these B1 spaces, black first, pro-black. I should have put that up there too, but the thumbnails are just enough. That way I can get the attention of these clowns. I know a lot of them probably at work, but I was really hoping to snag me one of them today. That's why I had to redo that thumbnail. You like the thumbnail, Sherry, with the Obama thing that I posted with Obama? You know, the fallen Messiah and the archer and the great deceiver. Yep, I put that up here in the middle there. You know, the fallen Messiah. I should have made that a little bigger, but that's okay though. People can still read it. Yep, Obama. Yep, the fallen Messiah and the great deceiver. Yep, because everybody have been deceived in America as well as the world by him, by pushing these policies and stuff like this, these far progressive left policies and stuff for the LGBTQ community stuff. This is why we're in a situation now. It was all disingenuous from the start. He can't sit up here and try to make it work any other way, because it didn't. It alienated people. It pissed people off. It would try to have a control over what we could say and things. Comedy stopped being funny because now everybody. What was funny about comedy is that there was times when people were teased, and people that were gay, they were no exception. They were being teased. Now people can't even make fun of gay people no more. They got the cancel culture going on. That was another thing that morphed out of this whole thing. Cancel culture. Me Too movement, right? When would it stop? It's just a witch hunt on people that have different ideologies, like different politically or socially or religiously. It never stopped. It was like a monster just raging to continuously go on. So we had to put a stop to it, and I'm glad we did. It was a group effort. Catholics got involved, the Jewish community got involved, other Christians got involved, people got involved, voted for Trump. Trump was for change, and he is. That's why we voted for Trump. So for Kid Gravity, I'm giving you the reasons, sir, why we voted for Trump. You always want to use race, color all the time. We're all the black people. We didn't vote for Trump for that. We voted for change, sir. We wanted him to do something greater. I'm not going to leave it up to you black clowns no more. No way. You guys had your opportunities well over 60 years ago. You fumbled the ball on that. You don't have a pot to piss in, or you know what to throw it out of. So far as I'm concerned, even though I wouldn't mind talking to a B1 or what's the other one? The B1 or the Foundational Blacks, but it's going to end up being all the same. They don't even know how to have a real debate, for real, for real. I done heard them before, because they always come from being a victim all the time. And that's what you're not going to do, is you're not going to come on my channel being a victim. You're going to be a man, and you're going to talk about it for real, because the questions that I have for you, sir, since you're a B1, is why don't you have your own community? And why aren't you hiring and building for yourself, building your own businesses with your own education? If the black educational system is so superior, then why don't you show me? And you can't say racism. Because as I said before, there's many people out here that have gotten the LLCs and credit and business credit and good credit and everything. So you don't have no excuse. You better not go there. See, they're not going to want to have a conversation with me for real. Because it's all disingenuous anyway. As long as they have an audience of ignorant, stupid people that follow them. And unfortunately, Sherry, there's a lot of blacks out there that still buy into this hogwash. They believe in this nonsense, right? They love being a victim. They just love it. It's all they know how to do. Just sit up here and be a victim. Get up here and shame and blame people. They even shame and blame blacks that are doing better. Go figure that. They're not about tolerance. They're not about love and acceptance. They're what they would be classified as a racist organization. And why would they be considered racist? Because everybody else that's non-black that was not born here in America, they talk out against them. They talk all this brotherly love stuff, which is not true. It's just talk. Because if they were really about that, then they would have solidarity like Jewish people do. But we know a lot of blacks can't stand one another. They hate one another, which is absolutely correct. This is why nothing ever gets done. Nothing ever goes ahead. Nothing ever gets, you know what I'm saying? And this happened way before Obama. Obama just divided it even further because he elevated the LGBTQ community above the black community. Just like feminism was elevated over the black community. They all have something in common. They used the blacks. The blacks were so dumb and stupid to allow this to happen. And that's exactly what they did. They used the blacks as a platform, And once they got enough power where they didn't need the blacks no more, they said, bye-bye, see you, sucker. That's exactly what ended up happening. Instead of saying, well, wait a moment, if you're talking all this equity inclusion, there should be more. It's more. I read through his policy, the one I was just reading from right now, Sherry. You heard me read the policy. Everything was LGBTQ. Not one thing was about blacks at all. Not one. Not one. Not one thing about blacks at all. Nothing. They gave this guy a pass. 8 years. Now, I must admit, I never voted for this guy. I never voted Democrat. I always voted Republican, but I never voted for this guy. This guy got a pass from the black community simply because he was black. The only thing he was running on is change. He kept saying that. That's all it was. That's what it was. Obama even said it wasn't about white or black or rich or poor or whatever. It was about being American. That's what he ran on originally. That's what sold a lot of people. Black, white, and other. If we were living in that other racist thing, why we end up having a black president? You would figure that the blacks would be a little bit more sympathetic now to the whites, being that that Obama was the president. Then they had to find out 8 years later that Obama policies did not benefit blacks, which it didn't. I just read through his policies. It benefited the LGBTQ. They want to always bang on Trump. How about I bang on them? And we can go down there with Biden as well, too. Biden was the one for the 94 crime bill, right? That have locked up many blacks, mass incarceration, you know, the war on drugs, right? 3-strike rule, all that stuff. All that came out of the Clinton administration, right? A lot of us was around. We all lived this year. We was all there, right? Yeah, we know it very well, right? All in the 90s, right? Drugs and stuff that was brought in here. The CIA brought the drugs to the GIs and stuff through Vietnam and everything like that. The dead GI soldiers that brought in here. What did they do? Pushed it in the black community as well. COINTELPRO, all the stuff that went on. I'm not saying that this stuff did not happen. We know what's going on. But if you know all this stuff or whatever, all I'm saying is that there should be a push against it. I didn't see a push against it. We grew up in the drug culture. It was drug culture as a Generation Xer, baby. We grew up in the dope era, right? This is exactly what it is. Where the agents and stuff that came in there was even like crates. I'm gonna tell you this, Sherry. There was even like crates. There was a freight that was put into these black communities, right? And they had weaponry. I'm talking about machine guns, assault rifles. These were put in the black community purposely, right? Not only that the drugs came in on CIA, but the weaponry came in here as well, right? This all came down here in America, right? This is exactly what happened. So if we were to talk about, Reagan, the war on drugs, say no to drugs, Nancy Reagan, she had that whole campaign on that. This is way before Biden, but Biden was around then. He was a senator then. And anybody that don't know, the Senate is the powerfulest group in the politics there is. They are also the most corrupt. I'm going to tell you why. Because there's no term limits on being a senator. And it's a job. It's a job. They call it, what do they call it? We call it milk and honey. Like, being a senator, where you may only have to work 1 year out of election or whatever like that, right? Besides that, they don't work. And a lot of them, they take cutbacks, right? The lobbyists, the military industrial complex, they get tons and tons of offers to push policy, right? A lot of them hold a law degree. This is also done purposely. Now, yeah, it would make sense to kind of put term limits on being a senator, but do you realize that they would never allow that? I told my other friend, they're not going to allow that. What senator is going to vote against putting term limits on that type of stuff? And they get open-ended credit cards as well. I don't know if you know this or not, Sherry, but the credit cards that a lot of senators hold, they have an unlimited amount of spending that they're allowed to do. And it's all the taxpayers' money. So even though they go rogue and do something stupid, I mean, what are you going to go after? Because all it is other people's money, which is us. These people are our rulers, right? The Senate. Talking about the senator, being a senator. If you was a senator right now, Sherry, though, you know, you would have like this opportunity of having this open-ended credit card. And then not only that, though, you'll have to worry about being bought off by a lobbyist because they will entice you. They will offer you like, so see that you have a farm. They'll say it like this. Hi, Sherry. I see that you have a farm and it looked like you also with the farm. I'm sure you can use a nice vacation or I'm sure you can use some help. And we have a solution for you. If you were to sign off on this particular bill here, we can make life a lot easier for you, Sherry, just by signing here on the dotted line. If you can get this and that done for us up on Capitol Hill, we need to have this particular bill passed. This is how the lobbyists get down, you know. If you can do this for us, do you have a loved one trying to go to college? Guess what? Not only that we'll take away the college debt, but we'll set up a corporation, right? And we'll give him a position in the corporation. In fact, he doesn't even have to show up. He doesn't even have to show up to go to job. We'll pay him $400,000 a year, Sherry. If you got a loved one right now, cousin, aunt, or niece, nephew, we'll pay him $400,000. He ain't got to show up to go to work. You know what I'm saying? You don't think that a lot of these politicians would turn that offer down? No. Many of them will take that offer. You mean to tell me I ain't got to go to work or such and such don't have to work at all? No. You don't have to work at all. How is that possible? They'll say, hey, listen, we got that taken care of. You ain't got to worry about that. All you got to do is get the bill passed. If you can pass this bill, then we'll set it up. You wash my back, I'll wash yours. That's where that term came from. It come from the lobbyists. You wash my back and I'll wash yours, right? That's where that came from. So this is why the way that the Senate is set up like this, and I don't think that the founder and fathers could foresee this far ahead. Even though the Constitution is a great piece of work, as far as freedom, liberty, and justice. Freedom, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But the problem with that, Sherry, is simply this. They did not foresee something called the military-industrial complex. The only president in our time that saw it, and you should know by now, was Eisenhower. He saw it. Eisenhower called it out. And he told who did he tell that to? He told that to, I think it was Patton. I think it was Patton, but he told one in the military, or MacArthur, one of the two, because we had this conversation a little while ago, not that long. But he told one of them this: you got to look out for the military-industrial complex, right? That's the one you got to look out for, because the military-industrial complex, that is the powerfulest organization clique on the planet. And this is why all these wars and stuff. If there isn't any war, well, we're going to create a war so we can get more funding. That's what it's all about. It's about funding. It don't have nothing to do with nothing else. Why you think 9/11 had to happen, right? Why we had to think about the Tonkin, the pigs, the Bay of Pigs, and all the rest of this stuff, right? With the Cold War and all this other stuff. North Korea, right? World War II, World War One, right? All this stuff led up to funding and getting more money. This is what this is about. That's why Pearl Harbor had excuse me, Pearl Harbor had to happen. We already know it was intel. They already knew the Japanese kamikazes were coming in. They already knew about that. In 45, when they bombed Pearl Harbor, they already knew they were coming in. They stood aside to see that aircraft carrier was bombed. Pearl Harbor was hit. Oh my God, the Japanese are attacking. They could have stopped them. Absolutely. They had the resources to, but they did not. And all this is about funding. This is what this is about. Everything is about getting more money, funding. You know. Now let's go ahead and talk about. I got some other stuff too that I wanted to bring up regards to Obama. Let me see here. Hold on for a minute. Where is that at? Okay, here it is, right here. Okay, so with Obama, I think we talked about that. Yeah, we talked about the war thing a little bit, right? Before I go. This is about the foreign policies, about Libya. What this was really about, see, they're not going to put it what it was really about. Now, you remember that guy, wasn't, I know it was a long time ago, but Muammar Gaddafi, right? Remember that dude, right? Now, he was killed by rebels during the 2011 Libyan civil war. And we already know that a civil war comes up, and we already know who created that civil war, because they've been trying to get Gaddafi for a long time. Gaddafi was trying to get blacks Africa. They were trying to liberate black Africa economically when we talk about the money and the funding, right? Because this guy here, man, this guy here had billions, man. I'm talking about Muammar Gaddafi. This dude here had billions, right? So this dude here, man, Muammar Gaddafi had a lot of money. Had a lot of money. And this was the reason why they took him out too, because they knew what he was planning, right? He was planning to have an international currency backed by the largest gold reserve. This is exactly what Muammar was trying to do. He was talking to other African nations, right? This is exactly what he was trying to do, you know? So hold on for one moment. I got to do something here for one moment. I'm going to put you on hold for a moment, Sherry. Hold on for a minute. All right, hold on for one moment. Let me just go ahead and put you on hold here. I got to take care of something. Let me do that right now. Take care of something here. All right. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. All right. You didn't get the food that I put in here? I don't think I told you. And roll boys. I saw this already. It was good. breakfast that I cooked earlier.
Oh, okay. Put down in my little basket.
Not yet. Yeah. This is from a food allergy. They gotta go out and get some more.
You need my key? I got it. Huh? Oh,
Anything emotionally you feel like you're taken care of with, receiving, nurturing, and so you have the masculine side.
Stronger, my parents having a strong relationship would have been better because I do remember more than one man. I do remember that.
Does that affect you?
No, not to this day. I'm good now.
I mean, yeah, just as a child, because you're here
For sure.
make sure you're conscious of who's around your children.
Yes.
So
That did affect me. Especially now, this is something interesting that a lot of siblings do, and 9 times out of 10 they do it out of a protective mechanism. But when they say that's your uncle, you know what I'm talking about, and that's really mom's boyfriend. But so let's preserve whoever your father is. Say that's uncle so and so, or that's cousin so and so. I found out who he was. You see what I'm saying? But I was like, wow, so now I'm good, but I understand now why they did that. But it is a real thing because it confuses a child. It causes a child to doubt themselves and figure out, okay, it's my line or my siblings. Like, can I trust her? Can I trust them? I mean, where's my father at?
And it can actually develop that pretty early. I have 2 daughters, and my 5-year-old. I'm like, well, I can't just tell her anything anymore.
Okay, so
Should I make what you said? It was 10 minutes away, not 20. Okay. All right, I can't just tell you anything. I have to tell you the truth.
Yes,
because they will hold you to it.
Yes, and they're very literal. Children are literal. If they're raised a certain way, mathematics is very strong in their mind. So they're hearing everything that you're saying, everything that we're doing, which is why we have to be very careful of what we do in front of a child. Seriously. So that was a big thing. I remember my father, from when I was born until about the age of maybe 9 years old, because he was in and out, and I'm speaking of my biological father, because he was in and out. And I remember birthdays where his wife would show up, or 9 times out of 10 it was his wife. She would just drop off money. I will never forget that. I'm talking about this in the mid-90s, and I'm seeing his car pull up, but it's her and some money. And it's like, okay, I'm expecting my father to pull up and some money. All right, cool. So thankfully I had brothers that were there to give me that masculine energy, but it did affect me at that time. I will never forget that. Because it makes you feel like your father doesn't care. Because your counterpart shows up, but you don't. Now, again, I understand later because we talked to explain why that was. So I understand, but your mother had some word to disrespect or intrude, and I get that. But the other child is not about y'all. So you have to do what is right for the child, regardless of she or you or your argument. Get over your emotions, get over your ego. I had no ego when y'all was constipating the baby. So get over the ego when it comes to maintaining the baby. Yes. And that's something I would say back then that definitely lingered. Because again, my memory is very good. I remember the car, each birthday, I remember what I was wearing, every time. It's like, hey, I'm running out, hey, daddy.
Car still cold, so
That's a very real thing. It's okay to say that because you're gonna find out how you behave now. So you wanna communicate that if you have a father who's in life, open up that conversation. With that person, if you can get in touch with your biological father, open that conversation.
Have you ever done a
No drug. I did not encourage that, and I break down that whole history of psychiatry. No plant medicine. Not that plant medicine. Oh, that's your fault. The reason to get a job. Yeah, chill out. I'm gonna talk to you. Okay, chill out. No, I have to. I'm already on.
I'm advocated for plant medicine to a degree because me and my sis, we just actually went to Ecuador and we went to do ayahuasca. But when I tell you that we did get to the root of some things that I would have never figured out. Like even just, my mother passed away when she was 26 and I was 10 months old. And I never knew what I was lacking and how I was making my lacking in my life. And the body was got me just literally to the feeling of
they're cooking,
my
right?
last memory with my mother.
Over there cooking today.
So that's why I love
Come on, Chuck.
just like,
That
wow.
blocked me earlier. Had to do a reaction thing to him. He blocked me. Mm-hmm. Oh, you was on his page or something? I was on his channel. He went live earlier, so yeah, he went live earlier. Yep. 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 All right, give me one moment. Give me one moment. Almost there. Yep, he had his mind to do it.
Again, the government sponsors psychotropic drug that is very sincere because the whole history behind that in the present has nothing to do with helping people to create a little help. Everything from alcohol, hydroxychloroquine, trail, you name it, personal praise all specifically like drug known as Rexulti, the one that had Tyrese crying hysterically because that's what it is. A psychiatrist prescribed him. He said it. Only after that, he said, "I'm sorry, y'all. I was on that." And he said it had my emotions flaring up. That wasn't a justification. That is a fact. In the whole history of psychiatry, you have to know about its hand in eugenics. You have to know about its hand in South Africa when it comes to the apartheid, when it comes to slavery, when it comes to you must know about all of that.
So what are some of the side effects of Adderall?
Suicidal thoughts, homicidal tendencies, increases in depression, increases in anxiety. Matter of fact, I would say almost everything that it says it prevents and causes. Everything it says it prevents it enhances.
Because here on out of here pretty soon once I'm done.
And they do this because, again, if I say I'm going to give you this drug, and it's going to help you this, but I say, listen, you're suffering from this before I give you anything. You're suffering from this, and this. But the drug I give you is going to cause that, and that. So therefore, I look right.
I got this mother. I'm all
And
out.
after that, you're going to need another drug to handle
Let's
those.
take care of this.
Additional drugs cause 8 additional
Take care of
effects.
this.
You need drugs to handle those.
I know I gotta buy that ivermectin too, man. Ivermectin, hydrochloroquine. There's some amoxicillin. That gotta be prescription, but there's a place I can get it on over there on online. I can get it online. It's expensive though, it ain't cheap. All those about $100 each, but they're effective for what's going on around here. Mm-hmm. Oh, boy. All right, let's see here. Okay, I think I'm back. I'm not think I know I'm back. All right. All right, Siri. All right, think I'm actually back now. All right. So let me get finished cooking these guys because they need to be cooked, and I'm just a guy to do it too, So I'm gonna go ahead on and finish cooking these guys, and we'll be done. But yeah, you guys want to get this book, Operation Gladio. It'll explain a lot of things, as it,
These pro-blacks and all the rest of them, they'll find out that we all got something in common. But if they keep alienating themselves from people, which is totally wrong, this is where the problem is with a lot of these so-called black organizations, is that they alienate themselves. And you already see that a lot of them are not really doing the work. Let me go ahead and turn this off. Because a lot of them are not doing the work, They're just alienating themselves. So, yeah. So other than that, I thank you for, holding back a little bit. I had to take care of something. But, yeah, now that I'm back. So, yeah, this book here, Operation Gladio, you want to go ahead and get this book. This book, once again, is called The Unholy Alliance Between Vatican, the CIA, and the Mafia. This book right here will explain it. There's people that have lost their lives trying to get this information out. Right now, since they have done a great job with it a long time ago by bringing this to the public, now this is documented now. This is public knowledge for the most part of it for people. It's called Operation Gladio. This is the book that I'm going to recommend. And if you really are really talking about going down that matrix and taking that red pill, and you really want to find out and discover more, just read this book, because it will explain a lot of things and stuff like that, because even with the Obama, the fallen Messiah, the great deceiver, this has a lot to do with that stuff as well. Yeah, he's part of it. There he is right here, right? He didn't have a lot of gray back then than he does today. He's like totally gray today, Yep, so there he is right here. This was the fallen Messiah. He was one that's supposed to have set the balance between good and evil. He was the one that was supposed to have delivered America. He didn't do it. I remember his first speech, how he said, it's not about white or black, it's about being America. Everybody loved it. Talking about for change and stuff like this. But if you listen to the code and listen between what Obama was really saying, he was talking about the LGBTQ. For those that may have just come on and not, I don't know. But I went over this. Excuse me. Couldn't hit the mute button fast enough. Apologize. But at any event, this guy right here set up the foundation to why we're dealing with this whole LGBTQ, the transgender movement. Because they all have been weaponized, ladies and gentlemen. We know that now, right? I already read his policies. It's like 5 legs of his policies that have weaponized, especially transgender. He was the one for them being able to allow them to be in women's sports. There's a lot of stuff that this stuff morphed into. And this is what ended up happening. Man. And I got to get that mullen today too. But this is what ended up happening. Talking about Barack Hussein Obama, right? The fallen Messiah and the great deceiver. This is the dude right here. This was the one that the world loved him, You know what I'm saying? I really call him the Antichrist, to really be honest. Let's just keep it real, Yeah, Sherry said, I will get the book. Okay, cool, Sherry, Now, anybody else that's listening should get the book, because this book, it will explain a whole lot of stuff. But yeah, with Obama, we went over his policies already earlier, and let's go further down or whatever. I was talking about Muammar Gaddafi, right? But you guys may not know why that guy was murdered and things. Let's go ahead and pull him up. Yep, let's go ahead and pull him up. I think you guys, nope, you guys can't see him here. So therefore, what I got to do is I got to move him over here. Okay, there we go. That's better. There we go. That's a lot better. Yep. This is off of Africa Check. And this is their fact check in regards to Muammar Gaddafi and things like that. This guy was going to set up a international currency that was going to flow through all of Africa. And he wanted a lot of other African nations on board with it. But what happened is that the United States felt threatened because, like with many nations, they want to keep them on the fiat currency. They don't like it when the nations start deviating, like different countries start deviating. And they already knew that Libya was like the country. That was the place to be at in one time, right? Because he had about, what is it, 97 approval rating when he when he was like the man in Libya. Momot was like the man back then, and he had so much wealth as far as the gold. I'm talking about gold bars and stuff like that. Now, he wouldn't be equivalent to Mansa Musa, but he was up there. Momot had a lot of money. I'm talking about gold dinars, and things like that. So he was actually powerful. The U.S. been trying to kill him for years. They took his son out, I remember. They got his son a long time ago, but you know what I'm saying? So yeah. And many could say that Muammar Gaddafi, many people would say that he was really originally supposed to be a plant by the CIA in the first place. But like in true form, he didn't want to leave when time was up because he started going against the reservation. You know what I'm saying? He was supposed to stay on script. This is the same thing happened with Saddam Hussein, right? Saddam Hussein was also trained by the CIA too. He was put in there as a plant. You start looking at these leaders, Mobutu and a lot of rest of them. What's the other one? The Shah of Iran, Ayatollah Khomeini. You start naming these people that's in Africa or the Middle East, right? You start looking at them. There are a lot of more puppets, right? So now that we're talking about this stuff, because I felt the need of bringing this up, even though Obama and things like that, because it was Bush Jr. when this was like back in 2011, I believe, but I think Bush Jr. was trying to get Momot and things like that, but he died in 2011, and that was under Obama. That was Obama's when he was at the time when he was president. So that's what ended up happening and things like that. When they killed Momot, it destabilized the African world, right? When they took him out and things like that. So because when Gaddafi was over there, Gaddafi did a lot of good for people. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't worried about no money, but and I believe that he was also trying to set up a connection with African Americans as well too. With scholarship programs and funds and stuff to try to get them to go to Libya and things like that too. And they wanted to stop that, and they did. So because we already know that the syndicate does not like competition at all, but all this stuff is coming out, and you guys are going to start seeing it more and more now that we're going to have Trump in there. And that's the thing about it. They didn't want to see Trump. They didn't want to see him as the president. Now that he got to be certified in, we know they still going to be planning something, but at the same time, yeah, when he said he was going after the deep state, and he said he was going to totally annihilate them and things like that, because Trump understands as well what is going on. And we're talking about people that don't give a damn if you black or white. And that's what a lot of these pro-blacks, they don't understand the big picture. It's always about them. They don't see the big picture. Because if they really knew about this dude here, Muammar Gaddafi, and they really knew what type of money he had, billions in gold dinars. Do you realize what that means? Gold bars. Not many African nations was even messing with Muammar when it come down to that. Muammar had dinars, gold dinar currency. This guy here was the truth. Right here, right? So it says here, it claims a tribute to friends of the former U.S. Secretary of State. Remember when Hillary Clinton? She was the Secretary of State. But you know what I'm saying, in regards to when all this went down, she was an acting Secretary of State. Married to Bill Clinton. We already know that, right? Yep. but she was the Secretary of State under Obama, right? Obama, Hillary is the connection, right? When you start looking at all them. Um, I'm gonna see here. Gaddafi, right? The government holds about 143 tons of gold. Now think about that, ladies and gentlemen. 143 tons of gold dinar. We're not talking about no small chump change. Gaddafi, when he was alive, in his possession, he was holding 100 before they got it now. You know, that was another reason why they took him out. But he had in his possession 143 tons of gold dinar. Yep. And a similar amount in silver, right? This is exactly what he had. Let's go down and just go ahead. I'm almost done. You know, where is these guys when you really want them to come on now? You know, I know I got a small channel, but it ain't that small. I got videos up. You know, I got taglines and stuff. I got my stuff laid out. Everything is explained very well. You think they really care about this? They only like to get in these echo chambers. Got to go back to these pro-blacks and B1s and Pan-African. Got to go back to them again because I'm really trying to call them out. You know, I'm calling these guys out for the frauds that they really are. You know, but yeah, because they don't want to have a conversation for real. They trying to have I got you aha moments. Because I really don't like talking to a lot of liberals anyway, and I don't really have a lot of respect for no male liberal in the first place anyway. This guy here was holding real money. This is why Farrakhan was able to get that. He borrowed that money. It wasn't even a borrow. That guy gave that guy that money. He gave his behind, what was it? I think he gave him like, I'm trying to remember how much. Let me go and pull this up. Let me see here. I'm just going to show you. We're going to get there. Hold on for a minute. I'm almost there. Hold on for one moment. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Oh, yeah, that's right. 1 billion. Now, it says here in the Los Angeles Times, and this was printed back in August the 29th, 1996 at 12 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Farrakhan, it says here, Farrakhan denied 1 billion from Libya, right? This is this is the amount right here. Now it says Washington, right? This is from LA Times. Washington, the federal government denied the Nation of Islam, Louis Farrakhan, permission Wednesday to accept a promise of 1 billion gift from Libya to help African Americans economically and politically, accused of supporting global terrorism. Libya for years have been under the U.S. sanctions that bar most financial transactions between two countries and limit travel. Farrakhan had applied last week to the Treasury Department Office of Foreign Asset Control, asking that he be granted an exception, right, from the sanctions to permit accepting $1 billion pledge by Libyan leader Muammar Gaddafi during a visit Farrakhan made to Libya. Because I remember that when he did that, right? So it says right here, which is rightfully so, because if there is a country, right, that is under sanctions, they're not. Sorry about that, Sherry. They're not going to allow him or anybody else to receive that kind of money. And also, I think it's what they call the Logan's Act. And you can Google that when you get a chance to look at that as well. It says that under the Logan's Act, if I'm correct, it's basically state that there is no citizen allowed to meet and deal with political leaders of another country. It's called the Logan's Act. It's totally prohibited. So if they wouldn't have got him on Libya being sanctioned, they would have got him on the Logan's Act. So either way, he would have been already lost. He would have never got that money. So you can go and pull it up. So there that is. Yeah, there that is. Now, the question would have been simply this. If America was so bad and so wicked, right? Why didn't he take him and his congregation and his people over there to Libya, right? I mean, hey, I know even sanctioned. I mean, yeah, but if he could get to Libya, it would have made sense. Now, it would be kind of tough going to Libya if it's because you can't have no flight. There's no flights going to Libya. How you gonna get to Libya, right? I mean, for real. How you gonna fly you and your people all the way over there to Libya if Libya has sanctions on them? But let's say if Libya did not have sanctions, wouldn't it been or any other African nation? You can go to any other African country and then go into Libya, right? I mean, yeah, Gaddafi said he had the money for him. He was trying to encourage other blacks to go over there. He was going to set them up. Where's all these pro-black? Where they at? No, they didn't want to go over there. Why? Why they didn't want to go over there? They didn't want to go over there. They wanted to stay here in America, talking about we got our roots here and all this other stuff. But wait a moment. You were saying the United Snakes of America, right? You were condemning America for a long time, saying how racist it is and how blacks don't have opportunity like other people and all this other stuff. There's a guy right here, right? This guy, when he was alive, he had 147 tons of gold dinar. Now, ain't nobody messing with him back in those days. Muammar Gaddafi, man, that was about the best that you were going to get. Shit, he was trying to set Africa up to be a independent nation as far as economically. I don't hear none of these pro-blacks talk about this at all. They don't want to see me, ladies. All they're going to do is block me anyway. And that's cool. I'm being honest with you. I don't even want to have the debate with them because it's disingenuous anyway. It's going to be a whole bunch of filibustering, whole bunch of excuse making because they don't even like to show accountability and responsibility to their own black women. You know what I'm saying? These are the same group of people that shun blacks that date outside of their race. Their men are like on some gay stuff or something because once again, they want to police where a man put his penis at if it's a non-black woman, which to me sounds very gay. It is what it is because I'm not used to dealing with a real man that's concerned where I put my penis at. That don't make any sense. But they sit up in here and say, you ain't just being black ain't good enough. Well, you got to be with a black woman. And a lot of these guys are not even married to a black woman, including Umar Johnson. The same dude that got the Bando buildings at school, they done gave this guy over $2.5 million plus. You got to listen to people. You got to watch people's actions, not about what they say. Because these grifters, these faith-based leaders and all the rest of them, they all have fault. They do. We all have fault. But when they can't admit that they have a fault and everybody else have a fault, here we go. Accountability and responsibility. Just like with most women, accountability and responsibility, right? As long as you go, the lack of accountability and responsibility can't go no further. Because right now you become a victim. And when black men walk around, a lot of them become a victim. You're the white man, see? The white man stopped me from getting the job. The white man messed up my credit. The white man, this and that, you know? So here we are again. They were so stupid, a lot of them, they couldn't even go over here when Momot was alive. There was one that was alive back then that was Generation Xers, right? If America was so bad, the question would be, why you didn't leave America? Why didn't you go to a country that was non-sanctioned and then you can go into Libya? That's what I would have done. I would have done that, you know? But that's the thing about it, you know? I would have done it, would have made sense. Momot had it. Momot had it. You already read what I told you what he had financially. He had it. Let me go and read it again. Where's that money at? Yeah, he was sitting on a lot of dinar. Wasn't he was sitting on some serious gold bars. And then no telling what they'd be worth today. You know what I'm saying? He couldn't get the other African nations to even get on board with what he was trying to do. This was another sad thing. They were too afraid, talked all that black shit, and they didn't want to do any. It is 43 tons, 143 tons. That's how much of gold dinar that Muammar Gaddafi had, right? What ended up getting them, they had to strike up a rebellion and paid another group to strike up. Yeah, the way they did him in the end, though, he got killed in the streets by his own people, though. It was sad how he got murdered. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it was really bad, though. You know, it was really jacked up in the end, though. He didn't die a humbling death, though. It's bad. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, so there that is, though. You know, there that is. And let's just say that Farrakhan would have taken the money. What you think he would have done with $1 billion? You think it would be taxed because it was a gift? You know it's going to be taxed. Right? You know it was going to be taxed. And they had that thing held up. You know what I'm saying? Shoot. You know what I'm saying? Man. You'd be better, instead of trying to bring it over here, it would have looked better. If that would have been me, I would say, okay, congregation, we got to go over there to Africa, right? That makes sense, right? We go over there to Africa, we set up shop over there, right? Then we can work our way to Libya. Because once we in Libya, we good. MoMA had programs for black Americans, African Americans. They didn't take advantage of it. They were over there in Cuba, but they didn't want to go over there to Libya. And I say this, you still got black folks, most of them are afraid to go into Africa, especially now. It would have made a lot of sense going over here dealing with Muammar. 143 tons of gold dinar. Man, Muammar wasn't worried about no damn money. That's why he gave that $1 billion to Farrakhan like it wasn't nothing. Excuse me. Yeah, so he gave that money like it wasn't nothing. He didn't get it, but he offered it. He offered it as a gift, right? Now, who do you know that can give you $1 billion, an African person from an African nation that says, here, I have $1 billion to give you as a gift, right? You ain't never seen nobody outside of Momot that was offered to give that much money. That's why I'm waiting on these pro-blacks and the rest of them. People offer work now. My channel up, even though I'm talking about Obama, I already went over him. I can't get them to come over here. The link is already down there. Where they at? Where are they, right? Because I'm just in the mood of doing a little cooking today, you know? No, they're not going to come on my channel. They want to get on their channel, want to do a reaction to this probably, which I don't care. You know what I'm saying? You do a reaction to this. But I'm stating on the facts. Because we already broke down the Obama, right? Right? The great deceiver and the great deceiver and the fallen Messiah. We already talked about Obama many of times. Talked about his policies, how many blacks thought it was including them and it wasn't. Many blacks know it wasn't now. Now let's get on Trump and then I'm done, right? So they over here talking about Elon, talking about Trump, talking about Vivek Ramaswamy. Let's go over it one more time, right? In fact, I'm going to do this. Yep, I'm going to go ahead and do this because I'm going to put the receipts up. So therefore, I'm going to make it a little harder for them because what they're going to try to do is scrub through and try to hide stuff. And that's what these a lot of these pro-blacks and stuff do. They don't really want to have the real conversation. What they want to do is they want to try to pick things that is related and things and other things that are left out. That's what they try to do, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, I'm not going for it though. But this is the things that they try to do, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and pull this up. I'm going to go ahead and pull this up. We're going to go over these policies one more time. I read Obama stuff, some of his stuff. That ain't all of them because I got this whole thing. Want to go through all that, but Trump stuff makes a lot of sense, right? Because the MAGA movement or the MAGA Republicans is about common sense policies, right? Everything was common sense. His stuff benefited from everybody. What they try to do, they try to separate the hair by saying, well, yeah, there ain't no black people. It's all about Indians. As I stated before, if you're running a corporation and everything is centered around tech and AI, you got to go with people that are qualified to do the job. 75% of the H-1B visas belong to who? These are Indians. Why? Because Indians, once again, they invest in STEM. Science, technology, engineering, and math. These are the things that they do, right? This is what they have done. This is exactly what it is. Let me go ahead and pull this up. I think this is the policy here. Let's go and take a look at it. Hold on for a minute. Let's go into Agenda 47. Let's see. Oops. Agenda 47. Go and pull this up. There it is right here. All right. Yep. We got the border policies. Let's open up the border policies first. Go and get that bad boy open. Come on now. All right. There we go. Right. Okay. So his border policies. Now, right here, because this is what is affecting every American right now, because this is illegal immigration, right? These are illegals, right? Donald Trump's deportation policies enacted during his presidency from 2017 to 2021 were part of his border immigration agenda, which aimed to tighten immigration, right, controls and reduce unauthorized immigration into the United States, right? These policies significantly impacted both undocumented immigrants and border immigration systems. Key elements of his deportation approach includes expanded enforcement priorities, right? This is what it is. Let's just go down and get down to straight to what it is, right? The policy emphasize important individuals who has been convicted of crimes, had pending charges, criminal charges, had committed acts that could constitute a crime. We believe to have misrepresented themselves to government agencies or pose public safety threats, right? This is exactly what it is, right? So with ICE, right, that raids and targeting businesses that are suspect of hiring undocumented immigrants, right? Because that's what they are. This is exactly what it is. These pro-blacks and these illegals that's here, they still are thinking, oh yeah, they don't affect black jobs. The hell they don't. Because if you look at the construction workers, a lot of them are working on that construction. Talking about, well, why we don't see no blacks? You won't see no blacks because they know they got to pay blacks more. But if you got a policy to allow illegals to come in this country, they can pay them half of what the regular construction workers are getting. That's all you see is Mexicans and Hispanics out there. Are you kidding me? You ain't seeing no black person, white person. You ain't never hardly ever seen a black person working construction. You know what I'm saying? Like that anyway. And there's a lot of reasons for that too, right? So here it is. This one, you ain't gonna see blacks or whites. Not with what's going on right now. Zero tolerance policies, right? This is what Trump has, a zero tolerance policy. Zero tolerance. Absolutely no excuses whatsoever, right? They will all be persecuted crossing the border illegally, right? This is what it is. But what makes the Indians a little different, because if 75% of them have these H-1B visas, and I think I'm saying that correctly. Let me just double check. That's why I need my facts people in here. I think I'm saying it right. Yep. H-1B. Yep, there we go. Just want to make sure. You know, they would love, they always look for any type of thing. Nobody can make a mistake when it comes down to certain groups of people. And even with liberals, nobody can make a mistake at all, though. When you make a mistake, I got you. Got you. This is how they get off on that stuff, man. Detention expansion, right here. This is Trump's policies, right? So it was nothing that Trump said that was out of character. He delivers a promise. He said that we're going into the golden age. And that's exactly what it is. We're going into the golden age. Ben talked about that. But they want to sit up in here. Boy, they just don't know. They just don't know. Let's go ahead and pull it up. Gender 47. Because, they don't, that's the thing about it. They don't really have the type, they don't like to pull up, excuse me, they don't like to pull up the receipts on certain stuff. It's just all off of videos of me. I kind of pull up some information to kind of share with you guys. I would love to play some of this stuff, but I'm having troubles with the audio. Can't seem to figure that out. I'm gonna have to troubleshoot that. Because my mixer is supposed to do it all, though. I'm not supposed to have no type of limitations with this stuff. I'm not understanding as to why. Yeah, this is going right into my computer, though. It sees it. I mean, my audio is sounding great. I mean, everybody can hear me, but it's just kind of, I'm just haven't figured that out. Although I could do this. Let me see here. I'm going to do one more thing here. This is discovering Bluetooth. All right, let's do this here. It's discovering the Bluetooth. All right, I do got Bluetooth on my computer. And let's take a look at it here, ladies and gentlemen. Let me see. I'm gonna try something real quick. Okay, there it is. It sees it. Connect that. Should be able to hear it now. Once it connects, I'm gonna try this, Sherry, through the Bluetooth. I'm gonna do it on another channel. Okay, let's try this. All right, should be another way around this thing. Boy, that Joe Biden looks creepy, man. Ooh, that looks creepy. All right, let's see here. I'm gonna pull it back up this guy's channel here. It should work now. Let me turn up the volume here. All right, this should work. Let me see here. Kid, gravity. Yeah, I really wanted these guys in here though. I really did, because I covered a lot, and it's really no excuse for them hiding as they do. I'm just a random guy, man. I'm not hiding though. My channel was open. You know, I may not have the numbers this guy have, but I want to have the real conversation. And I wanted to address to him by kicking me out the room, though. I wasn't disrespectful to him. I'm never disrespectful to these people. But I made a comment on this page saying I didn't appreciate of being kicked out over some BS and stuff. But in any event, let me go ahead and play this here. It's Don Jr. Let me go ahead and play this. So let me skip over on him. No offense to Don Jr. Sherry, can you hear this? I know you're busy with the things, but let me know if you can hear this, Sherry, now. That's all he talk about is blocking people. That's what these B1s, that's all they live for. It's a power trip. Because you don't agree with them, they want to block you. See, when you said random guy, that's talking about me. He just blocked me. You heard it. If you heard the audio, he just said it. Yeah, I'm glad that you blocked me too, because now you gave me content, sir. You know what I'm saying? So that's cool. Because you've been disingenuous anyway. I've been over here filleting this guy on my live, and I don't have nowhere near the views that this dude have. It's very rare I do a reaction video, but I'm gonna do another one though, because I know I'm gonna really get this guy, man. I'm gonna expose a lot of these B1s as to what they claim to be, because they're not for the people anyway. They're for the money and for the prestige, and they just want to run through women and to try to act like they're a police force about where black men put their you know what at. Sherry, can you hear it? Let me see here. Can you hear? I mean, let me know if you can hear that. Let me see here. Yeah, this guy is just disingenuous anyway. He don't mean anything what he talking about. Let me see here. I got it playing right now. Sherry, can you hear it? Let me know if you can hear that or not. Let me see here. Yeah, let me know if anybody can hear it. Let me know. Just put a 1 or something. Just say, hey, can I hear what's going on? See, they see with these B1s before I go. Come on now, stop picking up on my channel here now. I ain't saying nothing about Siri. The Siri just for some reason keep listening. I'm gonna turn that feature off. But at any event, I don't know, didn't hear. Could you come out and come back in the room? Maybe try that and see. Just try to come back out, Sherry, and come back in and see if you hear it now. Because I got it playing through the Bluetooth this time. Because there's no reason that you could not hear this. I got the Bluetooth going through my computer. Yeah, that's the thing about it. Still can't hear it. Okay. Let me see here. All right. All right, that's right there. That's hooked up. That's plugged in. Oh man. Oh man. I wonder why that is. I wonder why. Uh Yeah, yeah. I wish y'all can really hear that because this would have been a real good one. So Sherry, you can't hear that audio at all. That is very, very disheartening to me. That you can't hear that. Huh. I don't have nothing muted. I got the screen shared. Let's see here. Screen shared. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and take that off. Let's open that back up and share it again. All right. Let me see here. Nope. Let's see here. Okay, there it is right here. All right, let's go ahead and allow, not allow, allow. Right? Okay. I'm going to play it again. Okay. I'm gonna play it again, Sherry. Um, all right. Can you hear it now, Sherry? Okay, can you hear that now, Sherry? Still nothing. Damn. Let me see. All right, still nothing. All right, that is amazing. Huh. That is amazing. You can still hear my sound effects, right? That is amazing, though. Because I really wanted to do a reaction and things to this. Hmm. All right, let me see here. Uh, oh, okay. Hmm. Yeah, Sherry, I don't know why you're not hearing it. Yeah, that's amazing though. They don't have nothing going on there at all. Yes, I can hear the sound effects. Yeah, I know, right? That's That's on its own channel though too. Um, all right, I'm connected to it to the Bluetooth. Here, let me do this here. Just give me a perfect opportunity here. Sound preferences. Let's see here. Oh man. Oh man, it would be nice if I can get this thing going. Ooh, it would be nice. Okay, USB here. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, this is real good stuff though, but what I'm gonna do is that since you can't hear it, and I don't know about anybody else, but you can't hear it and things. So I know we had this problem before. John couldn't hear it either. In fact, because I'm showing yeah, okay, for the USB, that's connected. All right. Sherry, you still can't hear it now, right? Hmm. Um yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you can hear me or not. No, okay. All right. I kind of figured that. Nothing at all there. Huh. Okay. All right. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have to really look into that. I can hear you. Yeah, yeah, you can hear me, but you can't hear. Yeah, you can't hear what's going on over there. Yeah, yeah, Sherry. That is edit name. Stop screen. Let me go ahead and stop the screen for a minute. All right, we'll stop the screen for a minute. I'm just gonna do one more thing here. I wonder why. Can't seem to get that to work, huh? New layout. Huh. Can't seem to get that thing can't get it to go. Sorry, I'm no help. I'm good with computer. I'm not good with it. It's okay, Sherry. Yeah, actually, I have a tech background, but yeah, I'm not for sure as to why this thing is not working. Uh, let's see here. Let me see here. All right. Let me see. Hmm.
you may not even be MAGA. You could be a Republican. As a Republican, where's your standards? As a conservative,
Let's take a look at it here.
You can't be sitting there shitting on something and then
right.
one of the people you like go on there and now you want to praise it.
Look at it here now.
That's not how it works. You got to have standards.
All right, let's see here. I'm going to play something here.
You have people in your...
Are you tired of flipping houses, inconsistent results, always chasing your next deal?
Don't you just love it?
And Doug.
Whoa, Limu, we're in a parade. Everyone, customize and say.
Last time I was here, can you hear me? Last time I was here,
right.
I brought some things from the American Journey Experience, which is our vault of history. And if you remember, if you were here last year, I ended with this video.
Sure, you can hear it.
To trade all of this from this day to
Sure,
that.
you can hear it.
For one chance, just one chance, to come back here and tell our enemies that they may take our lives, but they'll never take our freedom.
Which you can hear it.
Last year, when I was here, I told you there's a million ways this country can fall apart. And there is only one way it stays together. And that is a miracle from the Almighty God.
You said I can hear it? You mean that you can hear it?
If we all do our part and stand where we're
you can hear
supposed to
me too,
stand,
right?
and God will help us push it over the edge and do the things we cannot do, we'll win.
Actually louder
God
than you.
showed up, and so did you.
I'm gonna turn this down. Turn me up a little bit. Okay, louder than you. How about now? Yeah, how about now, Sherry? If I turn that down a little bit, how about now? Is that better? Yeah, let me know if that's better. Turn it up a little bit. Okay, I'm gonna turn it up.
You know what? I think there is a new generation
Okay.
standing up and will fix this country the way it's supposed to be, to serve people.
How about that? Is that better now?
Now we are waiting.
Yeah, let me know if that's better.
Now we are here, and he is waiting.
Perfect.
For
Okay.
us to do the rest.
All right.
Of
Cool.
The work.
So,
We have
okay.
a lot of work in front of us, but man,
Said I was going to try
doesn't
something
feel
else here.
good
Okay.
to win.
All right. So this is what I'm going to
We
do.
would have won in 2020. This is the way God works. It's so
All
amazing.
right, I'm going to do the screen share.
For sure, we're done.
Okay. Thanks,
Done.
Sherry.
There's
I
a million
appreciate it.
ways
Thank
to
you.
fall apart. One
Said I was going to
that will
figure it
hold us
out, though,
together.
Sherry. Thank you.
We're done.
Yeah.
If we
I swear you're like my
would've
only
won in
cheerleader
2020,
these
if
days, though.
Donald
You know,
Trump
everybody
would've been
needs a
our
cheerleader
president,
these days, you know.
he
Let me
wouldn't have
tell
had
you,
the
you know,
same mindset
I haven't
he
had a
has today.
cheerleader
He wouldn't have done
in quite
all
some
of the
time.
homework that he's done
Yeah,
in the
but I
last 4
appreciate you, you
years.
know.
He wouldn't have done all the
What
vetting
is this
to get
one's
as
talk?
many
The entire screen. Let's do the
weasels
entire
out. He
screen.
wouldn't have had the long
Yeah,
list,
we'll go
and
ahead and
believe
open
me,
up the
he's
entire
checked it
screen
twice,
here.
of all the people that need to go.
Okay. Now you can see it and hear it, Sherry, right? You should be able to see it and hear it now. Make sure you make a note on how you did it. Oh, yeah, I definitely will. It was a small adjustment, though. I had to take it off of USB and put it on Bluetooth. That's what it was. Yep. So as long as I got to remember it and put it on Bluetooth, because I'm going to be doing a lot more of these video reactions, though, because I am equipped to be able to set this thing up. Let me see where this guy was, though.
I want the definition of woke.
Oh, yeah, here he is. Yeah, I'm not going to play through all of it, but this is the part here,
Some
Sherry.
random guy, you're going to get blocked.
Yeah, you hear that, Sherry?
Let me see.
Some random guy. You hear that, Sherry?
Left-wing attitudes.
There we go.
See, that's what I'm talking about.
There you now you heard. Okay. All right.
Hey, some random guy, you go. That's what I'm talking about.
See, I wasn't disrespectful to him, Sherry.
But
I was not disrespectful to him. But you heard, I put it to the part where he talked about where I was blocked. Now, I'm not making a big deal about being blocked, but right. But here's the thing about it. They don't want to have the real conversation.
From Bethany Mandel.
They don't want to have it, you know. I'm gonna let you hear a little bit of the rhetoric. Some things he got a point on. Okay. I don't disagree with everything. There's some things I definitely disagree with him on.
You forgot about the 90s. You forgot about 2010, right? Say less.
Right. So that's what he did that shot about the 70s, the 90s. He did that shot towards me because I didn't recognize see, that's the thing about it. It's all about them once again. You got to make sure that you go down the narrative as to what they want you to go down to. Because other than that, it's just going to be like, okay, I'm a hater, whatever the case may be, you know. I was talking more about the political woke, because who cares about the black woke vernacular? I think that's how they say it, vernacular, you know. And that's what he was really referencing to, that particular vernacular, you know. And like I said, you know, again, if we're going to get caught up on these little nonsense semantic type wording and all these games that they like to play, they're just disingenuous. And I was just over here scrolling because, you know, I was a little bored. You know, it wasn't no big deal. Figured we had a conversation. But, you know, let me just go and play this real quick, and I'm going to say what I want to say.
What's happening now? Say less. Okay. This is what I'm talking about, family.
So this is the guy here.
They miss it. They miss it. Oh, sir, I'm very proud. I am very proud. I get recognized for my work. You're being recognized that you have no black parts on your picture, but that's okay. That's okay. You're a perfect looking piece of toast.
Boy, he is some work, I tell you.
What I tell you, family, there's two definitions.
Two. Oh. There's only one.
There's two definitions. And that's my, hey, what did I say 10 minutes ago? You'll let social media teach you. You got to get out of that. Woke is being aware of the social and political injustices going on in this country. It doesn't have to be left wing or right wing. That's the problem. Y'all let a bunch of right wingers tell you what woke is. Not even.
You hear this nonsense? They're talking about they're talking about this particular woke about the black woke. It's a vernacular that we have used for a very long time. And it's just saying simply about staying conscientious of what's going on as far as with racial and everything. But yeah, he sounds like beta. Yeah, he's absolutely a beta male. A lot of them are in that black sphere that they're out of. A lot of them are beta males. Sherry, you're absolutely right. You did point that out right, because a lot of these guys, this is a grown man, right? Let him say it. That he takes care of his family, which he should. He's supposed to take care of his family. You know, you're not supposed to brag about it. It's just something that you're supposed to do. You know, what you want, a cookie? You know? So no, I mean, you know, you're not going to get no kudos for that. You're supposed to take care of your family. But if you're just going to have these like pick the types of fights off of words and stuff like that, because how, in the fact, I've been down that thing. I know all about that pro-black stuff. And like I said before, you'll wake up one day and finding out that what they have fed you have been a lie. And he may wake up one day and find out, because it's a dead end. You become older, snarly, angry at the world, blaming. And that's where he's going to be going. He's going down the same path. This guy right now, you know. He has the opportunity to be able to, you know what I'm saying, change some of this stuff, but yet and still, he over here talking about nonsense. You know, maybe it's who he's following is the problem, right? Because that's what a lot of these beta males do. They love to blame somebody else. I ain't never heard no alpha male blame anybody. They just take full responsibility of their own actions, right? You know this. This is the way it goes. Don't erect no set to no damn body and erect no statue with nobody that's running around here blaming everybody. They don't do no stuff like that. You ain't never. All they do, people that get statues up is people that overcame they did something extraordinary, extraordinary. That's where they put statues and being remembered by, not for somebody. What this guy on is a loser stuff. What is he talking about? Let's go on and finish it.
Even realizing that most of them were being woke and they didn't even realize it. But okay. Okay. The same people y'all listening to used to be Democrats, but y'all try to tell me they.
You?
No, it's this one.
Oh, you just moved it up. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was this one.
Okay.
I thought about doing another one. I was going to do that Jason Whitlock thing, but I want to wait to see what he says about that Joy Taylor lawsuit, and then I'm going to do that tomorrow.
They were clowning his ass.
Oh, no, I know. And we're going to talk about it tomorrow. I might have Torian with me tomorrow, so we're going to talk about that. Because I got to get him for what he said about Simone Biles. So we're just going to add it in there. No, cackling. No, that's called laughing. That's not cackling. That's laughing. Because
you heard what Charlie Kirk recently said, right?
Say what?
You heard what Charlie Kirk recently had to say, right?
About what?
He said the reason why Black people experience racism is because of single moms.
Oh, we're bringing that back. Okay. Well.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because white women don't have single motherhood going on. Okay, say less.
Man.
Oh no, let me guess. It's because the father, they're putting them through divorce hells. Okay. All right. Even though the single mother rate has dropped significantly, but that's stats.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Oh man, hold on for a minute.
GDP don't went up too.
Say what?
Some of our GDP don't went.
He said single mother rate has gone down. Can you believe this? He said single mother rate has gone down. Can you believe this? Black single mother rate has gone down. Oh, boy, boy, boy. See, that's the thing about it. They don't want to have the conversation for real. I know they don't. Hold on for a minute. Childbirth has gone down. That's correct. Childbirth has gone down. You are correct, though, there, Sherry. Yep. Childbirth have definitely gone down. And the black single mother rate, he tried to say that went down. See, that's why I say they're so this pro-black. I gotta stay on code, and I can't sound like a conservative because that means I'm gonna be a sellout to my people and all this other kind of stuff. So they're in that cult stuff, as I said before. He's not the only one. There's many of them. They just sit back. Let me see, not Democrat. Hold on, black demo graphics. All right, let's look at it right here. We'll find out right here. I'm gonna open this up. And I know these statistics, but I want to share them with everyone else, right? And this is this is coming from blackdemographics.com. For black people, by black people. So therefore, they don't have any excuse to say that white folks created something and it wasn't true. Here it is right here. The black marital status is right here. He said that it went down. Here it is right here. You know what's going down? Because black people were at about 33% married. Guess where it's at right now? Look at it. Look at it. The black total, so it says, for married is 31%. 31%. Right? This is exactly where it is. Where it says black total for married is 31%. Separated is 3% between black men and women. This is straight across the board. Divorce is 13% for black women, 12% with black men, right? I'm sorry, 12% for total and 10% with black men, right? Whittled 8% of black women, right? 2% with black men, total of 5%. Look at the stats here, Sherry. Never been married, black women, 49%. Black men, 51%. I'm in that statistic. 51%, right? And then right here, 50% for the total of black men and women that never been married, right? All of the USA, 34% never been married. All across the United States. This survey was to come from, the source is U.S. Census Bureau, 2023, which is about a year ago, right? There it is right here. I'm going to show the receipts. He said that the marriage rates have gone down, right? It actually has gone up, right? I mean, going down. I mean, not up. But here it is. It's going down. It's 31% right now. You know, I think it was a little higher than that. It's actually going down. It's not going up. The marriage rate between black men and women is at 31%, according to the statistics right here. So what this guy is talking about, I got the statistics right here. Here it is right here. It's going down, sir. It's not going up. The black marriage rate is going down, sir. I got the statistics right here. Black demographics, for black people, by black people, right here. And they pulled this from the U.S. Census. Here it is right here in black and white. So if we're at 31%, do the math, it's simple. That would mean that the women, here it is right here. I mean, we just showing right here, right? So the ones that are unmarried, look at it. Look at it right here. 49% black women never been married, right? Never been married. Black men is 51%, total of 50%. Never been married. If we were to isolate black women across the United States alone, that number would be significantly higher. And I would say it would probably be about 70, 80% of black women, majority of them single, with children, and no father in the home. And this is what Charlie Kirk was even trying to say. And what if he said it like how this guy said it, that constitute racism? No, what happened is that the Democrat policy, which was a racist policy because it was created by Lyndon B. Johnson, the Great Society, right? He wanted to so-called bridge the wealth gap between blacks and whites. But what ended up happening is simply this. When they targeted black women, there was a caveat. And the caveat, which is the disclaimer, black men could not be in a home. This bill was drafted and passed in 1965, where it became law. That's why they call it the Welfare Act of 1965. There was a white man went by the name of Patrick Moynihan, right? Patrick Moynihan was trying to stop what Lyndon B. Johnson and his administration was going to do. And Patrick Moynihan told these guys, talking about Lyndon B. Johnson and them, if you were to pass this bill, it would decimate the black community. And it has decimated the black community. The black community got decimated over a few years. I mean, not a few years, but I'm talking about a few generations. It was decimated. This is why you started seeing the Generation Xers. We were that generation. Excuse me. We was that generation that grew up, a lot of us, without our real fathers. We were like the first generation that got hit with that. And then you had millennial in the black community, and now you got the Zennial generation. So we're talking at least about 3 generations right there that were affected by the Welfare Act, This is exactly what it happened. It was designed to fail. And that's why I got to explain it. And I shouldn't have to do this with pro-blacks. But see, they don't really like to, a lot of them are just disingenuous because they don't like to deal with these stats over here, what's really going on. They hate statistics because they sit up here, some crazy person sit up here trying to say that this is all racist. They're so confused, Sherry. They don't even understand what racism really is. They're so used to just throwing the word out. You know, they're used to it, being a victim. That's all this guy was talking about, is being a victim, victimhood. A lot of these pro-black B1, right, Pan-Africanists, right, foundational blacks, they love being a victim. They really do. Some of them talk as if they were in the 1800s. Kid you not. You know, I mean, that's the way they sound. You watching on the news, you're going to see somebody black, well, it don't matter if it's a black man or woman, they sound like they're in the 1800s. It's like, are you serious? Yeah, I was fit and go down there to the store. You know, I'm going to buy something and I was fixing to and I about that way down there, and I thought ran could show you there what that name is. Show they talk as if they're in the 1800s. This is the way they talk. No accountability, no push, because again, the fathers are not in the home. And one thing about with black men, most of the black men, and things is that they are very good to their children. Out of all ethnic groups, the black man is the most involved when it comes down to their children. You know, but do we get credit for that? No. Right? We don't get credit for that. But this was a Democrat policy. They vote against their best interests. We all know it. He won't get on here and have a real conversation with me. Now he want to get on Jason Whitlock. I don't agree with everything with Jason Whitlock. I will listen to him. I listen to his show. He got a pretty good platform. But it bothers and rubs a lot of B1 black, foundational blacks, Pan-African blacks the wrong way. Because remember I said before, they are all in that cult. And don't even go into the religious ones, Hebrew Israelite, Nation of Islam. You start going into these other, and they all work as a cult because once again, you have to stay on the same narrative, right? You have to denounce white and to accept black. Stay to your own. Everybody else is the enemy, the devil, whatever the case may be. These are the terms. These are the words that they use, right? Blacks are the most protected group in America when it comes down to what they can say. They'll try to argue against that. You already know, Sherry, a black person can call you right now a white devil, a white, blue-eyed, blonde devil. You think any type of accountability and responsibility is going to happen to them? No, not at all. But if a white person were to ever say that old brown, black-eyed, black-ass devil, now it will be considered a hate crime, right? They want to say it's racist. It's a racial slur, right? This is what it is. This is exactly what it is, right? So that right there is a problem. It's a problem. Because that means that we don't live in a real free society. We have what they call the Constitution. We may not have to agree, you know what I'm saying? But at the same time, that freedom of speech, we all are granted to have freedom of speech. Even myself, I may not like something they want to call somebody out their name, but under the Constitution, we still have it because that's exactly what that guarantees. It protects our rights to say what we want to say. But a lot of these pro-blacks are disingenuous. Let me go ahead and finish up this video here real quick. I just want to touch on that. There we go.
Went up in the last couple of years, home ownership, businesses, stuff like that.
But they're not going to talk about that though. They're gonna attribute that to immigrants.
No, homeowner and business things have gone up. I'm not denying that.
They have nothing else to talk about.
How about fix your community?
What did I tell y'all after the election was going to happen with MAGA?
How about fix your community?
Nobody's gonna want to hear about. What did I say? I said,
how about fix your community,
they
sir?
Don't want to hear about black people no more. They want to talk about the issues.
No, nobody cares about hearing about black issues. Black issues should matter to black people only. If there's a problem with it, stop begging a white man. Why'd you hear him, Sherry? He's gonna start talking about reparations. Wait till you finish hearing this foolishness.
They don't care. MAGA don't care about black people right now.
MAGA don't care about black people right now. Did you hear this guy? MAGA don't care about black people right now.
They're gonna be watching.
This is crazy.
For the next 100 days to see that shit go down.
He's look at him.
Hey, Trump, I got about over 500 million acres that you can't go drill on.
I bet you he can. You think because Biden put that up there that he's gonna stop Trump?
Focus on that.
Nope. That's not going. You think that? See, here's the thing about it. Let's go and talk about that. This guy is told. This guy here, man, is out of. Oh yeah, Biden put it up, set it up. Well, he ain't gonna be Trump. Trump is still gonna drill on those areas, sir. That's what you're wrong about. You know, I put a wager up on it. Why don't they go ahead on a bet? If they're so sure that Trump is gonna fail with his promises, he got a mandate by the people, sir. The people voted in and agreed with his policies, sir. They were the ones that said, let's get it done, sir. This is what they said, sir. So while you over here talking ish, I bet you that he still drilled on that land. Yeah, you know why? Because this is the last time that he's going to be in office anyway. You think that's going to stop Trump? No. He's going to drill, baby, drill. I guarantee that he does. If you think that this court thing is going to hold Trump up, I bet you he don't go to prison. I bet you that. I bet you that. How about that? They won't bet. These pro-blacks won't put up the bet. I bet you. I bet you Trump don't go to prison. And what's the other one? I bet you he drill on that land that Biden tried to sanction off as being a protected reserve or whatever. But the reason why Biden is doing that because he's part of the deep state, fool. That's why he's doing that. Biden, you think somebody don't care about black folks? How about Biden? This is the dude that was on Breakfast Club, you fool. The one that said, you ain't black unless you vote for me. And Charlemagne allowed him to get away with that. It would never happen with me. This is the one that set up the crime bill. This was Joe Biden's baby. He was the architect, right, of the crime bill, the 1994 crime bill. You can Google it right now, sir. I know that you probably may not been around, or maybe you were, sir. Go ahead and pull it up. Where are these pro-blacks now? Because all I'm going to do is just hit with facts. We ain't got to just talk about and speculate and come with my opinions. No, I'm going to put my screen up and share my facts. I got them right here. I got the receipts right here. You were wrong about the women thing. Because the point is, I want you to see it. I want your followers to say, oh, somebody calling you out. Yeah, I'm calling all these guys out. What they going to do? They can't even fix their own community. Beta, all of them, beta. Those are beta males crying, and then you want the white man to give you reparations. You ain't getting no reparations. How about that? Because if you were so pro-black, you could be able to build something for your own people. You sound weak because you're still begging for the white man, right? You still wear the white man clothes. You still drive the white man's car. You still drive in the white man's education, right? So knock it off. You ain't nothing. When you want to say pro-black, you better have your own institution, sir. You better be manufacturing, sir, and textile, sir. Textile, right? You better be able to manufacture and build things for you and your community. Are they doing that? No. Have they been collecting money for eons? Absolutely. They've been collecting money going back to 70 years, almost 80 years. They look at the communities. Look at Chicago, the big man in Chicago. Look at all the crime up there and the violence going on up in there. Big man got a big old gated community. Everybody else living like, this is hypocritical. But they're afraid to call this stuff out because they're still trying to run black code. That's why I got to get them. And I'm going to keep barbecuing them now. Now it's on. Because no, they don't want to have the conversation for real, Sherry. They don't want to deal with it. Because over here, we deal with facts, not my opinions. Now, I have my own opinions, but I'm going to save them for later. But right now, I'm just hitting with facts. This guy right here and anyone else, because they're very cultish. They're like little boys and little girls. I ain't never seen no man over here. They're over here following these guys, following Umar Johnson, following these people. They don't have any type of infrastructure. They don't build in their own communities that they have come out of. They are living in the suburbs, on the internet, being social justice gangsters. That's what they're doing. That is not how you do things. You go out to the people. Jesus went out to the people. He didn't have no church. Are they doing that? No. They sit up in here, criticize, complain, and try to make everybody else that don't follow their narrative guilty. That's why I don't have no respect for them. All they are, they've been disingenuous, hateful, snarly, disrespectful type of people. That's why non-blacks and black people don't want to deal with y'all. You know, then they go in and create this group of foundational blacks, and they alienate themselves. Talking about delineated, they alienate themselves from any other allies. They are so dumb that they think, if that was the case, well, why don't the foundational blacks have a bank, sir? Where's your bank? Right? Where is your banking institution? How and why haven't you built relationships with other black, rich millionaires and billionaires? Huh? Why haven't you put that together? Where's your business plan and your objectives, right? This is the type of stuff that black folks are supposed to be asking and doing. Do they do that? No. They just let these guys, because you know why? Many of them are afraid, because being in that cult, being singled out, once again, if it's not about the narrative, you are a sellout, a coon. And that's why I'm showing, in fact, Sherry, I may just go ahead and do it right now, too, before I go. I'm going to probably pull up some videos, and you will see out of control black people, right? They just had an incident with black women up at Chuck E. Cheese. Up at Chuck E. Cheese. In fact, I can go ahead and pull that up too. Let me go ahead and pull that up. Yep, Chuck E. Cheese. Yeah, I think there was an incident on that. Let's go ahead and look at it. Go ahead and pull that up. All right. Okay, where it is. Black women get into a fight at Chuck and Cheese's. Chuck and Cheese. Excuse me, Chuck and Cheese. It used to be Chuck E. Cheese, but they changed the name. Here it is. This is a brawl. And I can pull up many more of them. Look at this. Look at this nonsense. Talking about black excellence. Look at this here. Hold on for a minute. Not her. Oh my gosh. What the? Ooh, boy, that just popped up, boy. I wasn't expecting that. Woo.
All right, things got ugly during an outing to Chuck E. Cheese's when two women went at it.
And it was caught on camera by a man who happened to be taking video of his son there. It started with the two women first yelling at each other, and then, it got physical. Other people tried to step in and tried to pull them apart, and finally...
Look at this. This went viral. Look at this. I'm trying to think of where this happened at. Let's take a look. This was reported on Channel 13 as in Indianapolis. Oh, no wonder. I wouldn't be surprised if this was in Gary. Look at this. Look at this, Sherry. This is a brawl. Look at
Finally, the two women let go of one another.
You know it's over some bull. Look at this.
In the case, the man who took the video, who was at the restaurant at the time, said that this happened on East Washington.
And then they're trying to break it up. This is a place, this is an outing where you bring your children to have a good time. Do I want to go to a place like this? I'm going to be really honest with you. And I'm black, Sherry. I'm gonna lay it right out on the table. I don't give a damn about what the pro-blacks think. I stay away from black establishments. You know why? Because of this is the reason why I stay away from black establishments. Because you got a certain group of blacks that do not know how to act. And you got to go to, it's bad when you can't even go to a damn Chuck E. Cheese with your children to have a good time. It's supposed to be about family fun. Everybody got a child up in here, right? They got food, pizza, drinks, and stuff. And you could tell this was in the suburbs because you could see the white people there. So you're trying to break it up. These women are going at each other, Sherry, out of control, right? No accountability, no responsibility. I ain't even heard one, I have not seen one pro-black talk out against this at all. You know why they won't? Because they're all on black code, not to say anything when it comes down to black people issues. It's all about anybody else. Look at this. This is a black on black crime. And there's many of them. This ain't the only one. Man, one day I'm just going to do it. I'm going to talk about it, Sherry, because I want to call the hypocrisy out. I want them to come over here. Come over here, right? Because everything else is disingenuous. They won't come on this channel. You know what they're going to do? Somebody is going to tell them, oh, so-and-so made a reaction on you. And what they're going to do is make a reaction on me trying to discredit what I'm saying. Because everything I'm saying is factual. You know? So that's what they're going to, that's what they love to do. They learn how to spin news, just like the fake news. They like to spin the narrative, but you can't spin this. I bet you he won't come over here. And I bet you he won't bet me. Because Trump is going to drill on that land, sir. You know what I'm saying? How about that? How about that? And Elon Musk have way more money than you will ever have in your lifetime, sir. Elon Musk ain't worried about you, sir. Kid Gravity, he ain't worried about you. You know how much Elon Musk is worth? He's worth over $200 billion, sir. He's one of the smartest men on the planet, sir. He's more African American than you are, sir. Way more. Coming from South Africa, he knows a lot about South Africa, not just the Zulus either. You should just shut your mouth. You don't know what you're talking about. Then we got to sit up here and listen to this foolishness, you know? We really don't. But I like calling them out on their hypocrisy. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. These are idiots. Yeah, we don't have an echo chamber in here, but I tell you what, I mean, you know what I'm saying? I mean, everybody's opinion and whatever facts, I could be wrong about some stuff, but right now, I'm in the studio right now. I got access to my information. Because a lot of times when I'm out and about, I just kind of talking genuine. I may have some opinions on some stuff or whatever like that. But you know what I'm saying? What they should have been doing is sounding the air alarm. You know what I'm saying? They should have been sounding this a long time ago. Because this is a black state of emergency. This is what they should be doing. You see this type of foolishness over here? They're over here in the brawl at a Chuck E. Cheese's. It's supposed to be family fun. This is about where you go to, you know, you dine, take your family out, unwind. I ain't never. Then I go ahead and hear this news. Hear this news. This happened last month. They reported it December the 19th. I don't see no pro-blacks calling this out. This is a mayhem. Yeah, this is a mayhem right here. Look at this. This is ridiculous. This is what we got to do. This is supposed to be our black finest, right? Black excellence. I ain't seeing no excellence. What about all this smash and grab that we see, right? I'm going to put that down here. Smash. Pro blacks ain't really going to like this. Smash and grab. Right? Yep. Go ahead and pull it up. Who that look like? Look at this right here. Who is that?
Right now, for a limited time, we're giving away
Well, we already know who that is. Hold on for a minute.
On how to find land for 10 to 30 cents under.
Smash and grab
Who is
thieves
this?
steal thousands
Look
of
at this.
dollars in high-end watches from a jewelry store. This is Newport Beach.
Look
The
at
smash
this.
and grab robbery happened last Friday at Jewelers on Time. That was about 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Look at this.
Surveillance video captured the robbery. A man inside the store appeared to hold a security gate open for 3 thieves. They rushed in the front door. The store owners say the thieves made off with about $260,000 worth of watches in that heist.
Rancho.
Yep. I only see one pro-black call this out. Where are they? Not one. Where are they? This is a smash and grab. Right? We can go even recent. We can do this all day. Now they're gonna say, well, yeah, now you're just over here just singling out black folks now.
The shorter the time, the more likely the success of the heist. As a result,
Hold on for a minute. These are smash and grab in California when they were going buck wild before they passed that prop 34. Look at this. I think it was called 34. Hold on, let me go and pull this up though, because anybody else, this would be considered racist. I'm saying it's not. Look at this.
Now, 8 thieves have been sentenced for smash and grab robberies at stores all across Southern California. Their punishment ranged up to 10 years in the California Department of Corrections. Now, you might remember
this was 5 months ago.
A group of thieves rushing into a Nordstrom at the Westfield Topanga
They
Mall.
rushed to Nordstrom.
Attorney General Rob Bonta says the thieves also targeted other stores in Orange.
They over here robbing clothes and stuff.
Resulted in the loss of more than $1.7 million.
Look at this.
A 9th suspect has also
malicious
pleaded guilty,
destruction and violence and vandalism. Look at this. This is the stuff. And do I see them going after this stuff? Nope. Where the pro-blacks at? Look at this. We're gonna show another one. I want the pro-blacks calling you out.
I told you that for just $22.
Calling you out.
Could have lifetime free
Yeah,
internet.
you're gonna make a reaction.
Believe it or not.
That's all they're
this
gonna
is
do,
made
Sherry. They
possible by the
don't want to
Wi-Fi.
smoke for real. Look at this.
The most brazen of crimes breaking out across the Golden State.
And then people wonder why they get afraid being around black people. It's not racism. It's because of what black can potentially be or do by being dangerous. Look at this.
$70,000 worth of goods stolen in just 12 seconds.
Look at this.
The governor insisting the system is in place that can fix the problem.
Police need to arrest them. Prosecutors need to
look at this. Look at this dude here. Now look at Gavin Newsom. This was 3 years ago. So hold on, let me get her. This was 3 years ago. Let me go and get something more recent. Hold on for a minute. Let me do this fair and right. Let's go on and get this more recent. He was a governor then. They've been cracked down. They've been doing this a long time. I'm saying, what's the problem? You can't lock these people up. This was 9 months ago at a Target.
The owner of a popular West Oakland restaurant gutted by fire says he won't be.
Not a Target. Hold on for a minute.
Says after deep reflection and prayer with his family, he's made the difficult decision not to reopen Horn Barbecue on Mandela Parkway.
I don't blame him.
The decision comes from a number of challenges beyond last November's fire, including vandalism and what he calls continuous theft.
Yeah, I don't blame him.
Area. The decision comes as Oakland police announced an increase in smash and grab robberies of people.
Blacks are destroying their own community, and they're blaming racism. It's not racism. This is about accountability and responsibility. Look at this.
But now it's happening as people sit in their cars, like this incident from February.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
They're seeing a daylight robbery.
In recent cases, victims were either sitting in their vehicles or stopped while driving. The suspect breaks the passenger side
window
and grabs the driver's belongings.
Look at this.
What I've noticed is there'll be a driver, there'll be a passenger, and then the guy in the back seat.
But you got a policy from the governor and up to the White House saying, leave them alone. They can grab whatever, up to $1,000.
To smash and grabs many times.
People are getting desperate. So, I mean, unfortunately, with no police chief, they take
advantage
of the opportunity of no police being out there. And
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, we got to live in terror.
Oakland police weren't available for comment, but in a statement, they write that they are actively investigating and tracking this current trend, and that commanders have begun deploying additional officers to areas of the city that have experienced the surge in armed robberies. Robberies over the past 12 months are up 27% compared to the annual average over the last 3 years. The city averaged 74 robberies a week over the last 12 months. So far this year, there have been 715 robberies.
Look at this.
Unfortunately, I have seen it quite a bit, and it's a scary feeling to know that you're not safe even just sitting in your car.
OPD suggests ways to reduce your risk by keeping your valuables in the trunk or under the seat. If you think you're being followed, drive to a safe place and call 911. And if attacked, remain calm and do not resist. Anne, who's a lifelong Oakland resident, says Oakland is dealing with a lot right now, but she's not giving up on her city. She does, however, think more police presence would help.
You're sitting in your car, eating lunch or, reading a book, and it's just really unfortunate. And I hopefully our leaders get a chance to turn this around and make Oakland what it should be and what it can be.
In Oakland, Ansar Hassan, ABC 7.
I'm here. I'm about to inform. I got to inform you, lady, what we suffer from.
Problem is that our leaders are dumb.
That's exactly what it is. We have dumb leadership, especially in California. You know, you don't hear no outcries about this when it's on black crime. Look at this. I can go ahead and show this all day long. Where are the pro-blacks, right? This is a black injustice, right? We're black people that are doing this stuff. Smash and grab, rob, rape and murder. The stuff they're doing. No accountability. They can send in the National Guards, though. It's not going to change the mindset of the people because the people have already lost. This is about lack of accountability and responsibility. That's exactly what it is. Plain and simple. That's the problem, right? No fathers in the home. No fathers, once again, in the home, being a provider, protector, right? Laying down some form of discipline for the children. A lot of children respect daddy if he's in the home. Look how women in general, black, white, and other. It's hard to raise children when you're a woman, especially when you got boys and males. They need to have some type of male authority, male mentorship, and manhood training. Do we have that in the black community? No. Are any of these pro-blacks marrying these women? Most of them don't. Some of them are. Some of them are married. But once again, well, why are you talking about all the negative stuff? See, he's one of these conservative guys that always talk about the negative stuff. Because we have more negative stuff than we have positive stuff. You do realize that we have a out of control black on black statistic crime that have gone way out of control. They won't post the numbers up here because they're afraid of everybody finding out what the real truth is. So we know who controls the media mostly. Liberals do, right? They control the news. They control the paper, like the newspapers, the magazines. The only two things we have, well, actually, let me see here. 3. I think we still have Telegram. We definitely have X, and we definitely have Truth Social. And I'm quite certain that I can find those real statistics on there, where I would encourage black people, if you really want to find out the statistics when it comes down to black on black crime, and I'm gonna pull them up, and I will share that with you in this room in another live broadcast. I will do that, a live stream. I'll do that because you got to know the truth. Statistics are a snapshot of letting you know where you are and where you stand. This is another thing. The STEM jobs are very low in the Black community. This is another thing. You shouldn't have to rely on DEI if you have the qualifications. You have to compete, right? There's no reason in the world that Black men and women should be dominating the STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math. We should be dominating that field. Why not? That's another question, sir. We're not dominating those fields. We're not. We are not dominating in those particular fields. We still recognized as singing, dancing, and sports. Singing, dancing, and sports. That's what Blacks are mainly recognized, right? Singing, dancing, and sports. Everybody can't make it as a singer, a dancer, or get into this, be drafted. Certain things, relying on your physical brawn or your natural voice talents, you're gonna have to put some brain and get in order to be able to go into some type of technical background field or a skill. Heating and cooling. Blacks should be dominating heating and cooling industry. They should. Heating and cooling. That's another one. HVAC. I realize everybody can't go to college. Everybody needs heating and cooling techs. This is a trade. That's just not one of them, but I'm giving you a couple of ideas. At least I would give ideas instead of just talking about problems. Problems is easy to talk about, but coming up with solutions, that's hard. Not for me, because that's what it should be. The premises should have been always about coming up with being solution oriented, coming up with ideas and solutions to be able to fix the problem. We're talking about the problem all day long. But if you don't have any way of curtailing this thing, fixing it, we just gonna study this and that, I'm becoming just as bad as the people I'm accusing. Right? Programming, learning Python. They got a free course in Detroit downtown. It's called the Grand Circus. Right down there on Woodward. You can take free classes right now to learn how to program in Python. You got, cloud security, cyber security, AI. That Japanese dude that's going to give Trump $200 billion to invest in America. If he can't find the people in America to do them jobs, then guess where he's going to have to hire them? India and Asia. Because Indians and Asians are heavy in STEM. So, like I said, I'm kicking these guys in the behind. I'm kicking as Kwame Brown said, I'm kicking their draws in you know what. Because that's what needs to happen. They don't have no type of solutions at all. I've given you some. Python, right? Heating and cooling. That's another one. These are things that are skill, especially with heating and cooling. You can be able to get a job, install a furnace and things like that, run a flute through a chimney, install a thermostat, stuff get cold or stop working. You're going to be always in demand. You ain't going to never have to worry about finding no job. I mean, damn. So here it is. Okay, that finished right there. It's all smash and grab stuff. No accountability whatsoever. Yep. And then we got to deal with this type of stuff. The H-1B visas, right? That's the thing he was talking about. Yeah, it's going to be all Indian. It's going to be all Indian. Nope. Because he has a certain amount of Indians that have applied for the H-1B visas. So they're allowed to come into the country. They're not criminals. They're not illegals. They're allowed to come over here. If you can't find a lot of Americans to do the job, then you're going to have to outsource it and bring them in. The good thing about what Trump is doing, so I'm going to talk about that and I'm done. The good thing is now is that Trump is going to be laying down, he's already got a plan to lay down the framework, right, and the landscape about how to get this country back on track. And right now, this country has to reproduce of its own resources, which is oil and coal, right? Because now we will become our own renewable resource. We don't have to rely on no country. And with the tariffs, because if you looked at the history, 1870 up to 1913, that's when we had tariffs in this country. Those were tariffs that worked. Those people back in the days, the early Americans in that time frame never had to pay taxes until 1913. Fact. All I do is come with facts. You go and look that up. She ain't gonna put this good stuff on this channel because they're cowards. Shut up, Missouri. Because they're cowards. They are not going to put this stuff up of what I'm talking about. The tariffs have always been a part of American history. This is not something new that Trump came up with because Trump understood history. And when you are a fan or when you understand history, because it was a great person that said it, those that don't learn from the past are doomed to repeat it. You got a lot of people out here that don't like history. I get it. A lot of people are not history buffs. I get it. But it's important to understand how tariffs work. I did a video about it, and they could be a good thing because there was a time, 1870 up to 1913, when they established the central bank, right, which is the Federal Reserve. What ended up happening? Well, we already know. They started decreasing the tariff percentages until it was all the way down to practically nothing. And that's exactly what ended up happening. This is why Trump is going to bring the tariff tax back. India, right? India charges us for us to send products to India. Do you realize that India charges us 100% tariffs? Any products going into India, they charge America 100%. Right? Trump got wind of this. You know what Trump said? He said, if any products coming here into India, we're going to charge you 100%. We already know. You know what he says. You know what he had to say, right? Oh, no. You know, he was against that. He was against it. We understand because they have been profiting off of the tariffs alone, 100%. What about the aid that America sent to a lot of these countries? All this came out of, this wasn't voted in by the people. This came off of a rogue government that allowed this. War, and not only war, subsidies go to these countries. Canada has subsidies. Mexico has subsidies, right? A lot of these other countries in the world has subsidies. American taxpayers they're taking our tax dollars. Look at Ukraine. That's a forever war. They don't ever want Ukraine to ever stop warring ever. They want Syria, right? They want Iran. They want these wars with China, right? They want China to get into it with the Taiwan. Taiwan and China, to be honest with you, that's their problem. We don't have nothing to do with that, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry. Because really, to be honest with you, it's part of China anyway. At one time it was. Because of our American policies that split them up. This is the truth. This is the truth. I know a lot of liberals don't like hearing this truth, but it's the truth. You know, we should not care what goes on in China. As long as Chinese spies stay out of America and stay out of our government and stay out of our infrastructures, they're fine. Because it's going to be a new day once Trump is sworn in there. So a lot of Chinese nationalists, a lot of you guys, CCP, you got to pack up. You know, you got to get up on out of here like the rest of them. We only want people here in America to go through the proper channels of citizenship. There will not be any birthright citizenship. No DACA. I want him to remove the DACA too. We don't need any of that stuff. There will be no anchor babies. We only want your best to come over here into America. And look like we're already getting some people coming over here. Excuse me. But I'm about to wrap this thing up. But, you know, they don't want to come in here. They, you know, with the B1s and foundational blacks, Pan-African blacks, I'm going to start banging on them a little bit more because they deserve it. A lot of them are disingenuous, nasty attitude. They don't really want to have a conversation for real. They want echo chambers of followers, right? They're in these rooms, in these spaces, treehouse. They're in these rooms and spaces, right? Kind of like being in a nightclub, but on the internet, right? They sit up in here, you know, and act like they SHIT don't stink, you know, when they got so many problems in their own communities that all they can fix their mouth to say about the white man all the time. That's how you already know. It's an old, tired talking point that a lot of them don't even have an answer to be honest. They don't want to have an answer. And then people like myself that call a lot of these pro-blacks out, because like I said, all these smash and grab places, I just showed a video, a few of them. Black woman over here, 2 black women fighting in a Chuck E. Cheese, going ham on each other. I ain't see one pro-black. They should have been going down there instead of looking for white racism. You should be looking for problems and trying to dissolve this stuff, right? Why do we have to go to fisticuff every time we have a disagreement? Why does it have to go to fisticuff? Only a you-know-what behaves this way. It's called a savage, which are uneducated, lack intellect, right? Don't know how to reason, doesn't know how to evaluate a situation, always quick to jump and fight, right? That's what a wild beast does, right? They won't call it out, but I ain't got no problem calling it out. You know, this ain't about them liking me. That's right. I am a MAGA Republican. Make America great again. We only want the best, right? To help build America. We don't like DEI hires. We don't. Never been about affirmative action. No. You had that and you weren't capable. Look at it. You even had a vice president. I'm going to come for her too. Just because it's going to bother you, sir. That's why I'm going to come for her too. Kamala Harris. However you pronounce that woman's name. The one that you think that's a black woman that don't even rock with you. Don't even like you. Talking about she's a black woman. Look at all the brothers that she slammed on the marijuana charges. 1,500 of them. You know, you think she got in that job, she was a DEI on her hands and knees, if you know what I'm talking about, thanks to Willie Brown. You think she had the aptitude to pass that damn bar? Hell no. Willie Brown pulled strings. That's my opinion, and I'm going with it. You think the bar exam is not an easy exam to pass. You think that she got the aptitude to pass a bar exam? to become an attorney? Hell no. She couldn't even stand up and give a speech without being handheld at every level. Are you kidding me? And then what about the other stuff? She used to ride out with the DEA and stuff and do these night rides, right? Locking up blacks, right? Locking up black people, was it truancy for their children? When the kids skip from class, they got to go to jail. She set all this up. The one that you praise as this black woman, Jamaican. I don't give a damn about that. You know, this is the woman that you hold up in high esteem. You know, I've never been a fan of her. I don't back no idiots. I back winners. Trump had it way over her head. If it wasn't for those other states that she made sure, her and her administration made sure that they didn't have to have any type of ID requirements. That's why she got Illinois. If they had ID requirements, she wouldn't even won not one state. Guarantee that. We won 49 states. 49 states. Let the record be set. We control the House, sir. We control the House, right? We got that. We got Congress, right? What else we got? You already know, right? Supreme Court. We have all of these, sir. And I ain't going to sit up here and allow you to get away with this nonsense, this foolishness. That's why I said with this, I already blasted out Obama. We done already cooked him already. He's like, well done, sir. Well done. And that's what I'm doing with Kamala right now. Obama, well done. Crooked Hillary Clinton, well done. And then we got Kamala Harris, well done. They're all been cooked. And you too. You know what I'm saying? Kid Gravity, whatever you go by or whatever like that. What kind of name is that anyway? You know what I'm saying? See, I want your followers to find out about it. Yeah, I made a live about it. I sure did. Because a lot of you guys are hypocrites. You really are. You was really about that life for real? You're not. You just want to nitpick, talk shit about the president. I ain't gonna allow you to do that. You know what he doing for me? Shit. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna do a whole lot for a lot of us. And I got something for you pro-blacks though too. If you come in this space, the only thing I ask is that you be cordial, you be polite. Because if not, I just going to kick you out of here. This is not a nigga space. This is a space for anybody to have conversation. We're not going to be doing that over here. You know, if you don't know how to show constraint, because I'm not a beta male, I don't have to act like that. I stand on truth and facts. You shouldn't be triggered. If you're being triggered about truth and facts, then you got a problem. That's a personal problem, sir. That's what you have. You have a personal problem. It's time that blacks have to be taught how to take accountability and responsibility. And only a man is going to teach that. Without a father in the home, many of these black children are going to perish because they don't have no type of male authority or discipline. How are they going? Who's protects the children? You think the women do? No. The protection comes from your man. I'm a strong black woman. Yeah, I got to get on them and I'm done. This is the problem with black women. This is the problem. I don't date them. I don't. Because a lot of them are out of control. A lot of them have children by other men. I'm actually trading down. It's actually a settling in a major way for me to settle. I don't have no children. To me, it's settling in a bad way, not a good way. I'm going to take on that responsibility and could potentially lose my life or get into some type of confrontation. No way I'm going to do that. No. Hell no. Hell no. So I love myself enough not to put myself to a situation like that. I dated outside of my race, and I'm going to say this, I never have gone through what I have heard a lot of these brothers say have gone through. I never had to deal with anything like that. To me, that's new. I refuse to put myself into a situation like that. If that makes me a sellout, then I'm happy to be a sellout then. If that makes me be a coon, I'm happy to be a coon then. Because at least I can be a live coon than a dead one. Dying over some BS. Yep, I don't know how the brothers do it. But I understand, though, because when you're in that cult thing, you know, they grew up all their life, man. I'm keeping it real. I love my black queen. Love my black woman. I love my black people. If that was the case, we shouldn't have a crime epidemic amongst our people across the United States. And to sit up here and pretend like it doesn't happen, you are not only just lying to yourself, but you are very delusional, sir. And this should be talked about every day. You're supposed to be fixing your community every day, not hiding the fact and want to argue with other blacks and whites and others about a situation that's so damn obvious. Because when I see smash and grabs, it's black people in different states that are doing this, sir. There's robbing in cars, sir. We got to sit up here and talk about white people. I'm talking about black people. That's not my concern right now. The majority of white people are still not subjected to stereotypes like that. People don't fear white people when they go into other establishments. But they fear black people. You know why? Because we are a minority in this country, sir. And since you have a large sum of black violence, black death, as well as black theft, you don't think that's going to affect the minds of people that are non-black? Even black folks don't want to. That's why black folks live out in the suburbs of white people. They're not living in the hood. Are you kidding me? I don't even live in the hood. Are you kidding me? Even these pro-blacks don't live in the hood. A lot of them are out here in the suburbs. Don't let them fool you. They don't rock with blacks in the hood. But they sit up here and try to play this game, though, you know, and play this and try to be disingenuous and everything. A lot of them are liars. And I call them out on it. That's exactly what it is. You need to hear this, right? Because there's blacks like myself that believe the same way. I think Angry Man put up something recently in regards to the same situations. And he got a way bigger channel than I do. When you guys get a chance, check out Angry Man sometimes or whatever, you know. Now he deals with other things too, but I know he just went through something recently about this type of stuff that I'm talking about right now. Because he understands like I understand. As black men, our problem is that we have the lack of fathers in the home, which means there's no protection, no provision, no discipline, just wild, wild west. Because if you leave it to women, you leave it just to women, you got chaos. And that's what it is, chaos. It's chaos, sir. Chaos. Because if they really was about to smoke, they'll be in here. Well, I ain't going to go on there. I ain't going to try to big up his channel. We get more people in this channel. See, this is the sickness that they have. Because, you know, a lot of black folks are jealous of one another, too. They hate other black success. And I'm saying all of it now, right? Because everybody know it. They act like they're they're doing a big favor by not being up front. Well, we got to keep stuff in our own community. Bull crap. When we did that, it still was out of line and out of control. We didn't benefit from that either, sir. Black code, we didn't benefit from that, sir. Because if we would have benefited, things would be changing in our communities. When you don't have accountability and responsibility, you have nothing, sir. That's what it is. Y'all have problems with Tommy Sotomayor. And he's been speaking out about this type of stuff, right? All his message was about out of control black women that don't take accountability and responsibility. He did the one with Fatherless America, right? He did the documentary and stuff, you know? There's a few other people that I big up. He's one of them, for sure. He's been kicked in his ass, canceled, right? Off of every major platform, damn near. Only speaking the truth. This is what they do. This came from his own people, ladies and gentlemen. And that's what these pro-blacks and a lot of them would do. To silence people is that they'll get them off the platform. That's what they want. That's their way of winning. Shut them up. Now, if that ain't a sellout in the coon, I don't know what is. But that's what they do. They want to shut you up. So business as usual. Because they like to keep black folks in their victim state. They use fear and use this fictitious racism to go against them. White folks don't care about black issues. They have their own lives to worry about. This is one of the main reasons they don't have to go into the hood to buy anything. Why? They have every provision for them as they should for their own people. You have the same opportunity as a black person to do the same thing. If you don't want to do that and you fail the responsibility, don't blame whites and other people for your fuck up. That's a situation that your black leaders should have been doing. Those are the ones that chose to say, I am for the people. I'm out here. I'm out front. They were the ones, sir. They were the ones, sir. You know what I'm saying? Let me see here. Hold on for a minute. Okay, free for all Monday. Please post your product. Okay. Yeah, so that's the thing about it. You know? Then I'm about to wrap this stuff up. But that's what it is. The number one problem in the black community, number one is accountability and responsibility. That's the first thing. Number two, no fathers in the home. That right there, you can't have a functioning group of people in any society when you take those elements away. Because if these elements would have been pushed on Indian people, it would be the same situation. Asian people, it'd be the same situation. Whites, same situation. Blacks think they have married this problem. They have not or will not put in the work they expect for other people. They're still waiting around for reparations. It's 2025. They still act like reparations. HR 40, which one? HR 40? It's when you pull it up, it's just a study. It's saying that they're studying. They didn't say they were going to pass it, sir. It's a study. Let's go and pull it up. I'm the receipt man, right? Let's go ahead and look at it. This is nonsense, man. This is what they believe in. These pro-blacks think they actually, this is what they believe in. Look at this. This is crazy, man. Here it is right here. Go and pull it up. Hold on for a minute. Commission to study and develop reparation proposals for African Americans Act. Here it is right here. Here it is right here. This was introduced back in 1989. Now, John Conyers was looking at it right here when because I'm here in Detroit. So he was our congressman for a very long time. See, they stay in these jobs for eons. He's a Democrat for sure. But look at it. These guys brought in here it is right here, HR 40. It's just been sitting here since 89. Study and development. Proposes. Right? A purpose to act to investigate potential potential reparations for slavery in the United States. Man, please, man. I mean, do you really think you haven't gotten it this long, man? Do you really? And that's what the Democrats do. They wave this over the blacks' heads to keep them on the Democratic slave plantation. And as long as y'all are voting Democrat, they're going to keep dangling this carrot over your head. Jump, you know what? How high? They're not pushing this bill through. They don't have to. They already got a lot of you guys to vote for them. You will never see the day with this, man. Here it is again. You will not, I guarantee they won't pay it out. I know something that's better. They'll disagree. I know something that's way better than this. This ain't nothing. And I'm just waiting. Because I was hoping I was going to get somebody in this room, but they didn't show up. But I sure was, though, ladies and gentlemen. Sherry, I sure was, though, because I got a nuclear bomb sitting in my pocket for them when they would have came in this room. You know what I'm saying? Talking all this ish about Trump and everything, though, too. Where they've been backing then what they'll try to say is that they'll try to play down the middle. That's what a lot of them do, to escape accountability and responsibility again. That's what they like to do. But no, it ain't going to be no escape because a lot of y'all blacks voted Democrat. So don't try to switch up right now, right? Now, the ones that voted MAGA, that's cool. But it ain't going to be breaking up no MAGA Republicans. We voted for Trump because we know that Trump going to get the job done. He did a great job 4 years ago when he was in office back in 2016 to 2020. If it wouldn't have been for COVID, he would have did much more. So far as I'm concerned, I know a lot of man, sorry. So I know a lot of his policies. So yeah. So other than that, yep, this is basically what it is, though. This is not going to happen. There's reparations, and like I said, this ain't going to be something I'm always talking about. I'm not going to be talking about this stuff because it don't even matter. We all are Americans, and that's all that matters. And that we're going to be working going towards the golden age. We're already starting to head in that direction. Trump has been sworn in, and like I said, everything is going to be good. So I'm not wasting and giving these guys a lot of energy because if they were really about that life, they'll be in this room and stuff like that. All they do, that's what I'm trying to say. Don't watch what they say. Don't listen to what they say. Watch their actions. That's all you got to do. If anybody talking about, I'm a pro-black, this and that, watch what they do, not what they say. Your money should be going towards the doers. I'm not saying all black, these organizations don't do anything. There's a lot of them that don't. There's ones that do. You have to do your investigation work. Now, me, I don't rock with a black organization. I don't deal with that stuff. And that's just my preference. You know what I'm saying? So if you want to deal with one of these organizations or whatever, you got to do your due diligence. You got to research them out. You know what I'm saying? You have to look into it. You know what I'm saying? Just like that Jay Morrison thing, though. You know, a lot of people got shafted on that deal, you know. I was watching it from a distance, though, but I didn't give no money to Jay Morrison, that Tulsa, Oklahoma fund. I wasn't dumb enough to do that. But it's unfortunate that a lot of people were. A lot of brothers and sisters lost out on that money. You even had people, there was other type of celebrity people. He got a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? So if it sounds too good to be true, you have to do your due diligence. Don't get sold on the black thing. Make sure these people are reputable. You want to make sure that you go in here and ask questions. If you can't find out from find out from anybody else that have dealt with them. Because when you put your money in investment, that's what an investment does. They should be telling you this stuff up front. It's called an investment. And yes, with investment, there is a risk. That's why the old cardinal rule says part with money that you feel that you can lose. Whatever that threshold is up to you. Instead of just giving people your whole life savings. I would never do that. Only a fool would do that. And we shouldn't have to be dealing with this with grown people. This should be the cardinal rule. But you know what I'm saying? Really, this shouldn't even have to be a thing. For real. So yeah, but other than that, though, it's been real cool. I know I've been talking for a while, boy. I got it in today, boy. I had a lot to cover. So before I hang it on up, though, it's been real great, though. I enjoyed this and stuff like that. I didn't get the response that I was hoping for and things, though. So I know some people that went back and told him, which is what I wanted and things, because if we can have the conversation and stuff, instead of just sitting up in here and then what he's going to do is make a video talking about some guy, talking about this and that. And that's why it's disingenuous. Because if I'm not getting the thing, oh, you got little numbers and nobody listening to him. They like to do stuff like that, ladies and gentlemen, What you don't realize, though, is that people will still come in and listen. They may not have to listen to the whole live thing, but some people come in here and listen to stuff. Now that I got the audio up working, that I can be able to pull up these other channels and stuff like that. But like I said, you had a chance to see, just like I shared with this guy's channel and things like that. So, and I did a reaction to his channel. Then we talked about these smash and grabs that these pro-blacks don't seem to want to talk about. We already talked about the Obama thing. I already finished cooking Obama on his policies, right? Because like I said, the receipts are right here. I already pulled them up already, right? So I don't need to have to go back into that, But yeah, anytime they ready to want to smoke, I'm ready because I got all my receipts and stuff like that. The most of the disappointing thing is blacks rather fight with other blacks instead of coming to some type of agreement and saying, yeah, right. I would have more respect for a lot of these pro-black men if they say, you know what? He does got to make a good point, because we are not, we have a lack of fathers in our community, lack of accountability and responsibility. There's a lot of things that black people should be doing. And they want to call this a conservative talking point. They don't like, every time they hear the stuff that I just say, that automatically, because it's the victim narrative that they like to run all the time. They love being a victim, love talking about the white man, love talking about reparations. They just love that stuff, right? They've been doing this shit for a long time, and they still haven't gained no type of traction, no type of territory at all. It's just an old talking point. They love bringing up race all the time. A lot of them voted for Democrat. You have voted for your own self-destruction voting Democrat. You want to know who the biggest racists are? Most of your white liberals are. They think that conservatives are the most racist. No, the most of your conservatives are your white liberals, your college-educated white liberals that are in these cities, sir. And there's plenty of them. I ran across them. Here's a fact that you will know that you run across, because what they'll do is they'll go out and they'll go all out being super friendly to you, right? They do this to me all the time to try to butter you up. Sometimes even buy you lunch or buy you dinner. Then you will try to exchange numbers. You'll never hear from them again. Guess why? Because they never had the intent to have a black nigger friend as being one of their own. And am I lying or am I telling the truth, right? Because if the white person really rock with you for real, it wouldn't even matter. But many of them don't. And many of them are liberals, because I run across more liberals than I do conservatives. The conservative white friends that I have, they were true to me and I was true to them. And we were cool. They didn't do this behind your back sneaky type stuff like they do. They didn't want to try to sit up here and say, well, yeah, y'all got my friends, are white and they didn't do that type of stuff. That's what they don't realize. Your enemies are mostly a lot of your white liberal friends, your so-called friends. They don't rock with you for real. These are they're generations ago, we're talking about slaves. You got to tell the truth of what it really is. You know what I'm saying? So I know the game. I know the bullshit, you know? I'm an Uber driver as well. I know the bullshit when I get the passengers in the car. They try to run that stuff, and they don't even know that I'm very aware of them. Because all this is going to be is a conversation, right? Even when we talk about race, it's always a conversation, and then that be the end of it. Ain't no one. Let me go ahead and check him out. Let me hook up with him. Let me try to get to know him and try to be really his friend. You know? It's not even a friend of convenience and none of that stuff. Because they have their own world where they don't have to deal with blacks unless if you're serving them. Sound familiar? It's going to keep it real, though. I keep it real, you know? So that's exactly what it is. A lot of blacks don't even understand that. They think liberals are cool. They're not. Most of your racist whites are going to be liberals. And they're hypocrites too, a lot of them. It's going to tell the truth for what it really is. A lot of them are hypocrite whites, right? That's exactly what it is. They have no intention of having a black friend to tag along, to help out, or to, you know what I'm saying? Now, there's some, I'm not saying that all of them are like that, but most of them are. Let's keep it real. You know, because again, you're going against, just like black folks got, they got a black code, there's a white code too. And you're not supposed, and this is the thing about it though, we just got to tell it for what it really is though, you know? So there's some things I'm agreement with him on, but we're going to tell the truth about it. We got to tell the truth for what it really is. Because for me to sit up here and lie about that and say that anything, you do realize that a lot of white liberals, and this is what the whole Civil War was about. It was an insurrection from liberal whites that was in the Confederacy, sir, right? That owned slaves, sir. Talking about they switched. No, they didn't switch. Talk about, yeah, they switched. No, they didn't. Because blacks in that time of the Reconstruction period, was it 1863 to 1877? They predominantly voted Republican. They knew better not to vote Democrat because they knew what the Democrats were about. Democrats were for slavery in that time period. Since y'all want to stay in that time period, we are not in that time period. Y'all still bringing up the 1800s like you living back in the time. You never lived, none of us have. But I know the history, and I probably know it better than a lot of them because I don't ever hear a lot of these pro-blacks even mention that stuff. They just take bits and pieces out of the 1800s and try to fit that as a narrative to push their own agenda. That's exactly what I see with a lot of these disingenuous pro-blacks. When you call them out on the modern day stuff, because there's a lot of work to do. There's a lot of black on black issues that need to be corrected. And if they won't do it and expect for whites and others to do it, no. Nobody is going to give a damn about your success until you decide to get up here and do something about it for yourself. You're going to try to get other people and try to shame other people. You don't need to go in the black community to buy anything, though, really. Not when it's unsafe. That don't make no sense. So that's exactly what it is, though. So I think I'm pretty much done with that. I'm going to let the rest of this rock out here. Hold on for a minute.
Victory laps. And it's then right back to black people. Oh, Charlie, by the way, since we're so violent, how come one of your attendees at your America Fest got into a fight that got publicized? Here we go. Clubber Lang, that's correct. Didn't earn it. That's what DEI means. That includes white women. Leave them alone, Miss Nisi. That includes you too, sir. You didn't earn it. Because if you did earn it, white men would be in their positions. They're not. So that means you didn't earn it, correct? Thank you so much.
What's up, Charlie?
Make sure y'all calling them New York Congress people. Hey, Lazarus Clubber Lang, I hope you realize you're DEI too. But okay. One day y'all will figure this out. Church of Black Power, pause. I mean, there you go. He says good afternoon today. He got to lead the conversation. All right.
Pause, nigga. LeBron spent $2.5 million on his body. Pause. I would give it to Mark. Pause. That's crazy. Yeah, that is crazy, but I'll let you go. Pause. It's a luxury to have a big man. Pause. They gave him a song. Pause.
Facts. Thank you, D-Money. Elon and Vivek said, y'all DEI. Indians are the only ones that earned it. But y'all cool with that. He said it, not me. They said it. Indians have better culture. That's what Vivek said. He got better culture than y'all. He said y'all was sitting around watching Boy Meets World and Friends. Indians were in the lab. That's why they're all in.
All right. I got to comment on this one. I can't let that slide by. He's at the part. This guy is so delusional. Vivek was saying that pretty much that the Indian culture does have a better community for the most part of it. They do. With a lot of groups. They do. Because when we look at the Indians in America, let's pull up their, hold on for a minute. Might as well go and pull up the receipt. Hold on for a minute. All right, let's see here. Let's do this here. The average median. Let me see here. Median income for Indian in America. I should put down here, clarify more East Indian. Let me put East Indian down so it doesn't confuse the two. Pull this up here. All right, I'm going to pull this up. And I'm sure there's several other websites. Here it is. This is their website. And then they got like all Asians, Chinese, Filipino. We could break it down in ethnic groups. Okay. So I want you guys to see. It says here, Indian Americans, a survey data snapshot. Let's take a look at it here. All right, let's take a look at it here. All right, and let me see here. Let's go ahead and do this here. Okay, no problem. Okay, the United States was home to about 4.5 million Indian Americans as of 2022. According to the data that the U.S. Census Bureau, Indian Americans account for 20% of the nation's Asian American population overall. About 2/3 of the Indian Americans, or 66%, are immigrants, while 34% are U.S. born. And around half of Indian Americans live in just 4 states: California, Texas, New Jersey, and New York. Here in Detroit, they should have included us in there as well, too, because We do have, but we don't have one as high as in those areas. That's true. The median income among Indian American households is about $145,000 in 2022. Now, this is absolutely correct because as an Uber driver, I do a lot of Uber XL rides. That's the one for the extra room, right? Minivan and all. And I'm going to tell you, when I get Indians, I get their family. I have always have gotten a Indian family, a father, mother, and children. Sometimes the grandparents ride along as well. I may have as much as 7 people in the car, plus luggage. Let's just keep it real now, right? So a lot of this is absolutely correct. I have pulled up with some very, very nice homes that they live in. They're living out in the suburbs, right? They have these tech jobs, medical field. They are in the STEM. They get their children in the STEM. What this guy talking about? Talking about that ain't true. That is true. I run across these people, Indian people, way more than he does, even as an Uber driver, right? Look at this right here. And this is just the Indians. There's more to it, right? Here it is. This is a greater than the median household amongst Asian Americans. Overall, they have down here 100,000. The Indians is out earning the Asians. What is he talking about? I knew that, but I wanted to show and pull up the receipts. So, but he see if he's going to do a reaction, I really doubt it. But I'm thinking part of it he will, because he has a lot of ego. And anybody that look like they may be right against him. So I'm a bank on his ego making a reaction to my video. I'm gonna pretty much go with that. He may not, because my number's too small, but just in case he may bite. People with an ego, they will bite. So that's what I'm banking on, right? So let's go ahead and read a little further here. And things. So this is what it is right here, man. U.S. and India. The vast majority of Indian Americans are 86%, right? This is exactly what it is, right? Indian Americans also have a largely positive option of their ancestral homeland, which is 76%. Sorry about that. See India favorable, right? Including 51% who see it very favorable. Whether an Indian American, East Indian American that's born over here in the United States, they still are going to go home to their homeland. They always have a connection back home as well, right? Achieving the American dream. Who's doing this? The East Indians, right? Most Indian Americans feel they either on the way to achieving the American dream, 48%, or have already achieved it. This is true. 27%. However, 23% say the American dream is out of reach for them. And that's only 23%. But the majority of them feel that they're hitting those goals, right? Politics. They also are reached over into politics. This is true. Just look at Vervick, look at Kamala. We got there's a few others, right? So here it is. A 68% majority of Indian Americans registered to vote. Identify with or lean towards the Democratic Party, right? And 29 identified towards the Republican Party. That's no surprising there. Amongst the Asian Americans that are registered to vote, 62% are Democrat or Democratic leaning towards the 34% are Republicans, right? So in the Asian community, 62% lean more Democrat, right? And then the 34% are Republicans, even in the Asian community. Here it is right here. This is broken it down. This is on their website. They got all of the information here. And there's a lot of other ones that I can pull up. But 48% of most of your Indians, East Indians, identify as Hindu, right? Now, you also have other religions. You have like, Indian Christians. So you have Christians that are Indian, which is about 15%. You have 8% that are Muslim, right? And then you have 11% that are Muslim, right? That are in India. Now, when you go into Pakistan and these other places, it's going to be a lot more. But yeah, this is it right here. So this is their snapshot, you know? And I'm curious to see something here. Statistics, pull this up, our method, this and that. Let's just do this for ish and giggles. Let's just do this here. How many East Indians, let's see here. Let's take a look. I may have botched that word a little bit, but that's okay. All right. Let's take a look at it. Well, I'm really going to wrap this down, though, but I'm really having fun, though, because I could be in a room by myself and do this, because all it is going to be a video anyway. And that's what and I'm banking on it for it getting out. Do I think it's going to go viral? No. I'll be surprised if it does, but no. Well, we won't know. We'll see. Let's stay positive. Let's see here. How Indian students are shaping U.S. STEM innovation. Okay. I'm more so interested of how many right now. What is the numbers? Indian women entering into STEM in a record numbers. Yeah, they really are. Even the women are getting down in the STEM. Indian women are in the STEM heavy. You know how many in East Indian women I have picked up that was into some type of STEM? Seriously, even they women. You look at $145,000 for a median household income. You know what I'm saying? I deal with the facts over here, right? Because this is exactly what's going on. Look at this. The average is 40 to 65% Indian students studying MS programs, engineering CS, right, in most known U.S. universities. Wow, look at this right here. This is from Quota. Look at this. Right here is what I was reading this at. No company gives salaries of $100K to fresh MS graduates except the Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley ones and companies in big cities like Seattle, Boston, New York City, Miami, etc., right? But again, Silicon Valley and the big cities are so expensive that you might even have to pay to park your car, which is true, right? Park your own vehicle in your own office. $100K in Silicon Valley every day and all day. And that's really chump change, depending on how, because you know where you are out there, right? Silicon Valley is like $60K in the mid-tier cities, right? Which is true, because they do have to pay a little bit more. But unfortunately, they said 45 to 65,000 of them, right, that are in this field. So is Vivek Ramaswamy, is he correct of what he's saying? Because that's why I agreed with him when he made that Twitter X. You know, I know Trump put a gag order on him, but he was absolutely telling the truth. You know, I understand why Trump did what he did. because he didn't want any more division, or the Democrats were trying to run with this narrative to try to bust up MAGA. But think about this, the Indians, right? We're over here walking down the actual, this is why the brother don't know what he was saying though, you know? You know what I'm saying? The majority of the people that are Indian, right, that are over here, they have a H-1B work visa. Just think about that for a minute. If you don't want the Indians over here, what does that mean that you're going to have to do? You got to step your game up. You're going to have to go back to school. You're going to have to get into STEM, and you will be competing with them, because with Indians, they already have a head start, because math and science is what they learn from K-12, even in India. So you have a major competition right there. Now, it's not the end of the world, but just so that you know, I mean, that's exactly what it is. So again, we got to tell the truth for what it is. Who you think that are winning all the spelling bees, right? They're going to be some kid from some Indian descent. Those are the ones that's winning the spelling bees. Americans are not winning the spelling bees today. Those days are over. Can it change? Absolutely. But I would seriously believe that the woke agenda that Obama, I'm talking about the political woke agenda. So there's no stipulations. I'm not talking about the African American woke. I'm talking about the political woke agenda. The one I went over earlier, right? I believe that had a lot to do with the derailment of our learning and our success. Because while children was on other things learning, they weren't in the key areas going to school. They didn't pick science, technology, engineering, and math. They wanted to be a rapper, singer, content creator, and all this other stuff. And you just left the door wide open to allow people from India and Asia to come in and fill these high-tech jobs. Let's keep it real. Because like I said, STEM, and they go to these major universities, whether they're going for an undergrad or a graduate degree, right? This is exactly what it is. 75% of people applying for H-1B visas are Indians. Whether you like some Indians or not, but this is the truth, right? Are they doing something right, or are they doing something wrong? That's all I want to know. Because to me, a lot of Indians are winning. Whether you like it or not, it's the truth. They are the ones that are applying for the PhDs, master's degrees, 4-year bachelor degrees. And they are in these disciplines that you heard me mention already. When you look at engineering degrees, you look at science, you look at the medical field, they're putting out doctors, right? They're putting out engineers. My wife is an engineer. They are what? A doctor. So you mean to tell me, do they have it wrong or do they have it right? I'm just saying. Right? Right? To me, they look like they are the most educated. Whether you want to agree or disagree, but right now they are the most educated. Because when I pulled up the median household income for an Indian family, it comes to $145,000. They outrank Asians. Asians come in at $1,000 a year, $100,000. $100,000. The Indians come in at about $145,000. The Indians are the most married out of any other group in America alone. They are married well over the 80% rate, well over 80. They're at a high rate of marriage. Are they doing something wrong or are they doing something right? All I'm saying is I'm just walking it down. Are they doing something wrong or are they doing something right? I know it's hard to have to listen to about what East Indians are doing. But if you got a problem with their success and you're not out here trying to make a change and do something bit different, then the problem may be on you, sir. That's all I'm saying. The problem could be with what you've been taught and what you have learned. Because if that's all that we're going to be doing is with these other groups, I want to be a content creator. They ask blacks, ask white children, what do they want to do when they grow up? They say they want to be a content creator. I couldn't believe it, but I heard them say that. They say I want to be a content creator. A content creator is not like a skill job, or in this case, a technical job that you are in demand, right? When you have a job in engineering, science, technology, engineering, and math, you have something that most jobs want in regards to an employee. But what's happening is that we can't seem to fill a lot of American jobs in that field. So what's going to end up happening is that the Indians are going to come in with the H-1B, the H-1B visas. So they're going to apply for those and get those skill jobs until Americans start playing catch up. But what's going to happen is that Trump is going to bring back the manufacturing back here. So that means that if you're looking for a job, you're going to have to prepare to work in a factory. But if you work in a factory, you will be able to make a lot better income than what it is now. Because of what Trump has going on, he's going to have the tariffs going on. He's going to have the drilling going on. He's going to have coal going on. We have resources here that's going to make us independent, where we don't have to rely on any country in the world for importing. We're going to grow our own food back here again. He already got Robert F.K. Jr. He's over the head of human. He's over that department when it comes down to the health, right? So he's gonna be taking the fluoride out of the water. He's gonna be putting regulations and removing a lot of these GMOs. Excuse me. Removing a lot of these GMOs. Man. He's going to be removing a lot of these GMOs, right, out of our food supply. He's going to be doing a lot of great things to get Americans back healthy again. We got to get off of this processed sugar, right? High fructose corn syrup. What's the other one? There's so many different ones out there. The other one, not stevia, but trivia and all the rest of them. These artificial man-made sweeteners that's causing a lot of ailments. He already mentioned it. So they're already in the process of getting this stuff done. So therefore, Americans can start getting their health back, right? We are overweight, right? As Americans, we have poor diet, which sets up the C word, as well as diabetes and other type of heart ailments. This is what's going on because of our lobbyists that have taken over our government and lobbying to put this alternative crap in. Something got to be wrong when you go around saying KFC instead of Kentucky Fried Chicken. Kentucky Fried Chicken ain't never been Kentucky Fried Chicken in a long time. Just think about that. And all the rest of them too. Mutated chicken. with a whole bunch of estrogen, soy products that they feed to chickens and everything like that for profit that makes the chicken fat, right? Put on extra pounds. And then who's eating that, right? These steroids, right? Children that's drinking this BS milk, right? Having early, I ain't gonna say the word, but you know what I'm talking about, right? Hormonal early. 9 and 10-year-olds, they're not supposed to be experiencing that. You don't get that for a girl till you're like 12 or so. You're not supposed to be going through that early like that. It's a lot to do with the factory farming that's been going on. So all these black spaces, all they know how to do is criticize. I have given countless of explanation and reasons why Trump is a better fit pick for America than any of these other clowns that they have voted for. That's fact. And I stand on everything I love on it, 10 toes down. If they got a problem with it, they can come into this room and we can talk about it. You know? But I will not put up with disrespect. You would come in my channel. I'm not going on your channel. You come over here if you want to deal with it. I'm not going on your channel. Because your channel you represent chaos. And I've been on some of these channels. I just don't do a lot of investing in. Because you already seen that you get booted. Anything, when you sound like you got some sense and you can debate these guys without arguing, they'll try to look for anything to block you. He didn't want to have a conversation. He just talking, running his mouth like the rest of them. Because they were really about their people. That's all you got to do. Y'all start calling out these pro-blacks. They ain't pro nothing. All they like to do is hide behind title. They don't care about their own community. They're nothing but a bunch of sellouts and haters. And it's just easy. They've been exposed. You think I care about, I don't allow Umar Johnson and them. I date white women, Asian women, Indian women. I'm an equal opportunist. I sure am. I always have been. And you think for a minute I'm going to stop dating somebody and talking about black only, you got the wrong person. I date who I want to date. You know what I'm saying? Just as many of you should. I don't listen to no man or woman tell me who to date. And I think it's very gay for a man to be concerned about where another man put his penis. That to me is just strange. I would never do anything like that. I would never do anything like that. To me, it's just weird. It's some weird behavior. Even gay people, and I know some, they wouldn't even do nothing like that. Your preference is your preference. You don't have to be shamed on your preference. Isn't that weird for somebody to attack you because you have a preference of what you like? I know brothers now, though, a lot of brothers won't even admit that they come out with snow bunnies and everything. That right there is derogatory. Because if they snow bunnies, then what that make black folks then? Well, you know, you talking about snow bunnies for the winter? You know, what we gonna call them? You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man, I ain't with all that crap. These derogatory type things. I'm not with it. You know? And yes, if you want to say that, yes, I am foundational black if we want to go there, right? I have roots in this country, right? But at the same time, I'm not sitting up in here going after other black groups, because that's the whole thing about it. They have it's like being a rebel without a cause. That's what they are, rebel without a cause. They don't have no type of cause. They just formulated something because it sounds good, and they criticize other blacks that weren't born here that actually have done very well for themselves. It's the craziest thing ever. This is what they do, ladies and gentlemen. They criticize other groups. They criticize other groups. But at the same time, criticizing other groups that are black, they go against the Africans, they go against the West Indian people, They go against anybody that is not from here originally. You got so much work to do in your own community. You should be sitting up in here trying to attack someone because they figure it out how to make money in America and you didn't. You know, they listen to the guys like Tariq Nasheed, I do believe. This is the guy that's over the foundational Black African thing, right? And like I said, I don't follow any of these good dudes. I'd rather be a leader than a follower. Because a follower, you just following these people. They don't call this guy out. They haven't done investigation background on this dude. You know what I'm saying? This dude always jump into the next hot thing. You know? Like I said, you know, I mean, I'm just saying for what it really is. Then they got a problem with these other ethnic groups and stuff. You know, yeah, I'm foundational Black. I've been here. So what? So what? Nobody cares about that. Just like if these other ethnic groups can come here and get this American dream, so can I. And for the most part of it, I have. You know, I have had business credit and credit cards and all the rest of this stuff, right? Took advantage of the loans and all the rest of this stuff, right? I did it, right? You know what taught me? University, once again, YouTube University. That's what taught me, right? That's how I did it. So you can't sit up here and say that it's a conspiracy, boy. They just be liars, man. These pro-Blacks are full of it. And I call them out on it. No, I don't rock the same way like they do. I'm what you would call a real American Indian. Along with that, and that's only on my mother's side. My father's side would be what they would call the Gullah Geechee. And we've been over here since the slave thing and the slave ship and all the rest of this stuff. Angola, right, and Sierra Leone. This is how the Gullah Geechee were able to trace their heritage back. So I don't know if that don't make me foundational. I don't know what is. Now I know I am, and ain't no question with the foundational, but the foundational Blacks. What the problem is that we have a difference of agreement when it come down to the certain type of ideologies, right? You know, their stuff is more about blaming and being a victim. They don't have any type of infrastructure of getting to the resources, which is the money. They play this victim thing. It's really weird. But they sit up here all their life and just shame other Blacks. It's the weirdest thing ever. You know? That's why I know that they ain't on the pro-Black. These pro-Blacks don't do that. I mean, the Pan-Africanism, they ain't about that. They figure, one thing I got respect for some of these groups, even though I don't agree with a lot of them, but one thing I will say that I have respect for them on, right, is simply this, at least with the Pan-Africanism, right? Because Pan-Africanism type Blacks, right? These are the ones that supposed to believe Black wherever you are, you Black, which I get it. Okay, that's cool. But they let a guy like Tariq Nasheed come in here and divide up. This is about divide and conquer, ladies and gentlemen. This is exactly what it is. This is exactly what it is. I'm about to wrap this thing down. I've been on this thing for a while, man. I just been having a good time bringing up all type of receipts because I had to really get this guy. I really did. It was fun for me barbecuing. I done barbecued him so damn much. You know what I'm saying? So he's going to have a very hard time trying to barbecue me. You know what I'm saying? Because this is just stupid, ignorant talking points that this guy have nothing but a whole bunch of ignorance that's in this room. You can tell he's a gamer because I see the whole gaming skin. This is what gamers do. I wouldn't doubt that he sit up here and spend a lot of his time playing video games like most of them, right? They sit in their chairs in their mama's basement playing a whole bunch of video games where real people are out here at work, you know, which I'm supposed to be. But I said, I'm going to still get out there tonight, make some money. But other than that, though, I really appreciate you guys, especially Sherry. Sherry always been rocking with me. We got Sherry, Omega, Tom Paddock. Paddock, you know. We got 1000 RR, Billy Sharp. Yep. So, and a few others though, man. I appreciate you guys though too, you know, and things. I know this topic wasn't something that was most popular because I don't like doing these black spaces topics because, you know, it's nowhere though, man. It's because what it does is just alienate you from what really is. These guys have already made their bed and they're grifting. So they want to have like these little clicks that they like to do on social media. It's all for the likes, donate this and that, instead of getting down to the real truth, you know? So I appreciate the likes or whatever, because everything I've tried to deliver going to be on truth. And I try to come, and if I do a lot of reading, I do that on purpose. So therefore, I'm not misinterpreting or misinformation people. And a lot of times I show the sources. These guys don't. This guy, you think this guy here showing the source? He ain't showing jack stuff. He's just running his mouth. This is what they like to do. Most of these, especially in these black spaces, they just run their mouth. You ain't learning nothing just by being a victim. You know what I'm saying? Later for that jazz or whatever. You know, we went over there and started talking about Obama. I talked about Muammar Gaddafi, why that war should have never really went like that. But I gave the reason as to why the war in Libya happened. I talked about, I gave the history, a little history on Muammar Gaddafi and Libya and things like that. And we talked about those gold dinars that Muammar Gaddafi used to have before they murdered him back in 2011. You know what I'm saying? If any one of these pro-blacks, if they were really about their thing, they ass should have been found a way to get their asses over there to Africa by way of getting to Libya, because he was for the African Union. This guy, Muammar Gaddafi. Now, whether you agree with his policies and politics or not, this dude right here, you know, right here, right? But we know that he was actually murdered because he wanted what? He with the gold. This guy had his own treasury, his own thing. And this is a no-no when it come down to the establishment, the deep state. This is why he was taken out, right? So, like I said before, before I go, make sure when you go into these spaces, and some of them are going to try to come over here, maybe not. I really don't think so. They say, yeah, this guy's numbers is too low for right now. I just been slow rolling this thing though, because I do a lot of little shorts, talk about other little things that's important, talk about the 3 branches of government again, talk about condensing it down for the the Federal Reserve, giving just a little history. At least the stuff that I'm giving is real information instead of all this other crap that these guys are doing. You know, and then he want to talk about that's not true. Hold on, let me just play this before I'm out. Hold on for a minute. Let me do it right. Hold on for a minute. Here we go, right here.
All in the top CEO positions of these companies. He said it.
And y'all still get mad at us.
Facts.
Which makes you don't think, like, wait a minute, they take it on all your job.
What y'all focused on us?
Did you focus on black people?
We didn't ask them to put us in them positions. We never asked them to do that. We asked them to give us opportunities to compete.
Boy, this
you
is
know
crazy.
What happens when somebody's given something they didn't earn? They get jaded.
You see how stupid and crazy this is?
I'm not going to hire you the first day to be an hourly employee and tell you to run the store. You don't have the experience. Y'all look down on us and think we don't have the experience, and then we get into these positions legitimately and lap you.
Sir, you're not going to get...
Y'all would be sick to find out how many white people work under me. You would be sick.
That's you, sir. But what you don't realize, because I already went over it, the highest median income in America, when it come down to East Indians, right? They are the highest, $145,000. As I said before, as an Uber driver, I have picked up many of these Indian families, Arab families, and they live in beautiful homes, sir. And a lot of them do invest in science, technology, engineering, and math. Most blacks and other Americans do not. This is why the H-1 visa thing had to be created, sir, because they need people that can fill the jobs. That's exactly what it is, those positions. And let's face it, not just blacks, but most Americans do not have that capability when it comes down to STEM. They take other types of jobs. They go to school for it, sir. So it's not a racist thing. It is what it is. If I was an owner of a Fortune 500 or 1,000 company, how in the hell can I just deal with Americans only when they don't even meet the qualifications? Hiring a DEI hire that don't know how to program very well, I mean, there's a lot of money and other things that can go wrong, sir. It's totally ridiculous. And then for you to sit up here and double down on this nonsense, that's why I say, man, these young guys, they don't know what they're talking about. You got to call them out on their BS, right? Because if they really knew what they were talking about, he sound like an idiot. He really does. East Indians are killing it. They are killing it. Even their women are going into STEM. Sir, where have you been? The numbers are steady picking up for the Indian women. They are in the science, technology, engineering, and math. They have already figured it out. So if both families that are both working at the top of their fields, whether it's engineering, science, or some type of medicine and biochemistry or whatever it may be, they're at the top of their fucking careers, sir. And they live in beautiful homes, raising their children. To me, they got it right. And many of us in America have it wrong, especially blacks. So you can't sit up here and say otherwise. If we're going to have a debate for real, you better be prepared to pull up your stats, because I'll pull up mine, and I bet you I'll beat you. Because ain't nobody outdoing the Indians. Shoot, when it come down to the spelling bee, that's all Indians, sir. So yeah, if you want to have this conversation with me, let's have it. But I'm coming with my receipts, and I'm going to post them. Because I got my guys in my room, my mods, that I got some guys that can fact check this stuff too. We'll find out who's lying or not. You know what I'm saying? One thing about it is, yeah, you booted me, sir, over some BS stuff, and that's okay. I'm not upset about being, kicked out of the room or whatever. But this is what I'm saying, though. When you start leaning on these pro-blacks, and it's easy to get them upset because all you do is hit their ass with facts because they don't like the facts, right? All I do is chew their ass up with facts. Because like I said before, you rather get mad at the problem or do you fix the problem, right? Do you get out here and be willing to compete, or you want to sit up here and be a victim? I drop the link down and everything. We know who was off from work. You think they came in this room? No. It would have gotten out by now. You know, that's why I put up in the thumbprint, I put B1 and I put, what's the other one? Foundational Blacks, right? I put both of them up. I put the link down and everything. I didn't get one show up. And look how many hours I've been on here because I had time to kill. That's why I'm telling you guys, there ain't nothing but chicken heart cowards. They don't want this smoke for real. Yeah, my channel ain't as big as theirs, but I have more information for what I'm coming with that I should be a big channel. Because all you see on theirs is nothing but a bunch of nothing. You ain't learning nothing. I share my resources, my sources, in regards to where I'm getting this, and I'm still holding back. Because Trump have something for blacks in America. I went over this before in my other live. All they do is teach black people to be victims and the lack of accountability and responsibility before I go. This is what they get off on and do. I could have played this nonsense. I get so tired, I can't even play this guy, man. Because the stuff that he's saying, He wants you to be a victim. Oh, yeah, the Indians are taking over. They're getting all our jobs and stuff. And we know damn well a lot of Americans ain't into no damn STEM. Science, technology, engineering, and math. That's going to tell the truth. So where else you going to be able to get somebody that's qualified? Yeah, I know it's just a hard pill to swallow, but it's the truth. It's the truth. You want to get mad at me? Or do you want the truth? Because the truth sometimes ain't going to be something that's going to be friendly and easy to listen to. You either going to accept it for what it is or leave it alone. Your pro-blacks and your black leaders, if you would have had a father in the home, right, they would have told you this a long time ago. They have a family. Indians they don't have broken families like a lot of Americans do. Indians have a complete family. As far as I'm concerned, they've been winning for a long time. I do admire them. I'm not going to lie about that. I admire them, though, you know. I do. I admire them. You know, when I pull up in a lot of their beautiful ass homes and stuff, they be having like 3-4 bedrooms, sometimes 5-6 bedrooms. I'm talking about real nice houses. Man, yesterday, gated communities, wrought iron, backyard, bunch of, nice little land, serenity, peaceful. Most of them are Hindu, but they're living the American dream. They're living the American dream. So I got to admire that. I wish that the black community would learn from the Jewish community, because with blacks and Jews, we have a lot of similarities. If anybody we should learn from best should be them. But they don't want to do that. They just look at everybody as the enemy, alienate themselves, break allies. That's why I say, what you think is, and you think that the white man, you already talking shit about white folks. You absolutely think that you're going to get reparations. You ain't never got reparations. It would never happen. What these pro-blacks don't understand, these phony fake pro-blacks, is that they break allies. They break treaties with people. They alienate themselves. Look at this foolish thing with the foundational blacks. They have cut ties with the other black groups like the Haitians, West Indies, right? Africans. They have broken ties with these other groups. They're actually in a place by themselves, man. It's like an island. And when they got the island, what do? They just point out who everybody else, they go get off. Yeah, this because they ain't foundational. They get off on this stuff. It's like, are you kidding me? That's not a movement. That is a group of victimhood, like women. That I'm saying, shit, who's winning? Y'all ain't winning. That's losing. I don't have nothing to do with that. I want to be like the Indians, Asians, Africans. If they all got communities, they all are winning. That's what I want to be. I want that. I don't want this other stuff. This victim and shaming and stuff. That's why I had to go after these groups, man. Got to go bang on these guys, man. I'm not dealing in the 1800s. I don't want to hear about all that stuff. I know about that stuff, but that's not our problem, sir. Lack of accountability and responsibility is all you're going to hear me say. Because you're looking for trying to convince me that I should be over here shaming other people for having something that they have worked hard for. They didn't have to get out here and knock somebody across their head. They didn't have to do no smash and grab. They didn't have to get out here and sell dope. They didn't have to get out here and pimp. They didn't have to do any of these things. So if they didn't have to do it, why are you doing it? That's the question. Why do we make up over half or over 50% jail lockup and incarceration across the United States in these 10 major cities? You got somebody black from federal prison to state prison and city lockup. We know there's other groups in there too, other ethnic groups. Numbers are small, but we make up a lot that's in jail lockup. Just another, you know what, that's being locked up. You know, may as well call it guilty until proven innocent. You know, this is just an evolving door. No fathers in the home. They already did the statistics. When they interviewed a lot of black men, they said over 94% of them was locked. I do believe those statistics. The majority of those guys were locked up because they did not have a father in the home. Just their mama. You ain't got a daddy, you're inviting chaos. It's called chaos. It's what it is. Chaos. That's what you have. So yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead on and end this live though, man. I don't want to even play the rest of this guy's stuff, man, because this is just garbage, man. But it kind of gives me some. He gave me some really, really good information to really chew on. You know, I'm talking about chew on like a pit bull, just lock on to something. I mean, just on that flush meat and never letting go. Because these guys don't have nothing. They just run their mouth. Because if he wasn't so intimidated by me, he wouldn't have blocked me. You know, I would have blocked him if he would have got ignorant. But if he wouldn't have got ignorant, I do things a little differently over here. But now I ain't got no choice but to blow the channel up now. Because I want to get this message out. I'm tired of these guys running their mouth and just consider me the pro-black assassinator, you know, verbally, you know, doing it verbally. You know, want to clarify that now, you know, because somebody got to start leaning on these guys a little bit more. They don't want to really have a conversation with me for real. You know, they like to get in their spaces with a whole bunch of applauding and stuff like that. And people are looking around at you broke as a joke. You know, these other people, it's like, why should you really care? And I really don't. But the people that are winning before I go, for real, are the Indians, Asians, Africans. Those groups are winning everywhere I see. It's very rare I see an African do something that he ain't got no business doing, let alone Asians. We know that I'm going to see a Pookie and Ray Ray on the news or somebody white, right? Before I'm going to see somebody that's, oh yeah, we had Sanjay doing some crime. Sanjay was trying to break into somebody's, it don't even sound right. Who's going to believe what? Everybody be like shocked. Nobody's saying that Indians don't do no crime, but the percentages are so small. See what I'm saying? You ain't gonna never hear about no Surjeet or no Sanjay breaking in nobody's house. And then here's the pro-blacks. They're gonna try to bring that up. They try to make like this little small number that is less than 1%. And they try to make it, well, not everybody that's Indian going to prison or whatever like that. But the majority of them are winning, sir, at a 99% cap. What are they talking about? They're winning. And we as a community are losing. And I'm one of the few blacks that call this out. You even had the so-called your black leaders that have all failed you. Because none of them are putting out those numbers that the Indians and Asians are putting out. That's all I know. Now, we want to bring up stats. I can bring up stats. And I'll match my stats with them and beat your stats out any day. Ain't nobody black in no STEM like Asian or Indian people are. Stop the cap. Stop the cap. You think I'm gonna sit up here and believe that nonsense? You have a bridge to sell you. You know you're a liar. You know you're a liar, right? And then you got black women come bragging about they're the most educated. No, they are the most enrolled. Tommy Sotomayor Ben broke that story though. He Ben crushed that myth. Ben exposed that. Cause you enrolled in college don't make it that you're educated. What makes that you're educated is when you have a degree. And if you're putting out a lot of people that have degrees and getting hired, that have like a bachelor's degree and up, or even a associate's degree, But we know a lot of black women are just the most enrolled, not the most educated. That is a lie. And they just allow them to tell this lie. Because a lot of them have student loans that they ain't going to pay back. That don't make you educated. So let's stop with the cap right there too. I can defeat any of their talking points when it come down to the statistics. From the crime, jail lockup or incarceration lockup, to STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math, and marital rates. Because Indians are well over 80% married. In fact, they are out married more than Asians in this country, sir. Even Tommy Sotomayor knows that. Then you trying to argue against facts about that. You can't handle angry men. There's a lot of these guys you cannot handle. Stay in these little forum rooms, these little echo chambers where y'all get off on lying to each other, patronizing the black women and all this other stuff. We have a serious problem though, sir. And that is, once again, accountability and responsibility. And I'm going to keep leading with that. That right there would defeat anything that you have to talk about. You even have the great Farrakhan and you can't get it done, sir. Okay? So knock it off. That's your problem. Ain't none of them said, well, yeah, we got to get the brothers and sisters. We got to motivate. We got to get them. Ain't none of them said that. Begging for the white man for reparations. Begging for everything else. Set aside programs, right? Welfare Act. A lot of this other stuff. PPP loans. That's another thing. You already get that. If you ain't a reparation, I don't know what is. Some of y'all went out there and bought houses with the stuff. Some of y'all in jail too. So like it is, you done had your moment. But it's been fun though. I'm about to get off finally though. I've been cooking for a long time though too, man. I really have though. I really enjoyed it. You know, these guys can't F with me though. And that's good. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I know Sherry is over there probably laying down or something with her animals and stuff, you know? Yep. That's what I'm saying. Yep. Got your animals going on. You got to put you got to find your favorite sheep, Sherry, and put a ribbon around them, a nice blue ribbon around his neck or a bell. You know, I can see you doing that, Sherry, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Sherry over there eating her curd and whey, you know? Yep. Yep. Eating her curd. You don't hear nobody even talking like that no more. I said, what are you doing? I'm eating my curd and whey. Yep. Yep. So other than that, though, yeah, I'm about to get off here. I done enough cooking on these guys. But y'all that keep popping in and not popping out, though. No, I didn't get nobody that came in here for no smoke today. They don't want to deal with the truth. All they want to do is make reaction videos and stuff. They all disingenuous. They ain't trying to do nothing or whatever, though. If they be getting on these facts that I've been throwing all day, you know what I'm saying? Shoot. That's what it's real about. This is where MAGA comes to talk once again, ladies and gentlemen. We're about that real stuff, though, and I'm glad to see more of us black MAGA Republicans, though, too. So it's a lot of us. It ain't just a few. It's quite a bit of us, sir. You know what I'm saying? And we all feel the same way. We ain't coming from no victim standpoint. We done already did it your way, sir. And it's been nothing but disastrous. You don't have a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of. You don't even have an institution. Shoot, Frederick Douglass was kicking y'all behind back then, educated, right? Booker T. Washington, W.E.B. Du Bois, the first black doctorate and things, and you can't even do that. Man, please, though, you know, they'll be rolling over in their grave right now. What's wrong with these old stupid blacks right now? Don't they understand we laid down the foundation? We have historical black colleges, too, 107 of them across the United States that Trump gave $360 million, right? That's equate to $3.3 million each. And they still coming from a victim mentality state. Gave these universities a lot of money, right? Tuskegee included, right? Howard, all of them, right? Look at them. They got And then, yeah, Trump, he racist. And not, man, please, man, if you don't get out of here, man, I got nothing but stats and facts all day long. All day long. That's why I say they're light work to me, man. That's what I'm saying, man. And we ain't learning nothing. I just look at your actions. You can insult me all day long. You think I care about that? Huh? You can insult all day long, sir. Feel free. If that gets you off, but you can't defeat my talking points. You can't defeat my facts. The way you defeat my facts, you better start turning out blacks in the STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math. You better be a marriage rate as high as the Indians. That's the only way you're gonna defeat my facts. Other than that, you just over here just talking ish. And this ain't the day to be talking ish no more. We got other things that we have to deal with right now. I don't need no victimhood type stuff. You're gonna either be a man or you're gonna be beta. And a lot of these pro-blacks are beta. That's one thing that Jesse Lee Peterson got right. They are beta males without a daddy. If you're sensitive and you need a hug, just let me know. I can arrange one for you. If you're sensitive, you know. If you're sensitive and you about that life, come on, I give you a hug. Because you should have got one from your daddy a long time ago. You know? That's who you should have had. It's a father. A father in your life. That's what should have happened. Accountability and responsibility, sir. Try it sometime. It works. You know? We shouldn't be grown-ass men going in and out of prison. Pull your pants up. Show some type of decency. Show some type of self-respect. And stop Googling these women down. Show some type of discipline. Learn how to talk to a man instead of looking down or looking up. I'm right here. A real man look at each other eye to eye with sharp eye contact and a firm handshake. That's why they soft as pie. Look at what they produce. Living with them. Look at their mama boy, baby boy. Yeah, I'm buttering you up. I'm making them mad as hell though too. Because either I'm gonna hear from it tonight or tomorrow, and I'm doing this on purpose. I'm doing this on purpose though, because all I've been doing is firing up the grill, and I've been barbecuing for some time though. I should have been over here cooking what they call that? One of those the beef brisket. I got the beef brisket on there. Talking about the pro-blacks. Boy, nice and slow and low, boy. Just been roasting their behind, slow and low, just putting the fire to their asses, right? This is what should have happened. And that's why I'm going to give instructions for any other. What we're going to do, I'm going to get in contact with Reels Twins. I mod on his channel. And I'm gonna have him on my channel, and I'm gonna be on his channel. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna have a nice little barbecue fest. So you pro-blacks can go there or go on his channel. His channel is bigger than mine. And we'll go ahead and do the darn thing though. I'm game if you game. You know, if you ain't in your feelings and feeling like a little beta boy, a little Fati boy, as the Umar say, Fati boy. Use a Fati boy, right? If you're like that, I'm just gonna barbecue you and butter you on up. You know what I'm saying? This is the way to call them out, ladies and gentlemen. You gotta butter them up. You gotta make them mad. You gotta make them real mad, because that's all they like women. They're like women. They've been learned by their mamas how to be mad at everything. Real men don't get mad at everything, though. They look at stuff logically, common sense. Shoot, want to try to big up this thing or whatever. You can't big up dysfunction in the black community. Bunch of dysfunction. Look at this stuff. You know what I'm saying? That's why I put Obama up here. I already cooked him. Cooked him good. You know what I'm saying? That was easy. BS policies, bullshit, you know? So yeah, man, you know what I'm saying? And I've been holding back. So yeah, man. So it's been cool though, you know. I ain't got nobody on Twitch either responding, but they are going to get the video though. I know Twitch, Sherry, is more of a gaming spot, if anything. Yeah, more of a gaming spot. which is okay. But yeah, though, I appreciate it. Man, I'm not to go out here and get some mulling. But yeah, I appreciate it. I thank you guys for showing up. Sherry, as always, you've been rolling through for me. Sherry been here. We give Sherry her special heart. Yep. And then I got to give another shout out to for what is that, Omega and stuff like that. At least my audio sounds a lot better though. Then I was able to get my other audio to work. So at least you better understand what I'm talking about. Then I like to give a shout out to Omega. I'd like to give a shout out to Tim Paddock. Got to give a shout out to Billy Sharp, ladies and gentlemen. Billy Sharp. Stay sharp with Billy Sharp. Yep. Let's go ahead with Billy Sharp. Before I get on out of here, I like to give all my shout outs before I go now. I'm going to start doing that. So that's for Billy Sharp. We got 1000 RR, which is also a mod. Billy Sharp might have to make you a mod, Billy Sharp, you know. Yep, Billy Sharp. Let me see here. And then we have 1000 RR. I think I already did Billy Sharp. Now we do 1000 RR. Yep. Shout out to 1000 RR. And I ain't seen Big Kahuna in a while. Big Kahuna, man. I ain't seen Wallflower either. My Canadian connection. Yeah, I think that is mainly it. Yeah, only the guys get the horn, you know. For the ladies, you know, I got something special for them, you know. They just do the, whoops, that's the wrong one. I got something for the ladies, so, you know. Yeah, so that's for the ladies when they, you know, when they're good to me and stuff and things like that, they get the nice little harp and things. So other than that, I appreciate you or whatever. Man, my channel should be #1, right, boy? Who don't give you this good, great content, right? I come up here and bring up statistics and stuff. We go ahead and chronologically walk it down or whatever. I don't be doing a lot of cussing and fussing and flipping out and stuff, talking about I'm going to block somebody and all this other nonsense. No need to do that when you stand on facts. But, you know, they want an echo chamber before they want an echo chamber. But I'm out because I'll be up here all night, but I ain't trying to do that. I got to go out and make some moolah. But I appreciate you all, though. Y'all been great and things. So, yeah, I appreciate you. Sherry, I'll see you tomorrow. I know you're sleeping right now, Sherry. This is late. Yep. Shalom to Sherry. Shalom. And then for everybody else, I am out of here, you know, adios, you know, dawamata or arigato, you know. We also have au revoir, you know, we have the good old English, goodbye, you know. So I appreciate you guys. I hope this video this live get to that dude. And I know he said he's too busy trying to roast bigger people. You know, I don't have no problems with Jason Whitlock overall, but I've been on his stuff. I mean, listen to his stuff, but yeah. So other than that, I appreciate it. Thank you guys. Y'all take care. And it was fun. And I'm out. Got to go out with a little outro music, ladies and gentlemen. You know how I do. Outro music. Where my outro music at? But you guys have been great, man. You know, I'm only have a couple of people that show up. That's all I need for what I need to do. You guys take care of yourselves. I'll see you on the next live. It's been real cool. I'm still gonna do that AI one, and I'm gonna do the alien one. Yeah. Let me get my butt out of here. You guys take care. Be safe. Please like, comment, and subscribe. Please. Forward this channel to your friends. You know, everybody, all is welcome. You don't have to agree on everything. Let's have a conversation. You bring your facts and I'll bring mine. Peace.